Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm Ada K. Thank you for joining me. We are going to be watching the Griffin trial, Collin Griffin, where he unalived his mother, actually, and his father. Got away with it. So we are already a little behind. I apologize. I had a very long day yesterday, and it was hard to get out of bed this morning. But we met a lot of lovely new people last night. We had a fabulous show with Bob Motz last night. He is an attorney, and we talked about the Delphi case. But we are back in court for the killer son murder trial, Florida versus Collin Griffin. And I'm just going to go ahead and get us into trial so I can get me a cup of coffee. Oh, here we go. And we will get to do some zooms. Excuse the nose. I am having nose problems. I hope and think and believe it's allergy related. There it is. Right now, they are getting ready to start.
The first witness described her swinging her arms around a lot, both away from Collin and as she approached Collin, and even up until she was so close that Collin could reach out and touch her.
Good morning,
at that moment, we have the testimony, which seems to align.
Hello, good morning, Miss Penny.
Collin grabbed his mother. She exclaimed, according to witness 1, "Let go, you're hurting my hair." Witness 2 did not hear anything. And then, although it has been argued that Collin dragged her into the house, the actual testimony from the witnesses was that the two went into the house. So if we pause,
he's got her hair in his hands. That's a force.
Arguably a misdemeanor battery. We have what could be a defensible touch on Collin's part, that he, in response to his mother swinging his arms in his face, reached out and grabbed her. And whether or not he had the right to do so, either way, it would either be a defensible battery or a misdemeanor battery. When examined on cross-examination, neither witness said that they heard Kathy exclaim anything about not wanting to go into the house. They did not see her fighting to not go into the house. They saw her legs moving. They saw her go into the house with Collin. And that moment is what has been alleged and the only evidence that has been shown of a kidnapping. So at that point, Mr. Griffith's specific intent to kidnap has to have been completed. We do not have that in this case, Your Honor. We have not heard any evidence that there was any fight on Kathy's part, any unwillingness to go inside of that house in that moment. We know she didn't want to be touched at that time, that she said that you're hurting me. We don't know if she was upset about him having his hands on her. We do know that he was touching her too hard, essentially, is the evidence that has come forward. And again, that would be a misdemeanor, which would not be sufficient in any case to charge a kidnapping with. So we move on from there. What evidence have we heard in this case that is going to turn this from a misdemeanor battery to a kidnapping? Well, we ultimately have a deceased person in this house. We have, the fact that she is found in the house roughly an hour and 15 minutes after this incident occurred, with the yelling outside and the touch on the upper torso. And we have no evidence of what happened inside the house. We have no evidence that Kathy was not in that house, or wasn't in that house against her will, that she remained in that house against her will, that she was not able to move in that house. The only evidence we have of anything that happened inside that house is the body itself, with the forensic evidence that has come into play from that, and Mr. Griffith's 911 call. Mr. Griffith's 911 call states that there was an extended, prolonged fight, and that they ultimately, there's the accident that she fell on the knife. There is no mention that that fight started outside of the house, that it continued inside of the house, that it continued all the way up until the moment of her death. There is no evidence that she was dragged immediately from the porch into the house and murdered at that time, like the state may offer as an alternative. We have not heard that from any witness. We have not seen that in any evidence that has been presented. So again, the evidence of the kidnapping turns back to the misdemeanor battery, that she was touched, that she exclaimed upon the touch, and that she continued into the house without doing anything else to say that she did not want to go in that house. All of the case law on kidnapping gets into whether or not that the crime itself was completed, whether it was necessary to complete the other crime if there is another crime that's charged. But all of it, every case, includes proof that the victim was held or moved against their will. And we don't have that in this case. So we are not even at the starting point of whether or not you should consider a phase-on test or anything like that that falls under the kidnapping line of cases, because we have not heard a single piece of evidence that says that Miss Griffith did not go inside of that house willingly. So for that reason, we are asking for a judgment of acquittal on the kidnapping charge. As far as the first-degree murder goes, Your Honor, the evidence that has been
chance for
presented
that to happen
so far of premeditation is that Mr. Griffith had a conversation with his grandfather in which he said that he wants to kill his mother, that he wants to slit her throat, according to the witness. We have the testimony from the officers who stated that he said things like he wanted to kill her. We have the testimony of Mr. Griffith himself in the back of the car where he said that he could kill her. Again, other than Mr. Walantis's testimony, every one of those officers, every piece of body cam footage, every piece of car footage that we've seen is conditional. That if violence occurs, if she comes at me again, if anything, then premeditation does not override someone's right to self-defense. If it did, then every officer who ever acted with lethal force would be charged with a capital crime. They are trained to respond to situations, and they know how to respond to that situation. That knowledge does not create premeditation. The fact that Mr. Griffith thought about what he would do in a situation where he felt that he was being threatened, and even took it as far as to how he would do it, does not create premeditation. That is not a crime. That can still fall within the realm of self-defense. The only piece of evidence that we have that would go against that is that there's that he didn't have enough marks on his body. I mean, the state offered physical proof that he had injuries. They have argued that those injuries were insufficient in opening. We have not had any witnesses testify to the extent of Collin's injuries, what could have caused those injuries, what could not have caused those injuries. In order for this to be a first-degree murder, we have to have premeditation, which so far I do not believe the state has proven, and we have to have a waiver of self-defense in some way. If there is just a waiver of self-defense, if this was a fight that got out of control, I apologize. Do you have to?
Just like John's school keeps calling, I'm wondering if there's an emergency.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
What? Your Honor had to leave the bench for a moment? I guess Your Honor had to go get a comfort break? That's unusual. Good morning, Dawn.
I don't believe that the felony murder should be considered because I don't believe that
Good
the
morning,
kidnapping
Dawn.
is
Good
sufficient
morning.
to reach that. And there's been no evidence that the
It's Slim
kidnapping was a
Pickens this
continuous
morning.
crime. Again, we have proof of her injuries showing that there was some kind of fight. We have proof of Mr. Griffith's injuries showing that there was some kind of fight. We don't have any proof that Mr. Griffith made a previous decision to kill in this moment, that this was orchestrated in any way by him. In fact, we have the opposite. We have Miss Griffith showing up at that house without permission to do so, being angry as soon as she gets there and never cooling off, according to the witnesses. At the time that she gets into his face, Mr. Griffith acts. From that moment forward, they go inside the house and it's unclear what happened. We have no evidence. We have no forensic evidence that showed what happened inside of that
I'm here. I'm
house
just going to be off camera for a
to
second.
show that this was something that was planned, that this was something that was thought out, and that this matched any kind of a decision that Mr. Griffith had made. If anything, it is more likely that this fight escalated once the parties got back inside. This fight escalated, that there was at some point, someone gets a knife, and then Miss Griffith ends up dead. And to me, that is the realm of a second-degree murder. That is a standard fight that goes too far, and that is what the jury should be considering. They have not had any proof, again, that would rise to the level of premeditation. They have not had any proof in this crime that anything else would enhance this crime to a first-degree murder. This is a second-degree murder and a battery that happened beforehand. And it is arguably self-defense on either issue. But again, I will concede that by raising self-defense, we have created a circumstance where the jury has to make a finding of fact. So I'm not arguing that this entire incident can't be considered by them. I'm just arguing that it should not be a kidnapping and it should not be under the felony murder statute, and it should only be a second-degree murder.
You guys, I hate to say it, but I agree with the defense. In as much that if there's not a witness that says that she was forced into that building under duress, I mean, yes, he pulled her hair, but I get where he's going. Now, I'm playing devil's advocate right now, but I get where he's going.
As it pertains to the kidnapping, from two independent witnesses, we saw and we heard that the defendant grabbed Kathy by the hair. He did that forcefully. And what did he do? He dragged her / pulled her in against her will as she was protesting and yelling loud enough so that one of the witnesses could specifically hear from inside, looking out the window, "Stop, Collin, you're hurting me." At which point the defender dragged her / pulled her into the house, which was clearly forcibly, which was clearly against her will. And then once he had her inside, of course, he confined and/or abducted her from outside into inside and/or imprisoned her. The last place that she would want to be would be inside after being yanked inside by the hair by her son, who has told multiple people, obviously, his intention to kill her. when he's furious, when she had just sent him the text message regarding the other person that he murdered by shooting that person in the chest and then in the head. And when she threatened to come forward and tell the officials in Oklahoma and elsewhere about the defendant confessing that it in fact was a murder, that it was not self-defense, and that he had planned it, the defendant's anger level was through the roof. So once he gets her inside, he has no prying eyes, he has no witnesses, and he can inflict anything and everything he wants to on his mom. So once she gets yanked from outside to inside, and mind you, he had her by the hair, which there's no way she could get loose from that. So as he yanks her inside, once that door closes, that was clearly the beginning of the end for her. Now he's all alone with her, with no witnesses and nobody that could help her. And his intent was to inflict bodily harm upon his mom, or to terrorize her, and or to commit or facilitate the commission of the murder. Judge, once the defendant gets her inside, there's not going to be an hour and 15 minutes of these two people talking and having a rational conversation. It was an absolute powder keg that went off immediately. So the defendant, as we come now to the first-degree murder, you can see the pathway by which the defendant pulled her by her hair, dominated her physically. He's 6'2", outweighs her by, who knows, maybe 30 pounds or so. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's younger. He had to go to the butcher block, take out the knife of his choosing, continuing on with the premeditation, and then stab her, not just any place, not just cut her, but stab her in one of the most vulnerable parts in the human body, which was right in the neck. And as we heard from Robert Willantis, the defendant accomplished exactly what he wanted to do for so long, which was to stab her / slit her throat, watch her bleed, and watch the life drain from her, which is exactly what he was able to accomplish with premeditation. So, Judge, I would rely upon the facts of the evidence and the whole record, and ask that you deny the defense's motion and allow the jury to consider both the kidnapping charge as well as the first-degree murder charge as we go forward, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to some of the arguments just made, first off, there's been no evidence of anger in the moment on the part of Mr. Griffith. We have the evidence from the neighbor that he was calm, that Kathy was irate, that she was flailing around, and that he reached out, but that his demeanor did not rise. Like, he didn't start, there was no evidence of rage or anything like that. So I know the state keeps using those words. That's an argument on their part, but that is not the fact that has been shown in this case. As far as the decision to choose a knife, again, that's not a fact in evidence. As far as the decision to dominate her physically, well, we have evidence of bruising. So I guess I would concede that there was a physical altercation, and it looks like Miss Griffith bore the worst of that. But I don't know that dominate physically is something that has been testified to in any way. Again, is being argued by the state attorney. The size of Mr. Griffith that keeps coming in from the state's words, that he's 6'2", that he's some weight. We have that. We don't have any fact on Mr. Griffith's size. I mean, the jury has observations. They can see me standing next to him, and they can tell that he's much smaller than me. And I'll tell you, I'm not 6'2". So I don't think that that comes into play in a decision to, decide whether or not this was a premeditated murder. And as far as the kidnapping, again, the only evidence we have of Kathy's intent is when she shows up mad, when she's throwing things in his car. We have her intent. Yeah. And she had already gone into that house. I mean, she goes in, she comes out with stuff. That stuff was not sitting inside. So we have her not wanting to be pulled by the hair. But again, we don't have any proof that she was pulled by the hair. We have the autopsy of her body. We do not have a single shred of evidence that she was harmed in any way by a grasp to her hair. There's no bruising of her scalp. There's nothing like that that has been shown. So she said, "You're hurting me loudly enough to be heard." That's a battery. She did not say, "No, don't take me in there. I don't want to go in there. Stop." She was not dragged. I asked the witnesses specifically, if her feet were going up the stairs, and they said yes, that she was moving her own legs, that she went into that house. So I understand the state's argument that they are making, but it is argument. They are not using the facts that have been shown. And the fact is that this is not a kidnapping. This is a misdemeanor battery and then a fight that happened inside, and that fight led to a death.
Any evidence in the light most favorable to the state, as I must.
Y'all,
hearing on a motion
this
for judgment of
is all Karen Reed.
The state has made a prima facie case as to each element of each offense. And the motion is denied. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we bring the jury?
Judge, when do you usually do a jury instruction conference?
After everyone rests.
Okay.
Was there something in particular you
No.
wanted to address now?
No,
Are we ready for the jury?
I believe so.
All of this, y'all, is Karen Reed. I told you I had a book. I told you. Ugh. And I got to figure it all out. I got to go through it and make notes. Hold on. Sorry. I had to shut his door. So I am going to start rewriting my notes from the Karen Reed trial because I want to have bullet points and everything done from the first trial per witness that was on the stand. Hi, Angela. Hi, Angela.
All right, please.
That's fine. You can renew it whenever you want. But I am going to get all those notes together and create a packet. So when I start having testimony
Mr. Levine,
in the Karen Reed trial,
Say less.
I will
the state having rested its case, what says the defense?
everything ready.
Let's call Susan Detman to the
It's
stand.
going to take me that long to get it together. So I thought I'd start now.
This way, man.
Sorry.
They're probably-
I'm not surprised they did not accept the motion. Look, y'all, I even had a typed out list.
What's going on?
Ms. Detman, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name?
Susan Jetman. Susan is S-U-S-A-N, and Jetman is G-E-T-H-M-A-N.
Ms. Detman, how are you related to Collin Griffith?
I'm his maternal grandmother.
So your daughter was Kathy Griffith,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Oh,
give the
here we
jury a
go.
little bit of an idea of who the other members of your family are. Who was Kathy's father?
Robert Volantis.
Were you married at some point to Robert Wolantis?
Yes, we were married for 19 years.
When did you divorce?
We divorced in 1998.
After you divorced Robert Wolantis, did you get remarried?
Yes, I did.
Who did you get remarried to?
Inaki Markovich.
And might need to spell that last name for the court.
M-A-R-K-E-V-I-T-C-H.
Ms. Detman, who are your children from your marriage to Robert Wolantis?
John Paul Volantis, Kathy Volantis Griffith, and Christy Volantis Rooney.
Did you list them in ascending order of age, youngest to oldest?
The youngest to oldest.
Okay. Do you have another child?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Kevin Markovich.
And that's from your marriage to Mr. Markovich?
Yes.
Now, Kathy, obviously Collin was Kathy's son. Did she have any other children?
Yes, she had an older son. He's still alive, Christopher Ray Griffith.
And how old is he?
He is 24.
I want to ask you a few questions about Robert Wolantis, your ex-husband. When you divorced in 1998, who got custody of your 3 children with him?
I did.
And since 1998, has Robert Wolantis been a big part of your life?
No, except for the custody battles we went through.
What
Well,
about,
there's
are
a
you
book.
aware of his relationship
y'all.
with any of the 3 children that you had with him?
He didn't have a relationship once he was not granted custody of John Paul. He didn't want Kathy, considered Kathy to be damaged goods. He only sued for John Paul.
Okay, but what was his relationship like with his children after the
He didn't
divorce?
have a relationship at all until Kathy divorced and she reached out to her dad.
When did Kathy divorce her husband and the father of Collin and Christopher?
2019, if I remember correctly. It was like December of 2019 when they filed. And I think it took a couple months for the divorce to actually take place.
Now, we saw pictures
Steve
of
Wolf. Hey, Lisa.
Robert
Good
Wolantis on a
morning.
trip with Kathy.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that trip, what you know about it.
So Kathy wanted to meet the biological Robert's mother, the biological grandmother, because Kathy had many medical problems. So she asked me, she said, Dad said he'll take me to California to meet his mom. They lived in Anaheim. The mom lived in Anaheim, California, but you'll have to pay for it. And I said, okay. I said, just please try not to do anything too expensive. And I'll see what points I can use for the hotels. And fly over there. You guys don't need to rent a car. You can use your dad's car if it can make it to California. If not, then we'll get a rental car.
So, Ms. Detman, did you in fact pay for Kathy to go on this trip with Robert Wolantis?
Yes. I paid for all the food, all the hotels,
It sounds like
Disneyland,
she was the meal ticket.
all of that.
And when was that trip?
That was before she got Collin back.
So before 2023,
Yes.
after 2019 though.
And after COVID was over with.
Okay.
So I believe it was 2022.
Are you aware of any other trips like that that Robert took with his other two children?
No, he didn't really have communication with them.
All right. So I want to ask about Kathy's funeral or celebration of life. Did the family hold such a thing for Kathy?
Yes, we had a celebration of life right here at the funeral home in Lakeland.
Was she actually buried or was she cremated?
No, she was cremated. She had conveyed to me as well as to her sister and brothers that she never wanted to be put in the ground. She wanted to be cremated and later taken back to the ocean in Key Largo and her ashes be put at the Jesus statue that we have under the water in Key Largo.
Has that been done?
No, we're going to do that this summer.
Where are Kathy's ashes right now?
Right now, they're at Christie's house.
Was Robert Willantis invited to the celebration of life?
No, he was not.
Why not?
Robert tends to be very disruptive. He has difficulty with truthful manners, and we just did not want to have more lies and disruption. The final time that we could say goodbye to Kathy.
I'm going to ask you some questions now that may also be difficult. In the last roughly 2 months before Kathy died, what personal medical things were you going through?
So in the last part of June, I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. I had to have part of my colon removed and an ostomy put in place.
After you were diagnosed and had your surgery, did you have a fight with Kathy over Robert Willantis?
Yes, I did. Kathy was very adamant that she wanted Robert to take care of me, that I needed to pay for his flight from New Mexico to Lakeland, get a hotel for him for 2 weeks, and
Pay.
Get some sort of a car,
That's all I'm hearing.
and even pay for his food.
Money.
And I told Kathy, I said, that's ridiculous. He hates me. I don't want to be hurt by him. Plus, has lost his nursing license. I want a real nurse that has.
Hang on.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not just objectile that this collateral accusations is that.
Ms. Detman, as a result of you not wanting to follow Kathy's wishes as far as Robert Willantis coming here and taking care of you, did that cause a break in communication between you and Kathy?
Yes, she refused to talk to me. She blocked my phone. She told me if I came over to the house, she would have me arrested for trespassing. She said, you can contact Collin, but you can't contact me.
And that, okay, I'll move on from this. Mr. Willantis on the stand mentioned that Kathy got Collin a second phone and that must have been what Collin used to talk with Mr. Willantis on the phone every week or every other week. Tell the jury what you know about a second phone.
The second phone, I purchased a second phone when Collin came to live with me in the January, February time period, the first time she threw him out. And I couldn't leave a kid in the double wide by himself without a phone. Plus, since I didn't
Well,
live,
wait, hold on. Why didn't Colin have a phone with him when he went to live with you in January of 2024?
because Collin and I were at the Mexican restaurant in Port Charlotte. Kathy and Collin and I were supposed to go. When I got there, Kathy said, no, I don't want to go. And I said, come on, at least have some nachos or something. No, I don't want to go. And I said, can I take Collin with me? Sure. So while we were at the Mexican restaurant, she called me and she said, don't bring Collin back. I never want to see you or Collin again.
And the phone that Colin had at that point, where was it?
It was at Kathy's house.
Okay, so you brought Colin to,
The double wide in Arvindale. And I didn't even have internet because of course I wasn't there all the time. So if I needed to, I'd hotspot my computer. I didn't want an extra expense for internet or cable or any of that. And so I realized I couldn't leave Collin here without a phone. So I told him, I said, we're gonna have to go to AT&T and get a phone for you. And I even got a 786 area code because that's the area code that I have in the Keys.
and that second phone, did Colin have possession of it from January of 2024 all the way up until September of 2024?
No. He only had possession of it for that small amount of time from when he came to, which would have been, it was either the end of January, the beginning of February. He had possession of it there. And then when he left, he took it and I immediately got it by shout leaving.
Okay, I'm actually going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 16 and see if you recognize it.
This has to be really, really hard. I'm multi-watching you.
Look at that and see if you recognize those messages from January 2020.
Well,
Do you recognize those?
according to this. Okay.
Don't
read
read
it.
it. Do you recognize those messages
No.
between you and Kathy?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there being a period in January of 2024 where where Colin was with you for several weeks and Kathy didn't remember that he had gone with you?
Yes.
And do you know what was going on with Kathy at that time?
She was suicidal, taking pills. She just didn't want to have her life. She was drinking
Okay.
excessively. She drank Everclear as her alcoholic choice.
Okay, Ms. Stepman, just answer the questions, okay?
Yes.
You mentioned that she was suicidal in January. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 15.
I don't know which is quicker or easier for me to handwrite these things or to type them. Oh, this is a lot of information to go through.
That's the subject matter of those texts.
Yes.
Judge would like to admit defense exhibit number 15 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
And received.
Ms. Detman, defense exhibit 16 stated February 5th of 2024, and the blue text at the top was Kathy's number 941-258-0963.
Yes.
And were you the number below that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned the 786 number, but you had two phones, correct?
Yes.
Why did you have two phones?
I used one for work and one for personal.
So the blue message on top talks about Kathy just having been released from the ER for an accidental overdose. Was that one of the times that she had had a suicide attempt?
Yes.
So the phone that you bought for Collin in either January or February of 2024, and I'm sorry if you already answered this, but he didn't keep that after the brief period that he lived with you then, did he?
He went home with it and I had it back on the weekend.
Okay, so shortly after he went back home to Kathy.
Yes.
So Kathy, it sounds like off and on had estrangement from various family members.
Yes.
You mentioned that you and she didn't speak for quite some time after your cancer diagnosis. Had she cut other members of the family off at other times in her life?
Her and John Paul were not speaking.
Do you know why?
Yes. She got mad at his wife because the house wasn't clean to her standard. And she said, I'm going to call DHS, which in our state is Child Protective Services, that Isabella was not taken care of, that she was in danger, something. I know DHS ended coming up to John Melantes' house. Of course, the investigation proved that there wasn't a problem. And John just said, I will never have anything to do with her again. She crossed the line.
Any other family estrangements from Kathy besides you and her brother John?
So Kevin and Kathy were supposed to go to Washington, D.C. together.
Kevin is your son with
Yes, and Kevin
Inaki.
and Kathy were pretty close. They were supposed to go to Washington, D.C. together because Kevin was in officer basic training in Virginia for the Florida National Guard. He just graduated from college, and he had time off during the 4th of July. And Kathy said, it'd be great if Collin and I could meet up with Jean Paul in Washington, D.C.
Do you mean Kevin or?
Kevin, I'm sorry, Kevin could meet up. I was supposed to go because, of course, my cancer, I
Okay.
couldn't.
Miss Volantis, I'm sorry. I know you're nervous, but the estrangement, how
Yes.
that
So what
occurred.
happened is Kathy contacted Kevin and said, unless you help me get your father arrested, meaning Inaki Markovich, I don't want you coming to Washington, D.C. with me.
Do you know what Kathy was referring to as far as helping her get your husband arrested?
Yes, they had had an altercation in our farm in Arcadia during COVID. So it was during 2020, around Easter time. It's before Easter. She threatened him with a baseball bat, and she said she was going to get her gun and shoot him. And my husband brought a shotgun out and said, I have a shotgun here. We're not going to be doing this. And later she said that he used the shotgun, fired the shotgun. And I said, it was a double wide. I think I would know if a shotgun had been fired in the ceiling in a double wide.
Okay. So after that interaction between Kathy and Kevin, were they estranged from each other for a while? But it sounds like she would kind of change her mind about who she was close with or wanted to have communication with. Is that?
Yes, because she called Kevin the next day and said, I'm sorry, come on to Washington, D.C. with us. And Kevin said, I already told my cadre, my leave's been canceled.
Okay. Are you aware of threats that Kathy had made to commit suicide?
Yes.
How many are you aware of, if you know?
I'm aware of 5.
Okay.
No, 6.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 14. See if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 14 into evidence, please.
Objection.
No objection, Judge.
Be received.
What is this exhibit?
I wasn't sure if Kathy showed that to me. I wasn't sure if it was blood or a magic marker because I didn't see it physically. She said that it had something to do with a song she was listening to. She was upset because of the divorce.
And you can't quite see it now, but did you see a video of, so you can see the triangle for play. Had you seen the actual video of this?
Yes.
In it, can you see what's written on the left side of Kathy's arm? I mean, you can't see it right now, but do you remember what it said?
I don't remember what it said because it was just so horrific that that she was doing this to herself.
I'm coming up here so I don't forget to give it to the clerk. Have you actually called law enforcement on occasion when Kathy made suicidal statements to you?
Yes.
All right. So you said you know of about 6 threats. What about actual attempts by Kathy to kill herself? Or was that the 6 and I misunderstood?
Those were the 6 attempts.
Okay. Can you describe some of those for the jury?
Yes. So the first one was, well, she was still married and she was very upset and she had overdosed on her trazodone. And she told me, I was in Key Largo and she lived in Key Largo at the time. And I said, I'm gonna have to take you in right now to emergency room. You're gonna die. And she said, no, I'm not
Okay.
going in.
Ms. Stepman, it's okay. You don't have to give all of those
Oh, I'm
details.
sorry.
That's all right. I understand. So that was one attempt. What about other attempts that you're aware of?
So the second attempt was when she was in Port Charlotte. I had to go over the fence and open the sliding glass door. And she was in her bed, all dressed in black, and with a revolver in her hand.
And had she done anything with any medications that
Yes, she
time?
had overdosed on the oxycodone.
Did she end up going to the hospital that time?
Yes.
Any other attempts that you remember?
Yes, yes. There was another attempt with oxycodone again, about 4 months later. Then there was an attempt with medication and Everclear. The second attempt, she went back to the emergency room and was admitted, Baker active. The third time, when I called Port Charlotte Police, they got there and said, she appears fine to me. If she wants to drink in her own house, that there's nothing we can do. And then the most recent time was just in August of this year, August 21st. She called me and said she had overdosed on metoprolol, heart and blood pressure medication, because the other ones didn't work. So she said, I did that. And I said, have Collin take you to the ER. No, I don't want to go. Have Collin take you. Finally, I talked Collin into taking her to the emergency room.
So, to your knowledge, Collin was home when she overdosed and actually had to drive her to the
Yes.
emergency room in August of 2024.
Yes.
You mentioned that Kathy had been Baker acted. Was that more than one time?
Yes.
The jury has heard a lot about some things that Kathy claimed that were maybe not true. How would you describe Kathy's reliability or her reputation for truthfulness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
Sidebar. I gotta get my sound where I need it. I'm slacking.
Sidebar.
What are y'all thinking? I'm trying to type notes. Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning to us, good afternoon to you. Did you get some sleep, Miss Handy Mouse? I am in the process of trying to type all of these into notes for the Karen Reed trial. I know it's going to start in April, but that doesn't give me much time. This is a lot to go through. A lot to go through. So, if y'all missed it last night, we had a great night with Bob Mata. I took notes, and I even had them each day as a tab. And I took very detailed notes of every witness. Yeah, but then I have to scan them. How do I do that? I have to take a picture of the front and back of 100+ pages. See? Yeah. I'd love for someone else to type them. I really would. but getting them to you is the problem. And then reading my handwriting would be the other. Ca- So we'll see. If it gets too much for me, I may do that. Appreciate that. Really? Oh, well, let me ask Rachel or Angela, will it type it out for you? So if I scan it, does it turn it to text? We'll see. I may have to do that. We'll talk about it later. Oh, I forgot. I can zoom through this. I forgot. I can zoom.
I'm going to go through some individual things and ask you about them, okay? First, I'm going to approach with defense exhibit number 17 as it's been marked.
Thank you, guys.
Just read it and see if you recognize it as being a text from Kathy to you. Do you
Yes, I do.
I'd ask that defense exhibit number 17 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is received.
In this text from June 27th of 2024, Kathy says that she was here and pressing charges, going to 77 Hewlett Drive. That's your address, correct?
That was the address in Auburndale.
To check on you and to pick up Inaki for charges of attempted murder and assault against you. Meaning she's claiming that Inaki actually tried to murder you, correct?
Yes.
Is that true?
No, he's never tried to murder me.
So that's something that Kathy threatened and claimed that just simply wasn't true, right?
Exactly. Yes, yes,
Has she done that on other occasions, make things up?
yes, yes. She made up that I was diagnosed with Lynch disease, which is it's an auto-recessive disorder where people have to have, they're more prone to cancer. So she said that her insurance company was forcing her to have a hysterectomy because of that. She also told Christy, and Christy was so distraught.
Okay, Ms. Stepman,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. No, it's okay. I understand. So she made up that you had a disease that you do not in fact have.
No, I verified with my oncologist that I didn't have.
She also made up that John Paul Volantis had been neglecting his child, right?
Yes,
Has she ever made anything up about Robert Volantis?
yes.
What did she make up about Robert Volantis?
When she was younger, she said that Robert raped her.
And how do you know that that's not true?
It went to court, so I don't know. I only.
Did she ever tell you that she had made it up?
Oh, yes. Later, as an adult, she told me she had made that up.
Did she say why she made it up?
Yes, because she was mad at the situation between Robert and I.
Okay. Has she ever made anything up about her being responsible for everybody else's successes in the family?
Yes, she went as far to say that no one in the family would have any of their degrees, and that she, in fact, the only reason that I got my doctorate was because of her.
Okay. And did she actually make a threat to you regarding this
Yes,
belief she
did.
had?
She said she was going to, when she was mad at me one time, she said she was going to contact the university.
Hello, Miss Gina. Hello, Miss.
Where I work at,
York.
and I said, go right ahead. No, I had to.
What did she tell you she was going to?
She said
say
she's
to
going
them?
to call the university, my dean, and tell him that she did all of my coursework and that I didn't do anything and that I was a phony.
Did she make up at any time that you're aware of that Collin was failing school?
Yes, she said that he had been failing school and that when he was staying at my house, that it was my fault because I wasn't observing him on the computer to make sure he was doing his work.
Was Collin ever failing to your knowledge?
No,
When did Collin graduate from high school?
he graduated last June.
Was that actually ahead of schedule?
Yes, that was a year ahead of schedule.
And did he, in addition to graduating early, did he ever, did he get college credit?
Yes.
At the same time.
He was dually enrolled in college.
You mentioned earlier that you had paid for some trips, the trip for Kathy to go visit Robert Willantis and meet his mother.
Mhm.
Did you pay for other trips for Kathy?
Yes, the cruises that they went on, I paid for.
And the other trips that the jury has seen pictures of Kathy and Collin, who paid for all of those trips?
I did.
Did you also have, you mentioned points and using points for things.
That's our DVC, our Disney Vacation Club, as well as I have points through Hilton Honors.
Have you ever witnessed Kathy not being able to control her temper?
Yes,
Can you describe some of those
yes.
times?
She went at,
Your Honor, if we may approach her on.
The headset that Mr. Griffith is using is on mute somehow. I can't figure out how to unmute it. It doesn't appear to have any buttons on it at all, but I may not just know how it works. It indicates that it's on mute. It has like a little, that's the one I've been using.
Well, we finally get Grandma up on the stand, and she is not holding back. At all. Let me get this so I don't hear my son so much. I want to thank all of y'all for joining me. My gosh, we had such an amazing night last night. It was awesome. If you haven't watched, go back and watch. This judge looks bored out of his ever-loving mind. Or you don't feel good.
You're doing that, or are you?
Okay, they'll turn the volume on in a second.
Need to be known to the defendant.
Yes, I made a special coffee.
As for reputation, there are two
I have a machine.
instructions, one when the reputation is known, and one when it's
Oh, thank you,
not,
Dawn. I
but
hope
it's
to do
offered
more.
to prove that the alleged victim acted in conformity with that reputation, which is, I need you to talk me through how you're doing that, or are you not using that?
No, I think it is relevant because the defense is that Kathy grabbed the knife in the house in Auburndale. And that fits with past instances where she pulled a gun on Collin, where she attacked Inaki with a baseball bat and said she was gonna get a gun, where she pinned her then husband against the house with a car, that she stabbed her husband and burned him, and those were in front of Collin. And she has independent knowledge of those too. So those are the specific instances.
Judge, I have nothing further to elaborate on besides my objection in the hallway. And I object to anything that will be contrary to what Your Honor just read in the jury instructions, Your Honor. It might be it might be a question by question journey to see what, if anything, is admissible or relevant based upon the application of the question asked by Ms. Thornhill, the jury instruction differentiating between, as Your Honor pointed out, the reputation or things that the defendant has to have been present for, have personal knowledge of, and Ms. Detman, depending on how narrow, or maybe I should say how wide her answers are going to be.
As far as her reputation, it's my understanding that her reputation within the family was for being dangerous and violent, and people were scared of what she might do at any given moment. So I was gonna ask about both.
While I understand the community for purposes of this type of reputation evidence may be narrower, you're still gonna need to lay that predicate.
Sure.
This is a family of estrangement after all, it seems, so.
Because of her violence.
Well,
yeah.
But I don't know who's estranged from who else, so.
Well, and it,
You know, she needs to understand and know that family community.
Okay.
So,
and even if somebody's not still a part of that community on this particular day, I mean, they all.
I'm not suggesting it has to be at some particular instant in time, but I haven't heard a lot about her closeness with others who may share that in that reputation, or have knowledge of that reputation.
Okay, I will do my best. Is
And
this
we'll
a-
just take it question by question, as Mr. Levine suggests.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and just take our mid-morning recess?
That's what I was gonna ask, if I could request.
Mr. Levine?
Yeah, that's fine, Judge.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes. We're back on the record. Defendant is present with both lawyers, state counsel is present. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right.
please.
Sorry about my nose, guys. I need to.
Be seated.
I'm gonna have to take something for this. I know I'm quiet today. I'm just trying to let y'all. Yes, please like, subscribe,
Ms.
do all
Stepman, I'm
those
gonna
things
ask
so you can
about
be
some
entered into the
specific
drawing for the end of the month
instances and,
giveaway.
may ask you to describe a little bit about them. So starting with, are you aware of Kathy having pinned her then husband to the wall of the house with her running car?
Yes, ma'am, I know.
And were you present for that?
No,
Have you ever, are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
yes,
He was aware.
yes.
What about an incident where Kathy stabbed her then husband with a corkscrew and then burned him with a terrarium light? Are you aware of that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware that Collin was present for that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of Kathy threatening to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family in Homestead?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that she actually started driving toward their house to follow through on her plan?
Yes,
Did you actually speak with her on the phone then?
yes. I was telling her that what she was doing was crazy. She was going to get in trouble, that she couldn't take it out on 3 innocent lives in Homestead. She needed to turn around and go back home.
Are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
I'm not aware.
The incident where you said Kathy attacked your husband with a baseball bat.
Yes,
Are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
I'm not aware of that.
And have you ever personally witnessed Kathy engage in a physical act of violence towards Collin?
I know that there was a fight at the house in Port Charlotte, and the fight started because she was beating him with a belt and making him do push-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, and then holding a weight above his head while he was running in place.
When you say that she beat him with a belt, were you actually there for
Yes,
that?
I was, and I tried to stop it.
Right. What about, are you aware that Kathy pulled a gun on Collin?
Yes, and then later she said that she denied it. Then she said yes. She pulled out the gun and handed it to Collin and said, "Just kill me, shoot me."
So she actually admitted that to
Yes.
you.
Yes,
And obviously Collin was aware of that because he was the one who was present with her.
yes, and Corporal Rendas was aware of that also,
How is Corporal Rentis aware of this?
because he and I and Kathy were talking about that. There's a difference when you take a gun out and give it to somebody and say, "Here, kill me with this," versus somebody pulling a gun out and putting it to their head or to their chest.
And so Corporal Rentis was a part of this conversation where Kathy admitted she pulled a gun
Yes.
and she said she handed it to Collin.
Yes.
Did she ever admit that she actually threatened to kill Collin with it?
No, she never did.
Within your family, you've talked about some of the family members. Despite some of the estrangements that Kathy had, would the family sort of maybe not talk to her for a while and then everybody would come back together, take trips together? I mean,
I was the constant in her life. My oldest daughter didn't talk with her while she was married.
okay, what I'm asking about is, did the family talk about Kathy with each other?
Yes,
Okay. And whether or not Kathy was estranged from anyone at any one particular moment, did the family continue to have discussions about Kathy?
yes,
And was there, did Kathy have a reputation within your family as being violent?
yes,
Did she have a reputation as being unpredictable
yes,
and volatile?
yes.
I wonder if she was bipolar
Despite
unmedicated.
all of this, did you still love Kathy?
Yes, very much.
Oh,
very much.
yeah.
I always wanted to help
Understand.
her.
It appears that Kathy at times wanted Collin with her at all costs, and then at other times wanted nothing to do with him.
Yes, when she had Collin back for about a month, she spoke with me and she said, Mom, I have to get up every morning at 6:00, take him to school, and then I have to go back and pick him up. And I said, you don't have to, let him ride the bus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 26 for identification.
Sorry, what number is that?
26. Will you read this and see if you recognize it as a text from Kathy?
Yes,
And ask that Defense Exhibit number 26 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Will be received.
In this particular text, is Kathy saying she's done with this? She can't take Collin to school anymore?
yes,
So that was a specific example of what you just described to the jury.
yes.
She is honest, but she's also trying to save her grandson.
As part of this vacillating back and forth that Kathy seemed to have about whether she wanted to have Collin live with her or didn't want Collin to live with her, did you all agree eventually to a concurrent custody plan?
Yes, we did.
And that was something, did anybody force Kathy to sign those papers?
No, not at all, not at all.
Were there times when Kathy wanted to cancel the 751 plan, the concurrent custody plan?
Yes,
And then would she change her mind back?
yes.
Okay, so it's safe to say she wasn't consistent.
She was not consistent.
Obviously, Kathy owned a gun, right?
Yes,
So at some point, did Kathy give her gun to you to have it out of the home in Fort Charlotte?
yes,
Do you remember when that was?
yes. It it's right after the incident where Officer Rentis and Lacey got involved when Collin came back to the home. So that must have been somewhere in the October timeframe of
Oh.
2023.
Okay. How long did you have the gun at your home and away from Kathy and Colin's house in Fort Charlotte?
Less than a week,
Okay, why did you have it for less than a week?
because she demanded that I give it back. She said, "It's my gun, you can't have it." And I said, "But we discussed with Officer Rentis and Lacey that I would keep it." "No, it's my gun, you can't have it, and how do I know Nikki won't use it to kill you?"
Okay. So Kathy got the gun back, and
Yes.
so far as you know, she had it with her.
She had told me that she had given it to her next door neighbor Melanie for safekeeping. And then a couple months later, she said, "No, Mom, I lied to you. I've had it all along."
Okay. Finally, you had a lot of communication with Kathy on September 7th and September 8th,
Yes.
right? You also had communication with Collin during that time.
Yes.
Did you allow Collin to go to your house in Auburndale when Kathy kicked him out?
Yes.
And why did you allow that?
Because a child can't be just roaming around the street by himself. Colin told me he didn't have gas in his car. You know, he had like half a tank, that was it. He didn't have his phone. He was using his computer somehow to talk with me. I told him, I said, "You have to get to Auburndale before dark, because otherwise the gates will be closed. During the day, the gates are open. And go in through the back sliding glass door, because you know there's no lock on the back sliding glass door. And I will be there Sunday. Don't talk to anybody and don't leave the house."
At some point, obviously, Kathy, as the jury's heard on some videos, was trying to find out if Collin was actually at your house.
Yes.
When did she finally discover that he was at your house?
I let her know around 11 that night.
On the 7th, so Saturday
Yes.
the 7th? And how did she react?
She said, "You lied to me." And I said, "I told you I didn't know if Collin was there." I said, "Because I don't want you going over there and grabbing him. You just threw him out. Give him some time, give you some time. Let's not have a huge problem associated with this."
And aside from conversations that the jury has heard between you and Kathy over the next hours, did you specifically tell Kathy not to go to your house in Auburndale?
Yes. I said, "I will be going Sunday morning." I left first thing Sunday morning. I was going to leave right then, but I was so tired and I have difficulty seeing in the dark that I thought, no, it's better that I wait. You know, in hindsight, I should have gone. But so I waited, I talked to her, she said, "No, Mom, I'm going." And that's when she said, "I sold the car, they're gonna come by and pick it up." I said, "You can't sell Colin's car, it's his car." "No, I don't care, I'm selling it. I'm turning it into his probation officer for not, because he's not allowed to leave the county," which when I talked to the probation officer, I found out that Kathy had told them that I had terminal cancer, so therefore Collin could come and visit me anytime I want. I had to tell the probation officer, right now, I'm only at stage 3, so no, and I'm only in observation, so I'm not terminal.
Okay.
So,
But you personally told Kathy to not go to Auburndale.
yes, I told her, I said, when I get back, I will give him gas money and I will follow him there, or we can wait until Monday morning. Let's just wait. Don't go there. You don't
Why-
have permission to go.
Why did you not want her to go to your house in Auburndale?
Because I didn't want her to start a fight with Collin. I was afraid that she would be combative, maybe go after him with a baseball bat, a gun, something.
I don't have any other questions, I don't think.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions, but Mr. Levine does.
Mr. Levine?
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Stedman.
Good morning, sir.
Ms. Stedman, I know you're going through a lot with the loss of your daughter and cancer and everything else. But I'm gonna need to ask you some questions if that's all right with you.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Thank you, Miss Top.
today here
How
in
you
court in
doing,
front of the
love?
jury, you've talked about that you were concerned that Kathy was going to attack your grandson, and then you listed a bunch of different weapons. But weren't you more concerned that your grandson, who had killed someone before and had been violent countless times with your daughter, weren't you concerned that he was the one that was going to attack your daughter?
No, he had not been violent countless times with Kathy. Kathy had been violent with him countless times.
Now, a lot of the things you've said here today, you never bothered to tell me or law enforcement or anyone.
Objection, Judge, it's improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Ms. Detman, as it pertains to your grandson, do you talk to him a lot on the phone since he's been in jail?
Yes,
Okay. Do you do any emailing with him?
I don't email with him while he's in jail.
You-
No,
you
just
prefer
talking
to-
on the phone.
Talk with him? All right.
Yes.
And how many times a week would you say that you talk to your grandson on the
I
phone?
usually talk to him 3 times. I encourage him to pray. I ask him if he's eating. I mean, I'm a dietitian, that's what I do. That he's drinking his milk, that he's exercising in his cell, and most important, that he's reading books. And I keep telling him, you have got to pray. You have got to read your Bible.
Now, I mean, this is an obvious question, but you love your grandson, correct?
Yes,
Your daughter is dead, clearly,
yes,
and she's not coming back, correct?
no,
Now, would you agree that you don't want to see the defendant have to go to prison for a very long time? Is that correct?
I don't want to see my grandson go to prison for something he didn't do.
All right. Well, you couldn't make it any more crystal clear that you're up there and all your answers that you've given have been driven by you believing that the defendant, your grandson, didn't murder your daughter, correct?
I am giving clear answers, sir, as to what happened. I know my daughter. That's why I didn't want her coming that day to the house without me being there. I wanted her to wait the next day so that maybe she could calm down a little bit.
You know your grandson too, correct?
Yes,
And you know his history, correct?
yes.
Now, you say you know what happened, but you weren't there when it happened.
No, I'm not saying that I know what happened. I know the possibility of what could have happened. I wasn't there, so I have no way of knowing. I just know the facts about Kathy, having lived with her and worked with her, even to try to maintain her sanity, to try to maintain that she could keep her job as a teacher, to try to maintain that she wasn't trying to slice herself and kill herself,
Okay,
and not coming after my husband with a gun.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about Kathy. Now, it sounded like she had some mental problems. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you would probably agree that it didn't help that she got impregnated when she was just a child, correct?
She was 13. She got impregnated when she ran away from the Hope House, and they found her in the hotel with her boyfriend. It didn't help that her father called her F bitches and that she was damaged goods, and he didn't want anything to do with her.
Ma'am, it sounds like you're really quick to try to throw dirt on your dead daughter. Would you agree with that?
No, not at all. My dead daughter did the best that she could. We have a problem in this country with addressing mental health. We all know that. And that's what she had. She had mental health issues. At times, she was the greatest person on the world. Very intelligent.
I appreciate that, ma'am. I appreciate that. Now, your daughter worked as a teacher for many, many years, correct?
Yes, she did.
And her students loved her, correct?
Yes, they did, for the most part. I mean, as with any teachers, you're going to have some students that, I mean, I'm an educator myself. You're going to have some students that don't. For the most part, yes.
And she cared about her students, correct?
Yes, she did.
She had a passion and a love for teaching.
Yes, she did.
And she taught, predominantly she taught English, correct?
Yes.
And she cared so much about her students that at a certain point, she let one of her students move in when she was married to her ex-husband, Chuck, correct?
Yes.
And then unfortunately for your daughter, Chuck took advantage of this underage student, is what it's believed to have happened, correct? And
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance of all this.
Approach.
What do y'all think about this? I am in the middle of trying to type notes, so if I'm quiet, that's why. I believe what the mother said. There was a definite mental health issue and there was no help given. There was not much given as far as assistance for the mental health issues, so I don't disagree with that. Oh. So I don't I'm really on the fence about this, guys. I really am. I I feel bad for the mom. She is in a very tough position. I forgot I consumed him. She's been well
Daughter,
prepared
and I said,
emotionally.
I'm not. I said, I supported her. I've gone into massive debt in trying to ensure
Okay, ma'am.
that she
I
had.
appreciate that, but that was a few questions ago.
Oh,
but-
you're talking about how Kathy ran away from the Hope House and they found her in the.
No, I'm not talking about that either, but if you listen to my questions,
Just ask the question.
it'll get easier. So
Jerk.
we were talking about your daughter, that she was a very committed teacher and very committed to the youth of her classroom. And I mentioned that at a certain point, she even allowed one of her students to move into the household, and it was believed that Chuck
Yeah,
had
I agree, she will. I think when he
inappropriate
snapped, that was it.
relationship with this student. Are you aware of that? With a yes or no answer, if we can start at that place, I'd appreciate it. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you were not a big fan of Chuck as it ended up being the divorce, correct? For how he treated her, from how he impregnated her as a child through the years, being physically emotionally and mentally abusive to your daughter? I can't imagine you were a fan of that, were you?
No, Robert was the one that was a fan of Chuck.
What?
Now, ma'am, I understand that you hate your ex-husband.
I don't hate him.
Well, it sounds like you're throwing stuff about Robert in a lot.
You just asked me if I was a fan, and I wanted to tell you who in the family was. I knew Chuck from the
Your Honor.
time he
Ms.
was.
Stepman,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's the point. He gets to ask the
I'm
questions
sorry.
to elicit the information he's looking for. If additional information is needed, Ms. Thornhill or Mr. Henry will make sure to address it. So just pay close attention to the question that's asked and try to answer just the question that's asked.
Sometimes these answers aren't just a simple yes and no
Appreciate it.
answer. Been there,
Ms. Stedman,
done that. And it's hard
As-
because you want to
as-
get the answer in.
as it pertains to your last piece of information that you provided, as it pertains to your husband, he hated Chuck for what Chuck did to his daughter, that being impregnating a little girl, correct?
I'm going to object to the relevance of and to speculation about what Robert thought about Chuck.
Sustained as to relevance.
All right, Ms. Stedman, if I ask you a question that for your information, just please answer it irrespective of your feelings about your ex-husband, all right? Now, at a certain point, Kathy got divorced from Chuck, correct?
Yes,
After years of unthinkable abuse, correct?
yes.
Now, let's move on to a different subject matter. When your grandson lived in Oklahoma with his dad for about 3 years or so, at the end of that, your grandson wanted to come live with Kathy and actually was able to, correct?
Yes,
And Kathy was very happy about that, correct?
yes,
And she felt that she had missed out, understandably so, on multiple years of her son's life, correct?
yes.
And she was trying to fix or make your grandson's life better.
She was trying to improve his lifestyle, yes.
Now, you mentioned you described it as a fight in Port Charlotte where law enforcement came because you said your daughter was beating Collin with a belt that made him do sit-ups and push-ups. You remember that?
I did push-ups, and I took away the sit-ups. It was push-ups and putting the weights above his head and running in place.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Now, you remember talking to law enforcement when they came out there, correct?
Yes,
And giving a sworn statement because you just wanted both parties, your grandson and your daughter, you wanted everybody to be safe and healthy and happy, correct?
yes.
Now, Ms. Detman, as to the root of what the issue was that night, do you remember telling the deputy that the three of you were at the dining room table and Susan had Collin seated down and Kathy told Collin that she would be implementing new parenting rules and Collin would be having his Xbox, his cell phone, and other items taken away as disciplinary action due to him being disrespectful to her. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
I remember telling law enforcement about the Xbox would be, I don't know if it was taken away, but it was going to be restricted.
And at that time, your grandson didn't want to hear from his mom, and so he stood up and threatened to fight her and said, "Let's just do it." Correct?
That was after the incident with the exercising and belt, the beating of the belt. That's when Kathy wanted us to all sit down and eat sandwiches. Like it literally went from one extreme to another. Sit down and eat sandwiches. And then Collin got up from the table and said, "Let's just do it." And I went to go get my phone to contact Officer Rentis or Corporal Rentis or Officer Lacey.
Okay. All right. Very good. Now, you mentioned that you and your family members love to talk about how violent Kathy was. Is that right?
No, we didn't love to talk about how violent Kathy was. We talked about what we could do to help her. We didn't want her to lose her job. We didn't want her to be suicidal. And more than anything, we wanted her to try to get better.
Did you talk about how violent your grandson was?
No.
And why not? Weren't you concerned about that?
Objections.
Sustained.
Now, you were concerned about where the defendant would live, correct? In terms of who he might hurt, whether he lived with you and your husband, Nikki, or if he lived with Kathy.
My husband did not want Collin to live with us because he said that if Collin lived with us, Kathy would be over at the house and he didn't want to have to deal with Kathy.
Ma'am, didn't Nikki say he didn't want Kathy, he didn't want Collin to live with them because he was afraid that Collin might kill you or kill him?
No.
All right, now let's move on to the subject matter of kitchen knives or butcher knives. Do you tell the jury about the time when you noticed that there was a knife missing from your residence there in Auburndale, and you were trying to figure out who stole the knife or who took the knife?
Yes, there was a small knife with a blade like this that I bought in the dollar store, which is now like the $1.29 store, and it had a protective cover on it, and it wasn't in the drawer with the rest of the knives and silverware.
And did you find out eventually that your grandson had taken the knife?
Yes.
And he basically told you he just needed it just in case, and did not elaborate on what he was going to do with it?
He said he just needed it.
Now, at that time also, Kathy made it explicitly clear to you that she was afraid that the defendant might hurt her, correct?
Not at that time, it was later.
And there was multiple times when Kathy let you know that she was afraid for your safety and for her own safety.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that a couple of things about the 7th and the 8th of September. You mentioned that Collin told you that he didn't have a phone with him on the 7th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that he did have his cell phone with him and it was in his car?
So his cell phone had been turned off by his mother. She used to do that anytime she'd kick him out. She'd turn the cell phone off. In fact, it's in the records that she turned it off, and she turned it on, and she turned it off.
And you mentioned that the sliding door, that it had no lock on. Is that correct?
We had adapted the sliding door for a doggy door so Freddie could go in and out when he was staying in Auburndale, my acid house. And so it did not have a locking mechanism. You could close the door, but you couldn't lock it.
And so that's how you mentioned that your grandson was able to get into your house on the 7th?
Mm-hmm. Oh, plus the front door was, I don't believe in locks. I've been burglarized and the burglars got in quicker than I could find my lock. I don't lock things.
Okay. Now, your response when this was going on, when law enforcement made contact with you, was that you didn't know that Collin was a psychopathic killer, correct?
I never said that. Never.
If I may approach, please, Your Honor. And I'm going to show you page 59 of 67 of your statement on September 8th.
Let's see it before you approach.
I'm sorry?
I wanted you to see what he's
Thank you.
referring to before you approach.
What do y'all think of her testimony? I'm being very quiet because I'm listening and I'm typing, but I really don't want to interrupt what she's saying. This is crucial
If you could just
testimony.
Take your time and read the highlighted portion to yourself.
For one thing, I don't use words like stupid, Colin. I would never say that.
Oh, man.
He just wants you to
Oh,
read it to
okay.
yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
We may need to go sidebar real quick.
Have you finished reading it?
Yes, uh-huh.
Approach sidebar, please.
Oh, it's a good day. You find her to be questionable. Why? Why are you finding her questionable? I'm not sure about the credibility of grandma. Definitely can tell she is for her grandson. True, I will. I haven't even looked at Discord today. Thank you so much. Oh, you're right. Thank you very much. I meant to do that. How many days are in February? 28? Really? Come on. I don't want the gaming. I want the calendar. Yeah, 28. There you go. Got it done. Thank you kindly. I knew that I had to do it. I just brain cramped. Oh, this is going to take forever. But I tell you, it's refreshing my memory on the trial. I am typing my notes. No, I'm not that fast, but I'm trying to type out my notes on the trial
You're
of
welcome.
the read.
Ms. Denman, is it a fair statement that Kathy had expressed to you that she was getting very frustrated with the fact that your grandson wouldn't do his chores, was disrespectful, and was basically just taking his mom for granted?
Yes.
And when Kathy was communicating with you on September 7th and September 8th, that was the Saturday and the Sunday, she did so by both text messages as well as phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Kathy made it clear that she wanted your grandson home by 10 a.m. on Sunday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then when that didn't happen, when 10 a.m. came and went, she still made it clear that she wanted your grandson to come home, correct?
Yes.
And Kathy mentioned that she wanted him home. She wanted him to go get work at Domino's from like 4 or 4:30 to 8 or 8:30 on Sunday, correct?
Yes.
And your grandson was working at Domino's, correct?
Yes, he was.
And so Kathy wanted him home so he could then go to Domino's that night, correct?
Yes.
And then kind of towards the end of the communications, then Kathy told you she was going to your house to get Collin to come home, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that either he could go home with her or he could drive, basically follow her in his car, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your time today, Ms. Dedman.
You're up.
I have no regret.
The witness release.
Yes, sir.
For the witness you released.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses or other evidence you wish to present?
No, sir. That's right.
Rest.
Oh,
There's
We
no
rest?
rebuttal, Mr. Levine.
No, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, the both parties.
Oh.
Consider cases. The next phase would be closing arguments, followed by your instructions on the law and then deliberations. Closing arguments in these types of cases are typically not short. Also, I need to have a conference with the lawyers regarding the jury instructions, although it is up to me to decide what laws apply and how you should be instructed. They do have a right to give input. That conference could take some time. So if we did all of that and closing arguments, we would be sending you out probably mid to late afternoon. And I don't want to do that to you. So I'm going to give you an early day today. We are going to work the rest of the afternoon to get all of those strings tied up so that tomorrow morning we'll begin directly with closing arguments, and then the instructions will already be finalized, and you will be probably going to deliberations around lunchtime, I would imagine. So you're going to have an early day. Now, although you have heard all of the evidence, actually, I'm not quite sure about that. Give me just a moment. Would you approach just sidebar real quick?
Y'all. Really? Really? We're going to have to go to the other trial?
Our schedule, ladies and gentlemen. So before I dismiss you, I just need a few minutes with the lawyers outside your presence. So if you would just wait for us in the hallway for a moment.
All right, please.
This may be a monumental task that I just took. Hey, Ada K, no yawning. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. We had a great stream last night, but dang, am I tired.
Mr. Griffith, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I did not ask you.
I was wondering what was going to happen with that.
You wanted to get testimony in this case, so I need to talk to you about that. I assume, based on your lawyer having rested, that you did not want to testify. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
That's not correct, or no, you did not want to testify?
I did not want to testify, Your Honor.
And have you talked about that with your lawyers today?
Yes,
Have you talked about it with them on more than one occasion?
several, yes.
And did they answer any questions you had about whether or not you should testify and address any concerns you had about doing one thing or the other?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you need any more time with them before you answer my question in a few minutes about whether this is your final decision? Do you need any more time with them?
Take a minute.
All right. So he can, Mr. Larson, if he can take them to the jury room.
47.
Wow, guys, I tell you what, when you start, um, when you start typing your notes, you remember a whole lot of stuff you forgot. Oh, happy day. It's a happy Monday. We're having a good Monday, sort of. Oh, we may have to go over. Shoot, we may have to go over to the other trial that we left. Cemetilli. I said it right. The Cemetilli trial. Or let's see what else is on. I have a feeling we're going to need to start another trial because things are winding down faster here than I thought that they were. Ooh, I need to watch this later. Forgot about the state address or state of Texas address.
Griffith, you've had just a few minutes, I assume as long as you wanted to talk some more with your lawyers about this, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they answer any additional questions or concerns that you had?
They did, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions of me about your right to testify versus your right to remain silent?
No, Your Honor.
And it is your right to remain silent, and I'll be telling the jury that you're not to be concerned by that or view it as an admission of guilt. But one thing I need to make certain of is that you understand that this is your choice in this case. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
There are many things your lawyers can do without your permission, things they can do that you disagree with, even things that you speak up and tell me you don't want them to do, but not this. You understand?
Yes, Your
Have they explained that to you, that no matter what they think, it's your decision?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, they are supposed to give you some advice and counsel about what they think you should do. Are you satisfied with the advice and counsel they've given you?
I am.
And today, are you under the influence of anything, drugs, alcohol, or medicine?
No, Your Honor.
And any concerns related to competency? Have any of those arisen over the weekend, Mrs. Hornfeld?
None.
Mr. Hendry?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone, including either of your lawyers, promised you anything or threatened you to keep you off the witness stand?
No, Your Honor.
This is your choice and your choice alone,
I know, Your Honor.
is it?
Yes.
And you do not want to testify?
I do not.
Anything else you want on the record,
No, sir.
Mr. Hendry?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we can have the jury. I find that your choice is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made, and that it's made upon the advice of competent counsel.
And Your Honor, we're not raising additional argument on judgment of acquittal, but we would maintain our previous motion.
All right. Same rule.
I can zoom this a little.
Case with anyone or looking anything up. Now, tomorrow, you'll be receiving this case for deliberations. I want to remind you that a jury may deliberate as much or as little as it feels necessary to that particular jury to do so. But what that means is that it's possible your deliberations could go past 5 o'clock if that's what you all agreed to. It could be earlier than that, but the point is, you may want to let those who would normally be expecting you after 5 o'clock, that if you're not home, that the jury has chosen to continue deliberating. So just keep that in mind. Also, if you've been bringing your lunch during jury service, you may still do that, but I want to advise you that the court will be providing you with lunch tomorrow because I anticipate you will begin your deliberations around lunchtime. That way you won't have to separate because you won't be allowed to deliberate unless you're.
So they have
together
not
at the table.
been providing their lunch.
That will
Ooh.
facilitate your deliberations beginning as soon as possible. So I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right.
you want to break before we take up jury instructions?
Whatever the court's desire.
I'm ready now.
All right, I want to make sure everyone gets a sufficient break before we start that, especially the court reporter. So we'll just take 5 minutes for a comfort break.
Oh, somebody needs to go TT. I guess it was the judge.
That takes us to 7.4.
Oh, that's right.
After that,
I got to get that going. You're right. You're right. Let me get that going.
crimes or attempts,
It's a Monday.
that is
Let me.
back up.
You're right. Thank you. I got to create a thumbnail.
It states second-degree murder and manslaughter as the lessers.
Those are the category 1 lessers.
Any other lessers requested?
No, sir.
All right, and then for kidnapping, false imprisonment.
Correct. Also
She Wolf,
category 1.
if you have it, it would help me for you to drop the link to
Yes,
where
sir.
the trial is being broadcasted. And then, while I'm creating the thumbnail, and we'll go over to that.
Second-degree murder appears to be the standard instruction. Is there any objection?
No, sir. There doesn't appear to be a manslaughter instruction in the packet.
I don't have it either. Let me pull it from the Florida Bar website. Give me just a moment.
No, not that.
We get there.
So-
Kidnapping also comes before when there are lesser included
Right.
crimes or attempts. Is there any objection to the kidnapping instruction as proposed?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Toxic. You guys go to Discord. Go to As a Gavel Drops and
So
subscribe
since it's
if you want to be able to read all the court documents that we use. They are fabulous and they have amazing mods. So go to As a Gavel Drops and Discord. Make sure you validate your account so you could read
Yes,
the
sir.
court documents, just like the
I do
one I'm
agree with
getting ready to show you.
It will read to prove the crime of manslaughter. The statements prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Kathy Griffith is dead. Have you been putting her middle name in?
No, you're.
And then I will take out the A, the letter A. Element 2 will simply read Collin Griffith intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death. Kathy Griffith. And then the next paragraph, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, That violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously explained to you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. And that's it, correct, Mr. Levine?
It is, and thanks for taking care of that, Judge.
Ms. Thornhill, you agree that's
I-
all they should be instructed on?
I do agree.
Just a moment.
I know. Definitely go to As the Gavel Drops for your documents. Oh, sorry, I am trying to come up with a thumbnail.
Collin Griffith was justified in using deadly force. He reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself, correct?
Correct.
And you are not requesting or even commission of some applicable force.
No, because the applicable forcible felony would be aggravated battery, which indicates death or great bodily harm, so I think it's unnecessary.
All right. Is there any dispute about duty to retreat and which instruction I give on that, Mr. Levine? There's either Collin Griffith had no duty to retreat before using deadly force, or one that begins if Collin.
Can you do it in
Griffith did not
Discord
engage in crime other than
and either
alleged.
private message me
I assume
or
it's a
in live
kidnapping.
chat?
No.
Because everything I'm
No.
finding is years ago.
I don't think he had a duty to retreat. He was in a place that he was allowed to be, in fact, was living there, so it's like it's his home.
Mr. Levine.
I don't disagree that the
That's fine.
defendant did not have.
It gives me time to
duty
get everything
retreat.
created.
Of course, I said in the context of
I
the
understand.
defense advancing the self-defense.
I understand. All right, so we'll simply read Collin Griffith had no duty to retreat before using deadly force.
Thank you, love. Ooh, where? Thank you kindly. Got it.
Why is that second part here again? Oh, because it was in a dwelling. So Ms. Thornhill, that next section is similar. Um, to the paragraph which reads, Collin Griffith was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or others. But then this next section encompasses the same context, but or the same law, but in the context of stand your ground. I don't think both need to be given, but is this what you're requesting, or just the simple to prevent?
I mean, I would rather have both, just in case the jury thinks that he didn't have the right to stand his ground in this house that he had a right to be in. I realize it's somewhat duplicative, but it's the standard and that's what is allowed for. It doesn't say give
Right.
this or this.
Mr. Levine?
No objection.
All right, so the next part we'll read. Collin Griffith was in you want dwelling or residence?
Residence is fine.
Thank you so much, Chief Wolf. I got it.
In which
You're amazing.
he had a right to be. He had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand his ground and use force, including deadly force, if he reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself.
That's correct, and B is not requested.
And the next section is not applicable, correct? Or are you asking for that? The use of deadly force is justifiable if defendant reasonably believed the force was necessary. I'm sorry. Yes, to prevent great bodily harm to himself while resisting any attempt to murder him, commit a forcible felony, or commit a felony upon him, or commit a felony upon or in a dwelling in which he was present. Are you asking for anything?
Well, and once again, Judge, it seems duplicative, but since it's not in the disjunctive, and it's entirely possible the jury could believe that Kathy was trying to murder Collin or at least commit an aggravated battery upon him, I would request it.
Mr. Levine?
No objection.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll read the use of deadly force is justifiable if Collin Griffith reasonably believed that the force was
Hey,
necessary
Haley
to
Brown.
prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself while resisting any attempt to murder him or commit an aggravated battery upon him.
Yeah, can we also add aggravated assault?
Mr. Levine?
I don't object to the aggravated battery. What was the context, Your Honor, again, of the aggravated assault request by the defense?
They wanted to read, the use of deadly force is justifiable if Collin Griffith reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself while resisting any attempt to murder him or commit an aggravated battery or aggravated assault on him.
No objection.
Hey, Pat. Hello. How are you?
But the last paragraph you're not asking for.
Oh, no, C,
Yes.
correct, I'm not asking for that.
This next part about law enforcement and excessive force is not applicable. You agree?
I agree.
Now, in deciding whether Collin Griffith was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time force was used. The danger need not have been actual, however, to justify the use of deadly force. The appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary, moreover, to justify the use of deadly force. A reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of force, of deadly force, was necessary. Right, this next portion about presumption of fear is not applicable, correct?
I don't think it's applicable, Judge.
I am in the process of trying to get my thumbnail created for the baby Evelyn case.
Through D paragraphs, correct?
I agree.
Nothing about a presumption of intent to commit an unlawful act, agreed.
I agree, that is not applicable.
And you need to define residence, correct? But not dwelling, since we haven't chosen.
Right, I think
Do you
residence
agree,
is-
Mr. Williams?
No objection.
I do not need to define vehicle, correct?
correct.
All right.
That little girl was so precious.
And then there's this part. However, the use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Collin Griffith was attempting to committing, or escaping after the commission of an applicable forcible felony. Am I getting that?
I'm not.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Or kidnapping, correct?
Yes.
As soon as I get that up, we'll go over.
no,
We don't need to watch all this unless you want to. Are y'all wanting to watch all this? Otherwise, we'll go somewhere else. Oh, Haley, it's going. I'm tired. It was a long day yesterday.
However, the use of deadly force is not justified
I don't think that,
I don't know that that applies. though,
Know what?
Mr. Williams.
No.
We'll stay here.
All right, so
Stay
that
here.
whole section comes out. All right. And then I'm assuming you want prior threats or difficulties.
yes, please.
So that will be if
Yep.
you find that Collin Griffith, who, because of prior threats or difficulties,
Oh,
Kathy Griffith. Had reasonable grounds to believe that he was in danger of death or great bodily harm at the hands of.
are y'all wanting to watch the Grammys
Griffith.
tonight?
You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions.
I'll put it on Discord if y'all want.
Collin Griffith were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, as soon as I can get something else up, I will. Oh, they were last night. Oh, well, why is it come up today?
Alleged first.
I don't know.
Murder.
I don't pay attention to those things, honestly.
Should it also say the lessers?
As with the previous section in the same instruction, it could say first degree murder and all included lesser.
Let's do this. I'm going to give this a play.
This morning, a little bit of an update on where things stand right now is that jury selection is now underway in the highly anticipated trial of Megan Boswell. Of course, she is accused of killing her 15-month-old daughter, Evelyn, back in 2020 when she was reported missing. We just got a note from our Kristen Kwan, who is in the courtroom right now. We are unable to have cameras in the courtroom for jury selection. Of course, we can't show you the jury as this trial moves forward. Now, once we are into testimony and opening statements, you'll be able to follow right along what's happening in the courtroom. We'll have that digitally streaming for you here. But for right now, our Kristen Kwan is in there. I'll give you an update of what she had just sent back to the newsroom a couple of minutes ago. They've said this is the Judge Goodwin telling them it's been 15 to 20 years since they have sequestered a jury in Sullivan County. So once this jury is seated, they're going to be housed in a hotel. They're going to be away from their family, away from all media, very limited interaction, and they will be sequestered for the duration of this trial, which could last as long as a month. Now, we do know they've been through a large panel of juries, been called in, somewhere around 1,200 potential jurors being brought in for this, and they've been making their way one by one through this this morning. There's, I think, maybe a couple they've already selected to possibly be jurors. They've been held off to the side. Some have been dismissed as well, and they're going to continue working their way through. 12 is what they will need. They'll select some alternates. Sometimes that's usually around a total of 14 people they're looking for. We've heard 1,200 potential jurors, so you can do the math of how many will be dismissed. Now, interesting note that Kristen did send in, some folks didn't show up for jury duty today. If you got that summons and you didn't follow through on that, or when they told you to be there, guess what? Knock, knock, the sheriff's department's going to come see you, and that is not going to be one of those scams we talk so much about, and you're not going to get out of that with a gift card or whatever. That we talk about those scams. You do have to follow that jury duty summons. If you got it, you're going to need to go to the courthouse when they tell you to do so. Of course, we are talking about the trial of Megan Boswell. This case has drug on now. This is February 2025. We're talking to you. This case first began unfolding in February 2020. That's when that Amber Alert was first issued, when the young 15-month-old Megan Boswell had not been seen at that time for 2 weeks, had not been seen since a couple of months there, I believe was when she was last seen. 2 weeks later, after the Amber Alert was issued, her body was found on some Boswell family property in Sullivan County. That was in 2020. Now, fast forward to 2021, that's when District Attorney General Barry Sabas, who is prosecuting this case, announced that they had filed charges against Megan Boswell, young Evelyn's mother. She is charged with a whole host of charges, I believe 19 in all, from making some false statements that she made leading up to the investigation. You may recall that she thought that Evelyn had been taken and that she was in different places. We saw a search unfold back in North Carolina at one point during that investigation trying to find her. But eventually, Megan Boswell was charged. She's the only person charged in connection to this at this point. She's the only one facing charges, and including murder charges and a whole host of other associated charges with that. The case has had a lot of delays along the way. We've seen Megan Boswell change attorneys. That happened at the time as well there, so that's pushed this case back. But now we have today jury selection underway. I'm not sure how long that'll take. They're looking for a panel of at least 12 plus some alternates. So once that happens, we'll be able to show you inside the courtroom and take you in there for the latest as the opening statements get underway at some point when that happens. We'll have much more on this coming up today at noon over on News 5 WCYB on TV. Also, one other note, just a quick note that we're following a breaking story out of Hawkins County involving a serious crash there involving some TDOT workers there. So we'll have an update on that, hopefully coming up today at noon as well. I'm Preston Ayers. We're live in the newsroom. We'll update this here on Facebook with you as developments happen in the trial and the jury selection, but also we'll see coming up here at the top of the hour, about 35 minutes or so from right now on News 5 at noon. For now, thanks for watching. We'll keep you updated as the Megan Boswell trial gets underway.
Wow, y'all. Okay, so we're waiting to hear more about that trial. We'll go back over here, and then when the other trial begins, we'll hop over there.
The explanation of what the circumstances are under which it would be excusable.
It was an incomplete instruction. I have the killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances: when the killing is committed by accident, misfortune, and doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution without any unlawful intent; or two, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in a heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation; or three, same thing, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. Is that what you were?
Yeah, that's what I'm requesting, and maybe it just is
I
part
think
of
what it is-
introduction to homicide, it just,
I think what it was is, because the standard instruction has the two sections, justifiable and excusable, and they're all caps in the standard instruction, and probably what happened is
the
it
second
went
page.
to a second page. But
Got
that's in there. All right. All right, after self-defense, are there any aggravator instructions that need to be given for weapons or anything like that? I didn't see any.
Your Honor, I think in the verdict form, there's special findings, and you're right, there should be an aggravator as it pertains to the knife and the weapon, but I don't believe that I remember to include it.
I am feverishly not trying to ignore you. Hey, Kale, is that how you say it? Welcome.
Aggravation,
I'm trying to do a
parents, when
thumbnail
using
for the baby
threatening
Evelyn
use, attempting to
on a
use
live
a
in trial.
weapon, and was that charged in the indictment?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sure.
Just to count one, I believe.
People know I'm horrible at
Yes.
pronouncing names, so don't take it personal if I didn't get it right. Oh, good. I sometimes butcher names. I'm sorry,
I'm
boo.
sorry,
That's 3.3A. Do you object to that instruction being given?
no.
Let's hammer that one out. But
I don't do good at these thumbnails like some people do. I'm trying. I'm trying.
all right, so that will read if
Let me share. See what I mean? I was trying. How does that look, y'all? Oh, you can adopt. I'm adopted. I think what I'll do is do it this way. Murder trial. Does it look better like that? Make it a little smaller. Yeah, it's hard to hear that. Down here. There we go. I'll just do that for now. Oh, wait. That doesn't help. I always put a little color in her eyes, and that's sweet. Uh, I, I do the gray out for the one who was unalived, but I put a touch of color in the eyes so it doesn't look so there we go. Share, download. Let's get back to the other trial. I just wanted to show you what I was doing. We're gonna switch in a minute.
Then the final paragraph, you find that Collin Griffith committed second-degree murder or manslaughter, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a weapon, then you should find him guilty only of second-degree murder or manslaughter. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. All right. There is no construction on the issue related to juveniles. It's just a verdict form issue, correct? With the findings of actually killed, intended to kill, or attempted to kill, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
This is where we're going. I'm gonna play this. We need to learn a little more about
No
it.
child does. And that's why we will continue to work to pursue justice in this case.
Over the next half hour, we take a look back on the Amber Alert and search for Evelyn Boswell.
This case is unlike anything I've ever been involved in.
Detailing the time Megan Boswell has spent in court in the 5 years since her arrest.
On a fair
it was
jury,
my
on a jury
honor.
that's going to listen to the facts and not be.
It was a blessing and my honor. I look forward to having them more.
Influenced on what they've heard.
And expert analysis on what to expect when her trial begins on Monday. This special edition of News Channel 11 at 5:30 starts right now. Good evening, and thank you for joining us for this News Channel 11 special report. Next week, the long-awaited trial of Megan Boswell for the murder of her daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Evelyn was at the center of an Amber Alert that caught the attention of Northeast Tennessee and beyond. The trial is set to begin next Monday, February 3rd, and is expected to last anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. News Channel 11 plans to have team coverage daily from the courthouse. Megan Boswell has been in the Sullivan County Jail since her arrest in 2020, making dozens of court appearances over the course of 5 years. Over the next half hour, we're going to take a close look into Evelyn's disappearance, the discovery of her body, her mother's charges, what to expect in court, and how her death changed Tennessee forever. Little is known about the victim in this case, then 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell. During the Amber Alert and search for Evelyn in 2020, I spoke with her mother, Megan Boswell, on what her daughter was like.
She's very sweet. She loves everybody.
This okay, Deborah. I think the mother believes that her daughter was trying to attack the grandson and he defended himself because she done it in the past.
This picture of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed toddler captured the hearts of people across the region and beyond.
She's just a really good-hearted baby in general.
Evelyn was born on November 18th, 2018, to then-teens Megan Boswell and Ethan Perry.
I love her. I know she loves me. She's only been around him a couple times because when he was in the army.
Like most toddlers, her mother told us Evelyn loved Baby Shark and had just started walking.
She started walking probably around like 10 months. She was a preemie when she was born. She's like a smaller baby and she kind of had trouble like balancing her weight, but she finally got the hold of it. She's starting to say a lot of words.
However, watching Evelyn hit those milestones came to a halt in late 2019, the last time some of her family members saw her alive.
My granddaughter, she never did come back, and I just want to know what happened to her.
To understand this case and what to expect in court, we want to take you back to 2020, where it all started. On February 18th of that year, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office says they received a referral from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services about a child that hadn't been seen by some family members in about 2 months. That child was Evelyn Boswell. The next day, just before 8 in the evening, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation issued an Amber Alert for 15-month-old Evelyn.
We've had a child that's not been seen by the parents or certain family members in almost 2 months and was just reported this week. Evelyn was last seen in December. As you all know, these cases are already time sensitive, and we urge anyone with any information to come forward.
On February 21st, several rewards were announced for information that would help the investigation into the toddler's disappearance. More details were also given out about what folks should look out for in regards to the Amber Alert. Then on the 24th, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother, spoke with me for a News Channel 11 report.
Maybe they won't find her tonight, or maybe they don't find her tomorrow. Maybe it's weeks from now before they find her.
On the 25th, Megan Boswell was arrested after police say that she gave false reports during the course of the investigation and search for her daughter. More than a week passes as the search continues. That includes a sweep of a North Carolina pond near a property owned by a family member connected to the case, and the search of a property in Sullivan County where investigators looked into.
Sullivan County is a county I was born in.
To recently dug up ground there. Then on March the 6th, the search for Evelyn Boswell ended when her remains were found on a property on Muddy Creek Road in Sullivan County, owned by Megan Boswell's father, the man who initially called DCS about her disappearance. It would be several more months after that before Megan Boswell would be charged with multiple counts of felony murder of Evelyn. So let's take a closer look into the life of the woman who now faces 20 charges linked to the case.
Legally, my first name is Megan. I go by Maggie. Does that matter?
This is video from the only interview News Channel 11 has with then 18-year-old Megan Boswell on February 24th, 2020, about a week after her daughter Evelyn was reported missing.
Bring her back. I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
During the search for her daughter, there were a number of rumors circulating about Boswell, and we gave her the floor to address them. One being the multiple social media accounts she had and was active on.
I break phones a lot and I forget the password. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really bad about remembering passwords. Now I have them all set to one, but up until that point, I just couldn't remember the password to them.
The other was about her family and their lifestyle.
Gypsies are not a cult. They've been asking people if there's like a gypsy ringleader and
I've never heard of referred to as ringleader.
None of that.
Those who know Boswell best, like her mother and father, have declined to speak to us about her. Just 3 weeks after Evelyn had been found in 2020, her first attorney appointed to the case, Brad Sproles, said this about the now 23-year-old.
She's an intelligent young woman. We've had many discussions that she contributes, and she is thinking rationally about her situation and of this case, and contributes and helps in her defense.
Her current attorney, Gene Scott, hasn't gotten into the ins and outs of his relationship with his client, but wants people to hold a judgment on the young mother until they see the evidence.
Once this case is tried, we'll prove her innocence. I have no doubt that that girl is innocent.
Since her initial arrest back in 2020, Megan Boswell's case has come up in court dozens of times, sometimes in hearings that last less than a minute and others by video call during the COVID era. At times, her case breaks what could be considered typical. These are the watershed moments, though, of her court appearances. Starting on March 9th of 2020, the records surrounding her case are sealed by a court order and remain sealed to this day. Under that seal, there is no available information about what the documents are or what information they may contain. Then in August of 2020, months after the death of Evelyn Boswell, Megan is charged with 2 counts of felony murder. 1 count linked to aggravated child abuse and the other connected to aggravated child neglect. Back in January of 2021, prosecutors working the case explain why they won't be seeking the death penalty.
Prior decision by the Tennessee Supreme Court that says if you have an 18-year-old defendant without a record and only 1 aggravating factor, then it's disproportionate and it's not a valid death penalty in that case. That's what they decided.
Boswell's initial trial date was set for September of 2022, but issues with evidence processing from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and conflict with her first court-appointed attorney, Brad Sproles, led to the first of several trial delays. Boswell would eventually switch from Sproles to a separate public defender. That's her current attorney, Gene Scott. That was back in October of 2022. Sproles spoke with News Channel 11 at the time about leaving the case.
An attorney gets to the point where they can't be effective, it's our responsibility to bring that to the court's attention.
In June of 2024, Boswell was served with a new indictment charging her with first-degree murder. This new charge alleges that Evelyn's death was premeditated and intentional. The new count is in addition to her 2 previous felony murder charges. Questionnaires for potential jurors were finalized late last year, and jury selection for the trial is expected to begin on Monday. That's when the entire community will wait to see Boswell's fate that's hung in the balance for half a decade. Ahead in this News Channel 11 special report, real expectations from precedent-setting attorneys. I speak with experts to break down what to expect when this trial begins. That's after the break.
Okay. That'd be it. We have some document fairies have hit again. Yay. I may have to change my ears, Alio. I'm going to embiggen it. There we go. Because it's going to be hard for me to read otherwise. Hold on. Sorry about that. I think this is better. Okay. Let me get it over here. All right. Thank you. The filed on the 31st of January, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth's opposition to the defendant Karen Reed's motion to recover expert-related expenses from the Commonwealth. I can't do it. When I have my hearing aids in, I get an echo about a second behind. And I can hear I don't really hear my voice. I can feel my voice is very distracting. So what we're going to do is go to different ears. There we go. Oh, so much better. I am so blessed for this technology. Let me tell you, this is amazing technology. Well, let me get them straightened up. I got these, gosh, in 2015, 2016, 2017. I think 2017. Oh, that's so much better. Now comes the Commonwealth in the above caption matter, and they opposes the defendant's motion to recover expert expenses from the Commonwealth. The defendant's suggestion is suggestion that the Commonwealth misled or the defendant's induced the defendant to incur costs to have an out-of-state expert travel to Canton PD is a distortion of the facts and has no legal merit. The Commonwealth requests the court deny the motion without a hearing. The Commonwealth has provided the defendant with numerous videos from the Canton Police Department through the entirety of this case. At no time has a defense ever made a formal preservation request. November 2024, the defense made an informal discovery request relative to addition Canton Police Department video. Special Agent District Attorney Brennan responded in November 25th of 24, informing the defense that he would inquire of the Canton PD and or keeper of the records to attempt to identify any potential chain of custody of the video footage provided, would request any documentation that may exist relative to the chain of custody of the surveillance videos. During the week of December 1st of 2024, Ada Brennan spoke by phone with the Attorney Jackson and his co-counsel. Attorney Jackson asked if the Commonwealth would consider allowing the defense expert to access the Canton PD camera system, the NVR. See defendant motion at P2. No motion or order has been allowed or even filed relative to this request. Assistant District Attorney Brennan agrees to accommodate the defense's informal request. During the phone call, Attorney Jackson exposed concern that the video footage would no longer be stored, and the ADA Brennan acknowledged it and shared Attorney Jackson's concern. Given the passage of time, Attorney Jackson requested the Commonwealth refrain from accessing the system prior to the defense expert examination. ADA Brennan met with Canton PD Chief Rafferty and received permission from the defense to search for video from the Canton PD Department DVR system relative to the storage of the defendant's vehicle. Pursuant to Attorney Jackson's request, the ADA Brennan directed Chief Rafferty to advise her staff not to disturb the NVR video prior to the defendant's expert examination. ADA Brennan also invited the defense to tour the entire Canton PD station and note all camera locations. ADA Brennan informed the defense Commonwealth that they have forensic examiner from the Norfolk County. I can't read it. Whatever. State police trooper presents. I'm not trying to be mean, but I can't read it. It's just too much. The Commonwealth video taped the procedure to memorialize the event. The defense expert visited Canton PD on December 12th of 24. It was learned at the time that nearly 3 years after the incident that the footage on the NVR is overwritten and the system is no longer maintained the original surveillance footage. Well, I call BS on that because you were told that you had to maintain. You had to maintain. So you guys failed to maintain the original. Therefore, I call BS on the prosecution. Moreover, the efforts to identify video footage and chain of custody, ADA Brennan visited the Canton PD, viewed camera locations, and had a discussion with retired Sergeant D. Gapetier, whatever, Sergeant DG, served as an officer who originally obtained and procured the video from the Canton PD, and Sergeant DG informed ADA Brennan that he routinely would make copies of the footage obtained from the NVR and preserve the footage on the department work server hard drive, which is separate from the NVR's filing system. Prior to the motion for costs, ADA Brennan informed the defense counsel during the conference call that retired Sergeant DIG would routinely save video copied on the NVR onto a department hard drive. ADA Brennan offered to procure a copy of stored footage from Canton PD. A hard drive alternately allowed the defense direct access to that hard drive. The defense deferred his offer and his request further information about the hard drive storage that is forthcoming. The Commonwealth never suggests that nearly 3 years later, on the December 12th of 2024, that the video footage from January 29, 22 is still can't read it NVR system, nor did the Commonwealth in any way hinder the defense's desire to have a defense expert view Canton PD Department NVR. The footage simply no longer exists on the NVR because the time that has elapsed. Therefore, the defendant's motion can't read it of hearing. I'm going to say they're against it. Wow. How many pages is this? We got 24 pages of the Richard Allen. We're not going to read that at this minute. So that is where we are. We got about 7 minutes till the other trial comes up. The love affair murder trial comes up. We're going to share this until then. Bring up the
objection to it being read, even though it's not part of the standard instruction. It might actually help them figure things out that they.
I understand,
actually notice that
Angela.
one is felony
Angela,
murder,
excuse me. I understand.
So as to
I
the
have
rest
two
of that
cases to choose from, that one or the love
No.
affair, which is in process. The problem is the love affair is moving so slow, it's going to take 8 weeks, 10 weeks to do what you could do in 3 weeks.
Standard, is there any objection?
No objection.
Hey, Haley Mouse, how are you?
And then instructional discharge.
No objection.
All right, are there any other, before we talk about the verdict form, any other standard or special instructions requested by the state?
No, Your Honor.
I am searching for things, guys, so.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Good with that. Okay, they're having a discussion. I know this case is not going to be for everyone, the baby case. I get that.
I'm sorry.
Any other
Still hop
standard or
in and say
special
like and hop
instructions
out if you wish. That
No.
will help me a lot if you do that.
Let's take a look at the verdict
If you're
form.
one of my normal peeps, I appreciate that. What, Sensei? No, we just got here.
Here is the verdict. So as to count one, the first choice is for first degree murder as charged in the indictment. Second choice, the defendant is guilty of second degree murder, a lesser included offense. And under that, the further findings, and then manslaughter, which does not have the further findings. So my thought is we separate the verdict form into guilt findings and then special findings separately, since it would become repetitive if after second degree murder and manslaughter, they're the same section of special findings. Does that sound fair, Mr. Levine?
It does, Your Honor, and I would ask that you add the language under manslaughter.
What am I
that's
hearing?
there for second degree murder, the special findings.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Okay, now we are over to the Simitilis trial. So we'll do the closing arguments and all that tomorrow, and we'll catch up. I don't want to sit and listen to all the back and forth.
this is kind of a slow going deal. This is not, these guys didn't exactly leave calling cards when they did. You said to me a couple of weeks ago you were going to start interviewing people. Have you? And how's that going? Many people have been interviewed. Yes, we're working on a lot of things right now. Like I said, I can't stop, not for public consumption now. I really can't talk about a whole lot of things, but this case will get solved. It's just a matter of time, and we have to build our case. We have to put everything together, and we don't really dictate how things go. It's just whatever we find out, whatever information we're provided with, it's not up to us to solve, to generate all this stuff. This stuff has to be found out, provided to us in different ways, and we have to build our case. We can't just go out and arrest someone because we think it's them. We have to have evidence. So, any more evidence come in at all? It's discussed. None of my cases, I can't accept any stated evidence or amount of evidence or anything with any of my victims or families or anything like that. I have to maintain the integrity of the investigation. I can't have information going out at this point, but I assure you this case will be solved. We're moving forward on it. There's a lot of things being done. I don't know how long it's going to take. So, we're making progress though, and one of the things you want to do is I want to introduce you to a couple detectives that are working that other side of this, the whole burglary angle. And they had some additional questions for you. They wanted to go over a few more things with you, and they were hoping to do it Wednesday or Thursday this week. So I'm planning to call you at some point today and set up a time. Are you available both days, all day, or? Yes. Okay, let me find out when we can do this, and we're looking at Wednesday or Thursday. I'll give you a call later today with that time. Oh, I have another question. Can you tell me what it means, what aggressor means? So the insurance company said that he hasn't been ruled out. What does that mean? That who hasn't been ruled out? Fabio has not been ruled out as an aggressor. What does that mean? He's not an aggressor? No, I have no idea what that means. They give you some type of... Yes, they said the questions that we're waiting for LAPD to answer, and which was supposed to be a while ago, and no one's called them back. Was it was a prior felon, or he was an aggressor? And if the beneficiary needs to be ruled out. That I already know, and they told me that a long time ago. But I don't understand what ruled out as an aggressor. Why wouldn't he be ruled out already? Yeah. What are we waiting for? That question was...
Ooh, she's lost all patience, you guys. She's lost all of her patience.
Rule that out. So, you have... I don't think it's going to change anything. Like I said, we have the other part that we're still dealing with, but as far as that goes, no, I don't think that was never posed to me or my boss either, because we both spoke to insurance people, and that was never anything is explained to us or asked of us, so I don't know. Oh God, this is ridiculous. I don't even know I don't know what else to do. I just don't know what to do and what to say. I don't know what to do. You've got to have faith that this thing will get resolved, and that it just takes time. And like I said, you saw the video. These guys have made it very difficult for us. So we're going. And you can't tell me if you sent stuff out of state, because it will be quicker. Right. Yeah, we're hoping that it'll be quicker. They were telling me 2 more weeks, and that was last week. So I'm gonna try to get an update on them this week, but a couple weeks and for at least some of the stuff. So we're gonna keep bugging them. But one of those things that these things take time, and they have a lot of requests, and we'll kind of go on from there. Okay. I will call you later today, and we'll get together this week. Okay. Okay. Right. Detective Parshall calling you back. Oh, hi. is Thursday, 11 o'clock, okay? Thursday, 11 o'clock, that's perfect. We're home. I'm going to have a little bit of a full house. I'm not sure if that's good for you guys. My mom's going to be here visiting. My sister-in-law, Jesse, will probably be home. Would you rather me, like, I don't know. No, that's fine. As long as we can, talk in private at some point. I think they want to kind of do a little walkthrough, and then they want to show you some, maybe some maps and stuff. So if we can just grab a room or something, where we won't be interrupted, that would be okay. Okay. Yeah, we can go in my room. We can do my room. We can do maps. Well, yeah, I think they want to go over some of the burglary hits they've had in the area there. And, oh my gosh, okay. Retrace your routes, when you went shopping, when you came back home and stuff like that. So. Okay. So as long as we can, just get somewhat quiet and talk, Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's great. We can go on the side patio or wherever. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Sounds good. That's great. I'll see you Thursday. Thank you. Okay. Bye. Hello? Hi, Monica. This is Detective Portia. How are you doing? Good. Good. Hey, listen, I talked to the burglary guys. They're having some big meeting in a couple weeks, and they wanted to hopefully, they anticipate more photos and stuff. They want to meet with you somewhere around, hopefully June 9th, if you're going to be around then. Oh, okay. Are you in town? June 9th till 11, I will be in Toronto accepting a Lifetime Achievement Award for Fabio. Oh, you told me about that. Okay, that's the weekend. Okay. So I leave June 9th, so just before that or just after that? Okay, so I don't think they're having a meeting till the 8th. Okay. But maybe the week of the 12th, 13th, 14th, you'll be back. Okay, hang on because you're breaking up. Let me move over to your spot. Hang on. Can you hear me now? I can. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is we should touch base on Monday. So I'll get over there on Monday and we'll find out when they're available that week. I haven't checked their schedule that far out, so I just know they have a meeting on the 8th. So I'll touch base with you basically on the 12th. Okay, but can I also ask you for your email and a send a password email? Sure. My email is my cell number, which is 30601. Okay. At LAPD. Okay. .online.
Oh, Haley Mouse, I see a kitty.
Same as mine, except it's 26287. 26287. That's catch up. Okay. Okay, so I'll probably touch base before you leave. Yeah. Maybe, I'll talk to you.
Kitty, 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 kitty.
So we'll touch base on Tuesday. I don't think we're going to have anything between then and Tuesday, but I'll check in on Tuesday with you. Okay. Now I know. So I'm not sure how long you were at the adult. Were you able to, speak with anybody here? No, I didn't want to. There wasn't anyone early to talk. I think one of your friends was there. Was it Deborah or something? Yes. Okay, she was there. I remember her from the. Yes. Talked to her briefly. Didn't talk to anyone else. I know who Fabio's boss is. I have his name already. Okay. But no, we were just kind of low key, just hanging out back. We were there till the end. And then we had to split. I know you're probably busy at the end of that thing, so we just took off from there. But we saw the whole thing all the way through. I think it was really nice. Yeah, they did a wonderful job. What are they doing with that wall? I know you're asking about the wall that had Fabio's pictures all over it. Yeah, I'm going to be traveling for the next few cruises, and then it's mine. So wherever we end up, that will be ours. We're selling the house now. I don't know where we're going to be in a month from now because I can't really do anything until I sell the house because I can't buy anything. Is it on the market? It's on the market. He's coming tomorrow of the villagers took pictures and stuff. I think June 9th and 10th, the agents will, only open house for the agents will be here. So my realtor will have the key, and he'll be the only one here showing the house that weekend.
Okay. All right.
So that's gonna be going up for sale. And then we might not even have a roof over our heads. We don't know what's happening. So I wanted to come into this you guys can do, but MetLife called me this morning already, saying that there's only one last confirmation they need. I know you told me what you guys feel and things, but I guess they need it in writing. I don't even know.
That's the problem. I told them what my opinion was on this thing, but they wanted something in writing. That's what the department is resisting at this point. So hopefully in a couple of weeks with this next meeting and stuff that we're
Hey, Mouth, Harry Pickles is very involved today. Yeah. I'm trying to type these notes and do this at the same time. It's been a challenge.
I'd love to get to that point that I could satisfy our higher ups and make that call, but they're asking for a little bit more. So we're hoping that these guys, the burglary task force, comes up. We got some good stuff right now. It's just not where we need to be. So we're hoping for that to come through, and I keep pushing these guys. I talk to them a couple times a week, and updates and stuff. So if I have anything I can pass on, or we can clear that whole thing up, then we will as soon as we can. We don't want you guys to be, to be stuck.
Yeah, I'm thinking for your email because I was gonna. I always forget things, and I'd rather have this written down so I know what's happening. But anyway, my dad, will tell my mom, well, she's here in front of me now, to make sure that we tell you this thing that transpired when he was in Toronto. Somebody was telling my dad something about work that he had to investigate because he had to fire somebody. And he was uncomfortable with it or upset by it. And I don't know all the details. I wanted my dad to tell you exactly what he said or what kind of happened with this. And so we reached out to him this morning, but he couldn't talk to this with other people. But I want to give him your phone number because I'm confused myself, and I want him to tell you what exactly Fabio told him.
Right.
I know that anything that has to do with work is on email. It's all documented, so I'm sure you can see that. But I don't know if it's up to Geneva or the LA office. So maybe my dad could, reiterate what he heard.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm here, Monday through Thursday, every week, sometimes longer. But he can call me anytime, and I can always check it with your work. I'm in touch with I know the corporate security guy for well, and he can get me pretty much anything with the business. I mean, so far he's been real receptive to getting any kind of business I need. So he would be able to find out the particulars if your dad didn't have it.
Okay. So my dad can just call you, or do you want his number?
Either way, you can have him give me a call when he's available. Sounds like he's a busy man, but he can call me, leave a message, and I'll get back to him as soon as I can if you do that.
Okay, I'm gonna have him do that because he's kind of adamant about it. So I know we're all grasping at straws, but I think everything is gonna be something, at least something.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna have him call you.
Okay, yeah, we'll do.
Thank you. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you on the 30th or whatever you said. No, what did he say?
Yeah, the 30th.
The 12th?
30th.
Oh, okay, the 30th. Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, bye.
Hi, Monica. This is Marshall.
Yes, hi.
Hey, 80s music man. Thanks for joining.
So I spoke to your dad last week.
Yeah.
And a couple questions. I wanted to follow up with some stuff. Who was Fabio's? Because I guess his boss is in Geneva, Switzerland, and asked Fabio to go to Toronto to do this investigation. Who was his boss at that time?
The only one I think I know, her name is Michelle Mason.
Michelle Mason.
Yeah.
And
she was also there that night at the event.
Right. I know you guys mentioned her. So she was the boss in January as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. his boss here is South
Right.
in North America, but you know the top guys are in Geneva.
Okay. And all right. And when you say Sal, that's Salvador, right? Salvador Marici.
Mosseri. Yeah.
So that's his direct boss here, but you think higher up from him would be Michelle Mason?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you spell your dad's name?
Okay. It's O-R-S-E-O. Orfeo and Orfeo, yeah. And do you need the last name?
Same as yours?
Well, my maiden name, yes. Crescentini.
Crescentini. I should have that somewhere. Oh, go ahead.
Crescentini.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got that. And it's Orfeo. O-R-S as in Sam.
No, F as in Frank.
F as in Frank. Okay, what I asked. Orfeo. Okay. Okay, well, we're just gonna follow up on that a little bit. Your dad's doctor was kind of unusual, and I hadn't heard about that particular incident from anybody yet, so we'll take a look at that. So I got nothing else.
Her husband.
Moving forward on
All right, Christy, she is charged with hiring her then lover and a friend or acquaintance of his to unalive her husband.
Yeah, what about you said you're gonna call me with like we're gonna meet at some point next week or something like that, or week after?
They're having a meeting with a couple other agencies that they've been dealing with, and they anticipate to get some photos and stuff. So they were, I think they're supposed to meet on the 8th, but you weren't available on the 9th because that's when you're going to, I think, New York or Canada or something.
Yeah, both. Yeah, New York, Toronto, and then home again on the Monday or the Tuesday right after that.
Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, I think it's the 13th.
Yeah, they're available on Thursday or Friday. So I let's wait until we get to that week and hopefully maybe something on the 15th or 16th.
Okay.
Together.
All right.
Okay. So I'll let you know if anything comes out of this whole Cody thing, and that was when he was the one the company was Cody, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the store like in November or something like that.
Right.
He went to Cody, yeah.
And he's first your dad said November or second week of November, then he said second week of December. Is that right? December is when it's gonna.
You know, I can't even tell you. But since he travels so much, I don't even know. That's why my dad, I know, wasn't really certain of the details.
Right.
I just, said just say what you heard, what you know. Don't, poke it out of nowhere.
Right. And any idea which accountant would have gone with him? Because you guys said he brought an accountant with him to really examine the books.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well,
I'm sure there's a
Chuck would know.
Right. They would know for sure.
Okay. Good enough. I can follow up with her and hopefully she can give me some more information on that side.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you. Thank you. You guys see that I'm kind of quiet a little bit. I'm trying to listen, but I'm also typing up all my notes from the Karen Reed trial.
Well, good. Yeah. So, like I said, we have our secretary typing up that letter, so we should be able to get that hopefully at the end of this week.
Okay. I have going on the computer and trying to download all these records. There's a lot, and it's really. Anyway, I did it all. I'm gonna send them to you, but if it's hard for you to view or read or whatever, then maybe I can come to see you. We can log in, and you guys can look right on the actual AT&T whole accounts and stuff.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot just for the 1 month still?
Well, it's home phone, my cell, Jessica cell, Bella cell.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you have Fabio's in there also?
Oh, I do have his, but I didn't because I thought you have his phone, so you could or computer or whatever. But if you want, I could put his in there too.
Yeah, might as well so we have it all. Because then if they can, they'll take it. They'll just punch in. They'll search certain numbers. It shows that it'll find that number and whoever's records it is, and if it pops up, then we know these guys tried to call or whatever. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna add his in there too, and then I will. I guess email it. Yeah.
Are you
email it over.
In some type of file or envelope or?
they're all, right now, they're all, like, I tried to put them all on nice Word documents so they're easy legible.
Oh, okay.
I could probably do it on Excel as well.
Well, try the Word. It's always easier, and then we can use Excel as well. So try the Word, see how that works.
Okay, I'm gonna send those over, and when you get it, open them, see what you think. If it looks, if you guys can read it and whatever, great. Otherwise, I can log in, like I said, and we can just go right there to the site.
Okay. Yeah, we may do that. But they know what numbers are.
I ordered us lunch.
So
Are we gonna have a meeting? Did you
Yeah.
say we're gonna meet soon, or?
Yeah.
I did.
What's today? Wednesday?
Yeah.
I was off the last couple days sick.
Yeah, I ordered drinks from the gas station.
Oh, then they're being arrived from a different
This Friday or next Friday is what the 2 days are. So she's going to check with these guys and
Where's your
see
from?
if they still want to show you those photos and stuff based on what they've gotten so far. So yeah. So let me get back to you. I don't know, later today or tomorrow, and if as long as I get a hold of them and we get a date, then we'll set up a date.
Okay, that's perfect.
And you can email that stuff to me, and then I'll look at that today and see if it's something that they can use to search. If not,
Okay.
we can format.
Okay, perfect. I'll go get that on there to you now, and then I'll send it.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
You need to collect the transcripts first.
Oh,
Collect the transcripts, please.
oh, yes.
Y'all, I ordered lunch. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say that in any investigation, you never divulge the details of what you are doing during that investigation?
That's correct.
Hey, Haley Mouse.
In addition to what we heard during the recording of conversations between the defendant and Detective Parshall, were there also several dates where the defendant called and left recorded voicemails?
I believe so, yes.
Did the defendant leave voicemails on March 13th and March 15th of 2017? For you and your partner?
If I could refresh my recollection,
Yes.
that was March 13th and March 15th.
Yes.
Yes.
And as we heard in some of the recordings, for example, on March 8th of 2017, did Detective Parshall repeatedly tell the defendant that he would hook up a DVR or security system
Thank you.
ASAP?
Yes.
We heard during the recorded call of March 16th of 2017, where the defendant was recorded telling Detective Parshall that she believed that his 3 kids are the only beneficiaries to his life insurance policy. Did she ever say anything else with respect to herself off tape?
Not that I'm aware of.
On the date of March 21st, did the defendant again call your office and leave 3 separate voicemails for you or Detective Parshall or your supervisor, Detective Castro, to call back.
Again, if you'd like me to look at the book, I can do so.
Please.
You said March 21st?
Yes, sir.
I normally get the fillet of fish. But not today. I have 8 pages of Paul O'Keefe's testimony. 8 pages, y'all.
I don't show a number of calls. I do show that there was definitely a call.
Does it show that there are 3 voicemail messages from that day?
I don't see in the chronological that it shows that, just that there was definitely a conversation.
Again, in the March 8th conversation that was recorded, we heard the defendant make the statement that Fabio had been the one to purchase and replace the DVR system. Did she ever make a statement to the opposite, that in fact she was the one that was home during that DVR replacement?
She did not.
In the April 17th, 2017 recorded call with the defendant, where we heard her claim that on the old system, there was an app where Fabio could look up and see the video feed, but that she never had access. Did she ever correct or change that statement?
No.
When she said during that conversation that she was not present when the new DVR was installed and the only new camera was the one at the front door, did she ever correct or change those statements off tape?
No.
When the defendant claimed that she had no access to the system via her cell phone, did she ever change that statement off tape?
No.
Was there another call from the defendant that took place on May 1st of 2017?
There was.
And during that particular conversation, was there a conversation with her about whether or not she had yet replaced her DVR?
There was.
And during that conversation, did she indicate that State Farm Insurance, her homeowner's insurance policy, had paid out on her homeowner's claim in order to replace that DVR system?
Yes.
And at any time, did she tell you and or your partner or your supervisor, to your knowledge, that she had replaced the DVR?
She did not.
During the May 8th, 2017 recorded call from the defendant, where she was talking about having difficulties due to the lack of life insurance money being paid out and looking for maybe a smaller home. Did she ever mention at any point in time off tape that despite the fact that she was claiming she was having money issues, that she had just purchased a new Mustang for $62,000?
Oh.
No.
You mentioned that both you and your partner, your supervisor, had conversations with MetLife, the carrier of Fabio Cementili's life insurance policy. Was there ever any question about whether Fabio was an aggressor in his own murder?
Objection calls for speculation.
As formed, sustained.
Was there any conversation that you had with the life insurance company about Fabio, the victim in this case, acting as an aggressor?
Objection calls for speculation. No sign.
It's overruled.
Not that I'm aware of.
There was no evidence to that effect. Is that correct?
There was none that I saw.
That wasn't the question with respect to the life insurance company. Is that correct?
Correct.
The issue was clearing the 4 beneficiaries. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you and your partner cleared 3 of them, that being Fabio's 3 children. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the only one that was outstanding with respect to your department and clearance for life insurance payout was the defendant.
Yes.
During the May 31st recorded call that we listened to, where Detective Parshall is talking to the defendant about her trip to New York City on the June 9th and then to Toronto and home on June 13th. At that point in time, was your division, along with the robbery and homicide division, already making plans to arrest the defendant along with Mr. Baker?
So my understanding is yes. However, I believe I was actually on vacation at the time. I was having conversations with my partner, so I was kept in the loop to some degree. But
You were aware that was.
Denied.
You were aware that that was imminent.
yes,
And on June 14th, where we heard the last recorded call between the defendant and your partner, where Detective Parshall indicated that your secretary is typing up a letter to get her by the end of the week for clearance for the life insurance payout. Was that a ruse?
yes.
And what does that mean?
Essentially a story to tell them to, again, put them off a little bit longer, just to put them at ease.
Your Honor, of a photograph of a Ford Expedition. It's titled Robert Baker's Ford Expedition at 7 Tealy Home, dated March 11th, 2017. May this photograph be marked, please, as People's 53?
Yes.
And I also have a copy of an email exchange between the defendant and Detective Parshall. May it be marked, please, as People's 54?
It may.
Showing you People's 53. Was this a photograph that was sent to you and your partner by Deborah Obad showing Robert Baker's expedition parked in front of the Cemetery home?
Yes.
And was that received on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
In terms of the conversation in the June 14th recording between the defendant and your partner with respect to the secretary typing up a letter to clear the defendant for insurance payout, did your partner document that conversation in writing?
Yes.
And do you know what we're looking at here in People's 54?
Yes.
And do you recognize this as an email, if we start from the bottom, between the defendant and your partner, Detective Parshall?
Yes.
And does this email chain talk about the letter to MetLife for clearing the defendant for insurance payout?
Yes.
And does this appear to be an email chain that
I need to take a comfort break. I'll be right back, y'all.
2017 and June 9th of 2017.
It does.
I just have a few last questions to ask you. We talked at the beginning of your testimony last week about various search warrants for phone records, subscriber records, call detail records, with respect to everyone in the Cementili family, including the victim. Did you and your partner also have conversations with a surveillance unit to conduct surveillance on the two suspects, the defendant, along with Robert Baker?
We did.
Okay. And that particular division, is that the Gangs and Narcotics Division?
Yes.
And did you and or your partner obtain search warrants in order to install GPS trackers on the suspect's vehicle, that being the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes.
And initially, were GPS trackers installed pursuant to warrants on the defendant's black Ford F-150?
Yes.
Also on Jessica Cementili's red Fiat that the defendant occasionally drove?
I think Isabella's.
Okay.
Fiat.
Thank you. And Robert Baker's black Ford Expedition that we saw in People's 53?
Yes.
In terms of the GPS trackers, did that allow you and your partner to track the travel or and destination from your computers?
Yes.
And is that through some type of software that connects to the GPS trackers?
It's actually a web browser that connects to the data that's being sent by the tracking device.
And does that data also include GPS coordinates?
It does.
Longitude and latitude?
Yes.
So you can track to a particular location?
Correct.
And did you also obtain a search warrant for cellular phone pings?
Yes.
What is that?
So your cellular phone hits off of cellular towers, and these phone companies have the ability to basically triangulate your phone's position based on cellular towers. Some phone companies are better than others as far as the information provided, but it can track you down to a particular area and then give you a plus or minus in a number of meters. And sometimes
I
it's
forgot to
good,
turn the
sometimes
camera on. I'm sorry, y'all. How are y'all doing?
So it's
A lot of
way
candle.
in order to track your suspects' travels and locations.
Correct.
And does that also provide through the phone pings GPS location and coordinates?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Does it include coordinates?
As far as on the phone pings themselves, yes. Again, it's plus or minus sometimes thousands of meters. Sometimes it's within 9 meters.
And did you do that through AT&T for the defendant's cellular phone and Sprint for Robert Baker's?
Yes.
And again, was that something that the phone pings that provided data that you could?
Hello, Jesse. Welcome. Welcome, love.
Correct.
And did you get updated information from the Gangs and Narcotics Division as they were following and surveilling your suspects.
We did.
In addition to that, when you tracked the GPS trackers and the phone pings, did the information that you received appear to be consistent with the summaries of what Gangs and Narcotics was seeing in terms of tracking the defendant and Robert Baker to various bars and nightclubs?
Yes.
Also speculation.
The way the question was formed, that is true.
Did the data that you observed appear to be consistent with information you received from the people who were conducting surveillance?
That's overruled.
It did.
And was that, again, consistent with the data, the defendant and Baker going to various bars and nightclubs night after night?
Yes.
And did those dates cover, let's say, the night of February 19th into the early morning hours of February 20th?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Okay, what was the date again? I'm sorry.
February 19th into February 20th?
Yes.
February 21st into the early morning hours of February 22nd?
Yes.
February 23rd into the early morning hours of February 24th?
Yes.
February 25th into the early morning hours of February 26th?
Yes.
And after the defendant returned from a trip to Toronto that we heard or discussed in the recordings, March 3rd to March 4th?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Burnett.
Good morning.
Is it fair to say that following the results of the DNA comparison, which you said matched the DNA of Robert Baker, that you were convinced that Mr. Baker was one of the killers in the of Fabio Cementilli?
I would say so, yes.
And did you arrest him?
He was arrested ultimately, yes.
Well, you found out that his DNA matched, I believe, on February 14th, 2017. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was just a couple of weeks after the murder?
Yeah, roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. And how did you obtain those results?
Well, first we obtained the blood swabs from the house and also the Porsche. They were collected, booked as evidence, requested for processing, and ultimately we received the results back. That's how it works.
And at that time, you had sufficient evidence to arrest Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
I guess you could have done it right away, yeah.
Well, you had proof that his blood was among, or perhaps all of the blood that was found at the scene, in the car, at the house, in the rooms, everywhere involving the crime scene and this murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had no results, or did you, of a second individual?
As far as DNA results?
Yes.
We did not.
Okay. So everything matched Mr. Baker?
Correct.
It matched no other suspect?
Correct. We knew we had outstanding suspects, though.
So at that point, you could have gone out and arrested Mr. Baker?
Sure.
And confronted him with the DNA and any other questions you wish to ask him, if he wished to answer
Comfort
them,
break.
obviously.
Sure.
You chose not to?
Absolutely.
Okay. You knew there was a second killer involved in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And I assume, obviously, your investigation was focused on finding the second killer as well as Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
And between the date of January 17th or 18th until the DNA results came in, from the day of the murder until the DNA results came in, this was an investigation in which you had no idea at that point who the killers might be, correct?
Correct.
And you had no suspicion involving Monica Simontilli.
No.
At some point, when the DNA results came back for Mr. Baker, did you go to Miss Simontilli and tell her that we had discovered that the killer, or one of the killers in this case, was Robert Baker?
No.
And the reason you didn't do that is you had some belief that perhaps Miss Simontilli was having some kind of relationship, affair, if you will, with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Well, no, not really. It wasn't until I believe the interview on February 21st of 2017 that there was any inclination that there was an affair happening that I'm aware of. I think that was the first that I knew about something maybe going on.
And that was based on?
Well, when we interviewed Miss Simontelli, and Jessica was also there. Jessica was the one that told us that Mr. Baker had slept over. She also denied that Baker was ever at the residence. So there was some questions there.
There were some questions there.
Yeah.
And at that point, you could have confronted her, obviously, with that evidence and asked her to explain, correct?
I mean, there was some effort to make some questions.
Well, I mean, did you ever confront her and say, were you having an affair with Robert Baker?
No.
You asked her if she knew the name of Baker, and she said she thought the name was Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And at a later interview with her, she volunteered to you, or in response to a question, that he was a racquetball coach where she played racquetball at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
I think it was all around the same time. Yes.
Okay. She gave you what you believed was the name, which was, in fact, the correct name, Robert Baker. And
Yes.
she told you he was a racquetball coach at LA Fitness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, you said at the beginning you had no suspicion about Mrs. Simontelli being involved with Mr. Baker in any way.
Up until that point, no.
Okay. So how much time had passed between the date that you received the DNA results matching Mr. Baker with the blood at the scene and in the car until you received some information, whether it was from Jessica or someone else, that Mr. Baker had been over the house or there'd been some contact with her, with him?
I'm sorry, the date from the DNA hit to the date that we were pretty much advised of there was something going on?
Right, and you said that was based on some conversations with Jessica about him having slept over and so forth.
Yeah, I guess it was roughly 7 days a week, somewhere around there.
Okay. And during that time, why didn't you tell Mrs. Simontilli?
Hi, AJ Raid. Hi, Gabby. Hello, June. Hello,
It's my
everybody.
responsibility and my partner's responsibility.
Hola.
So we have a duty to not only figure out who one person is, but to figure out who the second suspect is and if anything else is going on.
Okay. So the second suspect, obviously, you were aware of was the second killer. Is that correct?
Well, what we had a video showing two people running towards the residence. We had a video showing the Porsche leaving with two individuals in the Porsche, and that's what we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your investigation initially, when you were there the first day, you had no preconceived ideas as to what had happened here other than tragically one individual had been brutally killed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you ended up viewing a video tape of somebody or two individuals jogging up Victoria Street from Oakdale. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the person who notified you or supplied you with the information that there might be videotape was Monica Simontilli, correct?
I don't believe she was the only person that told us about videotape. I mean, there's cameras right when you turn that corner. It's very easy to see.
I understand.
So it didn't require someone to tell us necessarily that there was videotape at the corner.
But she did tell you.
Okay.
Is that right?
I believe
You
so.
call and she gave you the name of the,
Yeah.
she mentioned it's the Homeowners Association. And she said she thought there were video cameras somewhere around the scene of the murder, correct?
I'll agree with you. Yeah.
And she gave you the name of some Leslie Hamilton and even a phone number and so forth to contact. Is
Yes.
that right?
Correct.
So she was providing you with information about cameras that perhaps had videoed or caught the two suspects coming up the street, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And you eventually did obtain those videos, correct?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
There was a residence that was right there that had access to those videos, and they were recovered.
And you know how long that took?
It was that night. We had copies of it.
And were able to view them?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the video of those two individuals jogging up the street, correct?
I think the only thing I've seen in court here was a still image of it.
Okay. But there was a video of that as well.
Oh, yes.
And that video showed the individuals when you adjust for time, and no one's questioning the times that you've given us after the adjustments. It was about 4:18 in the afternoon that you first see the two persons jogging up the street, correct?
I believe you're correct. Yes.
And how far approximately would it have been, you know, from where they were first seen on the corner there to arrive at the home of Simontilli?
20, 30 seconds, I would say.
Okay. And then at some point, obviously, they had to enter the location.
Correct.
Now, in your investigation, either initially at the scene or sometime thereafter, were you able to determine, or at least in your mind, what route the
Yes. Hello, Candace. Hey, alternate Joe Rose. Welcome to my house. Come on to my house. My house. Sorry.
at some point you believe that they had gone around the back and got him from behind. Is that correct?
That was the most likely scenario, yes.
Okay. And did you at all calculate about how long it would have taken for two individuals jogging up to have taken that route and confronted Fabio Simontilli?
I mean, if they did it without any kind of waiting, I would assume it'd be very quick.
Okay.
I didn't run it myself to judge.
Now, can you tell us what time it was again that the video caught the Porsche vehicle leaving the residence?
I can look at my notes if you'd like.
If you would, please.
The time the Porsche leaves,
Yes.
correct? 16:53 hours.
That'd be 4:53 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And we know the 911 call was made about 5 o'clock. Is that right? Or a few minutes before, do you know?
Roughly, Isabella got home about a minute later, so the 911 call went out quickly after that, yes.
And when you see she got in a minute later, can you place a time on that?
Well, on the camera, you can see the vehicle arrive at 4:54, so 1 minute later. So with time to get out of the vehicle, walk into the house, I mean, it's fairly quick after that.
So 1 minute after the two killers leave the location, Isabella Simontilli arrives at the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
That gave the killers about a minute to escape, correct?
Correct.
And Monica Simontilli arrived shortly thereafter, say 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I have it on the video at 5:03.
Okay. So, based on what you previously told us, without any further information, the killers would have had how much time to travel from the front location or coming up the street in the back in order to commit the killing, the murder?
So from the time they are seen on video running around the corner to the time the Porsche is seen driving away, we have, let's see here, 35 minutes, if I'm doing my math correctly.
But you had some additional information regarding a time when Fabio Cementilli was still alive during that period. Is that right?
Correct.
You had information that he had placed a phone call to his company at 4:46 in the afternoon. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure the time. I don't think that sounds correct. I thought it was prior to. Do you have something you can show me? That would help out. But I believe it was prior
Well,
to
you don't have that?
4:30. I don't. Sorry, I don't.
All right, I will find that for you.
Okay.
But rather than do it at this time, let's assume we're talking about 4:45, 4:46.
Okay. I'm not sure that's correct, but go ahead.
I promise you I'll.
Okay.
For the sake of this question, if it is correct, then and he was alive at 4:46, then it would have been only a few minutes after that the murder had taken place, correct?
Assuming that's correct, yes.
And again, by that timetable, the murderers would have had approximately a minute or two to commit the murder, leave the location, and escape.
I'm going to object at this point because it assumes facts, not evidence.
Receive this as a hypothetical.
It's an improper hypothetical, Your Honor, because it's not based on fact.
I'm not so sure. It's overruled.
You understand the question?
So you're saying, no, repeat it, please.
Assuming the time is correct, a phone call is made at 4:46. You said the Porsche was seen leaving at what time?
At 4:53.
That would have left at a maximum, assuming the murder occurred right after the phone call and there was no time in between, about 7 minutes for the murder to take place for them. And then you said there was evidence of cleaning up, correct?
Yes, assuming you're correct, yes.
Okay. And there was also evidence, you said, of the suspects, the killers, traveling through the house, at least into some of the rooms, including the master bedroom, correct?
Yes, there were red stains throughout the residence, so yes, it appeared that something had happened after the fact.
So I take it you didn't try to figure out how much time that was. You just understood that it would have taken some minutes for that to occur.
Correct.
When you did your investigation, by the way, at the house, you were there the date. When you did your investigation, you were there on the actual date of the murder. You went up to the bedroom, is that correct? The master bedroom?
Yes.
You yourself?
Yes.
And you noticed some blood stains or red drops of blood in the bedroom, is that correct?
Red stains, yes, sir.
And those, as we have heard before, were all categorized and obtained and swabbed by Ms. Hawk, who was the criminalist, one of the criminalists on the scene. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure she swabbed every single stain, but she definitely recovered evidence.
Whatever she did, she
absolutely.
told us.
Correct.
And whatever you found, you made sure that she was aware of, at least. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, you had some concern, I assume, that this
Which
might have
trial
been a
in
no-knock
Tennessee,
burglary or
love?
some kind of a burglary gone bad.
It could have been, yes.
And so you were interested in
If
whether
it's
or not
available,
items were
yes.
taken or stolen, removed from the house as part of the burglary.
Yes, sir.
And there was a safe there. Is that
Yes,
right?
I'll be covering that. I'm waiting for them to go live, actually.
I wasn't present when the safe was actually
Yes, we're
opened.
covering it,
That
June.
happened in the morning, and it was Detective Bucknell and I believe maybe Gutierrez that were present.
Okay, let me ask said in the morning.
Yes,
Which morning are we talking about?
the following morning. So my partner and I, when this happens, we're tasked with a bunch of different duties.
Sure.
So I believe it's around 2:30 in the morning. My partner and I left. We have reports to complete. So we returned to our station and began completing reports. There were detectives that remained at the scene while other things were continuing to happen.
Which detectives do you call?
Like I said, I believe Detective Bucknell and I believe Detective Gutierrez were present.
And that was the night that you were there?
Well, this is into the following morning, so this would now be the morning of the 24th.
Okay. So the night you were there, you went into the bedroom
Yes,
and saw some ransacking. Is that correct?
correct.
Did you attempt to document what may or may not have been taken? Talking to Ms. Simontilli or anyone else?
So, yes, but Miss Simontelli was not allowed back in the residence until the crime scene was cleared. So it would be impossible for me to talk to Miss Simontelli about what had been taken without her actually walking into the room, which wasn't going to happen because we still had an active crime scene.
And that had nothing to do with her being a suspect or anything. You just made sure all the family had been removed from the home, so there was no
Welcome, June, to Discord. Thank you so very much.
Correct.
Welcome
And I
to
think it's
Discord.
safe to assume too that we're investigating a murder, although property was soon to be taken. The property itself at that point was not the focus. I mean, we're going to get to it, but it's not the focus in that moment.
Okay, but one of your tasks was to determine if this was an actual burglary and just gone bad and the individual was there and they came upon and killed him,
Yes,
or whether or not this was not a burglary at all.
sure.
So that night, though, you did not open the safe or ask that it be opened to determine what was in it, what was missing, or anything of that nature.
Again, I believe that was done the following morning.
Okay. You left that for Detective Bucknell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me correct myself. The phone call, it appears, the message from Fabio Simontilli was at 4:27.
Correct.
That sound better?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So it would have been
Yes,
from
I have a heating
4:27
pad on.
to the time that the Porsche was seen leaving the location at what, 4:53?
4:53.
That whatever occurred between that period of time. Fabio Simontilli was alive at 4:27.
I would certainly assume so.
Okay. As soon as you knew that the Porsche vehicle was missing and had been driven away, was there some, I forget what they call it from my old days when watching Highway Patrol, APB or some notification, look for that car?
So we don't use that terminology.
I know.
But yes, we put it out to the divisions that there was a vehicle taken in a homicide. We put what's called a felony stop on the vehicle. Although in this case, it's difficult. There was no license plate attached to it. It had paper plates. So we put out the fact that there were paper plates on a black Porsche 911, which is a very, I would say, unique vehicle. And that's how it works.
And did you get any hits on that notification that vehicle had been seen or stopped by any officers or anyone else? You had checked, I assume, other video cameras in the area?
We did. It was a long process. There were a lot of residences that led up to Ventura Boulevard. So going back to the video, the vehicle's last seen going northbound in Oakdale. Oakdale leads out to, essentially, if you kept going north, you'd run into Ventura Boulevard. However, there's a east-west street called Wells Drive, I believe it is, that's a major artery south of Ventura Boulevard. So if you get to Wells Drive, you can make a east or west turn, or you can keep going north. But if you go east or west, there's multiple routes to get back to Ventura Boulevard. So this made us, this video gathering, very tedious.
And did it produce any results, though? In other words, had the Porsche been seen or caught in any video following the time it was seen leaving the residence and going down the Victoria?
As I sit here today, I don't recall, but I do recall that we made multiple attempts, and anything we saw was, as it pertained to our investigation, pretty inconsequential with video recovery.
What do you mean inconsequential with video?
Like as far as the Porsche itself, we didn't recover anything that was going to help us aid in where that Porsche ultimately went to.
But it would aid you in knowing if there was any DNA in the vehicle that matched anyone on the data bank, which eventually you said matched Mr. Baker. Is
The
that
video
correct?
itself?
No, to find the Porsche vehicle to obtain any evidence from it.
Right, but you got to understand something.
Sure.
Okay? There's two of us that are working this case, and we have limited time within a day to go out and do all this stuff. So for me to go door knock 10 residences with cameras, it's doable, but that's going to require multiple days just to recover video because I got to watch the video before I can recover it. Correct?
Okay.
So it takes a long time to do this. So it's not something that happens like this.
Understood.
Yeah.
And your personnel to assist you at that time was limited to yourself and Detective Parshall?
We did have some partners that we work with in our unit. However, they have their own cases. So I can ask them to go out and get stuff. Like we sent them out to LA Fitness and Target and Ralph's because we had particular time frames we could look at. And generally with their systems, it's easy to recover because they have people that work loss prevention that can assist us with that. When I go to somebody's house, I don't know the system I'm working with. I got to figure that part out. I got to figure out if it's even recoverable. So there's multiple things that go into recovering systems from people's residences versus going to a business.
Okay. So between the night of the killing until the time you got the DNA results, how many days was that, approximately?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I'm understanding this correct. From the night of the killing to the time we got the results, or
Yes.
from the time the vehicle was recovered?
Yeah, the vehicle was recovered how many days later?
2 days later.
Okay. And how far was it from the scene of the murder?
I believe 3, maybe 4 miles, roughly.
And was it in plain view or was it in any way hidden in some way? Did you notice?
It was parked on I would call it a pretty rural residential street in the city of Los Angeles. These are bigger properties, but not well traveled.
Okay. And that car was immediately impounded for evidence to be recovered, if possible, from the interior of the vehicle.
Correct.
And I assume among the evidence recovered was blood from the interior of the Porsche.
Yes, there were red stains inside the Porsche.
Were you present when that was done, or was that done by some other crime lab personnel?
I was present at the impound yard when the recovery was taking place. And I believe it was Collin that recovered.
Okay. And was there blood elsewhere besides the driver's side of the vehicle? In other words, in the passenger side?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't believe so.
What about, obviously, you had a lot of blood from the house, from the garage, kitchen area, patio area, and so forth.
Candace, there's a lot of viruses and a lot of deportation, so maybe a combination.
We covered the Porsche. Had you any results yet from any of the blood that have been recovered from the home?
No.
But I take it that was a priority immediately. Is that correct?
It was put in on a rush, but we don't dictate even what that means, or even if we get a rush on a case.
A rush means that it has to be transferred to crime lab, DNA.
That we were asking for priority. There's thousands of cases in the city of Los Angeles that are all requesting DNA analysis on their cases, and we are asking for priority.
But this was your case.
Me so sorry. I am sorry that you're having to deal with that. I really am.
Throughout the time that you worked on the case, is that right?
I mean, ultimately, it was transferred, I believe, somewhere in March to Robbery Homicide Division.
Okay, but we heard he had unfortunately passed away. That was after the work of you and he on this case. Is that correct?
August 21st, 2019.
Okay. And the arrest took place on?
June 14th, 2017, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. So for the time in which, after the arrest, did you remain on the case with Detective Parshall?
I was partners with Detective Parshall up until the time of his passing.
And during that period of time, I take it there was.
I bet they are. Most of them probably haven't known any other place but here.
Killer was. Is that correct?
Yes, as far as the second person seen running up the street, absolutely.
Yes. You believe he was a participant, assuming it was a he, in the murder of Fabio Cimatilli?
Well, we assumed they were in on it together. Yes, I don't know who did what at the time, but we assumed they were in on the crime together. Correct.
Okay. Now, between the time that you were present to examine the crime scene and the Porsche was recovered, or let me say the DNA was matched, what did you or Detective Parshall do to try to attempt to locate or identify the second killer?
Repeat your question one more time, please.
What did you do to try to identify the second individual?
You gave me some date and time frames.
Between the time that you were first there, the night of the killing, until you got the DNA results back identifying Mr. Baker.
Well, it's a little bit loaded question, sir. We didn't have anything, so we were looking at everything from burglary crews to gang members in South LA. We had no idea what we had, so we were doing everything possible to attempt to find out who either one of those individuals were.
Still operating under
Yes, Haley Mouse.
a no-knock burglary. Correct?
All involved.
And that's what you told Monica Cimatilli that you were looking for primarily, correct?
Yes, and I want to make sure we get the terminology correct. It's not no knock; it would be knock knock.
Knock knock.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yes.
And knock knock meaning just a random burglary. Knock knock meaning find out if someone's home. You tell me.
Yeah. So at the time of this, when this case occurred, there was, and for years prior and probably years after, there was a series of burglaries were happening not only in the San Fernando Valley area, but in other areas of the city. Essentially, where crews, usually of 3 people, would arrive at a neighborhood. They would go up to houses that I would assume they have checked out before. I'm not sure, but they'd go up to the front door. They'd knock on the residence. If there was no answer, they would go around the back of the residence, usually break in through a sliding glass door, burglarize the residence, and leave with the property. They were known as the flockers, but they were the knock-knock burglary crews.
And for how long would you say you investigated that as being one of the possible reasons for the burglary or the killing of Fabio Cimatilli?
How long?
Yes, at some point you made a decision that this was not done by knock-knock burglars.
Yeah, I think it was February 14, 2017.
All right.
Yeah.
So you get the DNA results matching Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct.
There are no results matching a second individual.
You're okay, Candace.
You get information that Monica Cimatilli had not been truthful with you about her contact with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you made the statement something she was.
This is real, not politics. Politics is talking about the individual and your political beliefs. This is what you're saying is fine.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. It sounds like something I could say.
Okay.
Yes.
And you had seen a photograph of Mr. Baker being at the family residence. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he had, you said he had a Band-Aid on his finger. Is that correct?
It appeared there was something on his finger. Yes, in one of the photos.
Okay. So that in conjunction.
There's a lot of
with
fear and hearsay in their community. Yes.
From Jessica caused you to believe that Monica Cimatilli was not being honest with you about her relationship with Mr. Baker.
Correct.
That she was concealing it.
Yes.
Did you confront her with that?
No.
It's overruled. This is a good time for our morning recess. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The evidence applies.
Okay, I do have to go take another comfort break. I will be back. Let me I'll be right back, y'all. I apologize. We'll be in a short recess. Well, aw. Haley Mouse, you did great, girlfriend. Thank you. Hey, y'all. Sorry about that. Uh, I had me a double shot mocha frap this morning that I personally made, and boy, am I paying for it. Sorry about that. Welcome, welcome. For those of you who are just joining, welcome. I'm Maida K. Hello, future karate cat mama Candace Hoff. Uh, Candace, I live in Texas, so we are facing a lot of that ourselves. Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and parts of California are all struggling with that. So I appreciate it. Love in Mexico students are from Mexico, Africa, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Wow, that's awesome. All right, Griffith is not coming back, Karate Cat Mom, until tomorrow. Won't be back until tomorrow. I am sorry, but they're going to start closing arguments tomorrow, and they're estimating about noon go to the jury for deliberation. So Griffith won't be back until tomorrow. I am keeping an eye out for the baby Evelyn trial to begin. Y'all also help me keep an eye out. Sometimes it's easier for you guys to say, "Hey, there it is." They have a review and everything, but we don't have a jury yet. So they are dismissed for the rest of the day in that one. Yes. Are the text photos coming in? What do you everything's done, Mia. The defense only called his grandmother to the stand, I believe, and that was his entire defense. So, I'm going to put up a poll tomorrow about who thinks they're innocent and who thinks they're guilty. But I have to say, I think that we're gonna have a hung jury. It's gonna be super unanimous or a hung jury. Aw, yay, yay, yay. Oh, I have a comment from last night's live. Found you from Broken Baker. My grandma and grandpa were deaf mute, so thanks for covering stuff using sign language. I never learned, but I always had a pen and paper to write with. Yeah, I know. Really, when people say, "Why don't you lawyer up? You could take the fifth or not talk without an attorney." But let's face it, looming around your head, I got 10,000 on a credit card if I'm lucky to retain it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm reading some really yep. Thank you so much for your comments from last night. For those of you who didn't know, we had a fabulous live last night with Bob Mata from Defense Diaries, and we dove in a little bit to the Delphi case. We're going to be doing a lot more of that. But I am so blessed that people are commenting on that. It was a great show. I really enjoyed it. It blessed my socks off to have him on. People don't realize how much I really enjoy having people on. I really do. Mom screenshots his phone with his attorney. Yes, she did. Um, eh, how do I put this? Legally, she has a right to look at the phone and dive into it. She could screenshot it and just save it for if they needed it. But what got me was that she then took it and showed it to people. That's where she went wrong. So the defense says it was self-defense or she fell on the knife. I guess I missed some of the trial. Seems like he plunged her multiple times. Yes. Oh, sunny day. I haven't looked. Let me go look. Oh, sunny day. Blah. Oh, no, let me see. Description of vibrant. I got be Blazy. I got that. YouTube, just FYI. Was this on his page or my page? Oh, Sunny Day, are you BL Blazy? Because if you are, I got it. Thank you so much. I really think it's gonna be, if anything, a hung jury or not guilty. Um, it could be self-defense. I mean, if the jury believes that this woman had enough history of abusing him and, doing harmful things to him, and he truly was in fear for his safety and life, then they can say self-defense, not guilty of what he's charged with. The defense wanted it to be, um, the kidnapping charge to be removed, and the judge denied that. The defense also wanted, the charges brought down, for a lesser charge. And so, what was this? And, oh, I got my heating pad on my leg since finally. I Ooh, let me see. Oh, I got some more spam. Sarah, hi. Oh, there we go. I got it. Got it. Okay. Yes, I got that. Oh, sunny day. I just can't help but sing it. Where do you live again? Oh, sunny day. Um, let me get over here. I got a spam. Uh, yeah, that's spam. Um, okay, sorry. I had to clear this. I had something that I had to get rid of before it caused me trouble. Self-defense shooting in his father, now self-defense in his mom. Eek. It very well could be. Rachel's pretty terrified that they can claim for both the place of opinion, but karate cat here a couple of days back. Sorry, yeah. Temple, Texas. Do not do international sign language because they call it international sign language, but nobody uses it. International sign language is not something you want to do. You want to go. I think that's we have Kathy here. International sign language to me is a joke. Like I said, nobody ever uses it. So what I highly suggest is you go get the American Sign Language. If you're in Temple, Texas, there should be some sign language classes nearby, maybe even through the college. I know, I love that song. I am also willing to teach online if you want to have classes. I'm willing to do classes online. I teach a class every Monday night as it is. So if you're interested in some good websites to go to, I'll be happy to do that. I got to tell you, I love the Whoopi Goldberg version from Sister Act. I think it's a blast. Catch on a little bit, darling. Thanks for joining. But definitely American Sign Language. I think that's definitely the way to go. I'd be careful about YouTube videos. Some of it's correct, some of it's not correct. Some of it is regional, some of it is when you want to learn sign language, one of the things you really want to do is try to learn it from somebody who's deaf because you'll get more of the context and the facial grammar and the process on how they put the words together. A lot of people who teach that are hearing teach it in English word order. And what I mean by that, I may ask my son, Matthew, will you please go to the store and get me eggs and bread and then go to the gas station, put gas in the car, and then go wash the car? And that's a lot. In ASL, it would be Matt, please, store, go what? Bread, eggs, finished, car wash, finish, gas, finished. So it is a whole different language. People think sign language is hand signs to English words and English word order, which is when you get signed exact English. Problem is when you do signed exact English, there's a lot of your deaf culture, and you are really dealing with deaf people in the deaf culture. It's a lot harder for them because that's not what they learn. If you're someone like me who grew up with a very strong English base because I was a hearing speaking person before I went deaf, signed English you would think would be my strong suit. However, when I learned sign language, I learned it the ASL format, which is the deaf way. So I can do English word order. It's just a lot more work. It's a lot more words. Instead of saying, Matthew, will you please bring me my shoes? It's Matthew's shoes. It'll be Matt shoes want thanks. Matt shoes want thanks. That's it. It's what makes it hard to be an interpreter because when you look at ASL and you see Matt shoes want thanks, you have to turn around and say, Matt, will you please bring me my shoes? Thank you. It's not easy. It is not easy. That's my weakest. Of course, most interpreters are weaker at reading it in ASL than putting it into English. That's why we are actually, when you see a sign language interpreter that is certified, they have to be certified in English first to get an English certification. So you take the same test the Spanish speaking person would take in order to be a English proficient in English before they can go into the transliterating stage or translation stage. Something else people don't know is sign language is the only language that's interpreted. Everything else is translate. So from Chinese to French, it's translate. From English to Spanish, Spanish to English, it's translate. Translator, not interpreter. And sign language is interpreted because it's a conceptual language. Everything else is not. I can keep going on. Yeah, that's my specialty. I'm thinking about I've been thinking about going to law school, but if I don't go to law school, I'm thinking about getting a master's in disability integration. Yep. Yeah, it's cool. It's interesting. I've got a class tonight at 7. I got to sit down and figure out I know what I got to do. It's our first last class was our first class, and I don't teach much. We just talk about culture and rules and what I expect. Tonight we actually get the hands up. Hands up. So, we get their hands going. They'll learn tonight. Hello, my name is blank. Nice to meet you. How are you? That's what they'll be learning. They'll be learning greetings today. And then we'll go over certain ABCs and numbers. We'll go numbers 1 to 5, and then we'll go to numbers, I think A, E, I, O, alphabet letters A, E, I, O, A, and M. So, yepers. So,
Resume.
there we go.
So this building, everything goes wrong in this building. Last week it was colder than the Antarctic here. Now it's kind of warm. I don't know what it's going to be like tomorrow. So
Be
rest of
prepared.
It's winter and summer. Detective Verda, you're still under oath, and defense may continue.
While they're testifying, I will be typing my notes.
Detective Verdun, you testified to, or what was played for you were a series of phone calls between Monica Simontilli and you or Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there were even more phone calls that you were not privy to because you were on just one side of the conversation and it was not recorded.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that she called many times to ask for a update on the case?
Yes.
And whenever you needed information from her, you called her?
Correct.
And that included some walkways, walkthroughs of the house, again, even after the initial night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, many of those phone calls to you had to do with the DNA evidence. Do you recall that?
She was asking for updates. Yes. I don't know specifically. There were times where she asked about what we found in the Porsche, if anything had come back. Yes. So I guess we can assume that's about DNA. I don't know if the word DNA were ever brought up.
Well, the idea was trying to identify the persons who killed her husband.
Yes.
That's how she presented it. And each time you indicated that first that there were many swabs you had to turn over, like 145, something like that, and you had to do it in sections, and it took a while to do that. Remember that?
Yes.
This was after you had already gotten the match of Baker as matching his DNA matching the blood in the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what you told her about the delay in obtaining the results of the blood comparisons was not true. It was a lie.
Information's a two-way street, sir. We were getting a lot of lies on our side too.
Your Honor, we motion to strike. I have no doubt that whatever Ms. Simontilli said has been played for the jury, and we'll get to that. I'm talking about what you said. Okay?
We did not tell her the truth.
Okay. From the very, well, I assume the first night you were there and you questioned her about the murder, you told her the truth and you felt she was answering the truth as well.
Yes.
Okay. It was only on February 14th when you got the DNA results that you decided to do a ruse, as they say. Is that correct?
I know. This is his second time on the stand, I believe.
Is that right?
Yes.
And did it involve the district attorney's office?
No.
At some point, did you involve the district attorney's office in your investigation in terms of their input or what they wished you to do or not do?
I believe at one point, Detective Castro, our supervisor, had reached out to the DA's office, but that was really about it. I don't think there was a ton of input from their side.
Was there an approval of your deciding, even though you had sufficient evidence, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker?
Well, I'm sorry, repeat it again?
Was there an approval by the district attorney's office, as far as you knew, not to go out and arrest Robert Baker as soon as you found his blood all over the house and in the car?
That's form system.
Did you seek any approval of the district attorney's office to halt or to wait on any arrest of Robert Baker?
Never once in my 20 years in law enforcement have I ever sought out the advice of the DA's office on how to handle a particular case, especially when it comes down to an arrest.
Okay. So that is left, at least, well, let's just stick with this case. This was left entirely to you and Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
The immediate decision, yes, although we do consult with our own supervision. Sure.
Okay. So did you
Is-
have to get
is that
permission
better?
from your supervisors not
Is
to
that
go
better,
out and arrest
future?
Robert Baker, even though you had sufficient cause to do so?
No.
Why?
It was your decision.
Yes.
Oh,
And it was your decision from that point on to lie to Monica Simontilli.
my sorry. Is that better?
Spoke to her about the progress of the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
My
each time
apologies.
She asked you about what about the DNA? Hasn't it been submitted? Anything of that nature? Your response was, we've tried. It's a lot of DNA, correct?
Yes.
At one time you said it's all coming back to Fabio Cimentelli, the matches, so that's not helping us, correct?
Correct.
On numerous occasions, and you correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps on every occasion you spoke to her, you said, don't worry, we'll get there, we'll find it, we'll solve this, just be patient.
Yes, sir.
But we can't tell you the progress of the case other than that, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that is from the moment you got the positive match on the DNA, you decided that your investigation was going to focus on Monica Cimentelli, correct?
No, it focused on Robert Baker and what Baker's activities were encompassed Monica Cimentelli.
Okay. But Robert Baker, you could have arrested at any time after you got the DNA match, correct?
Sure.
What you were looking for is evidence involving Robert Baker and Monica Cimentelli.
We were building a case, sir.
Okay. Building a case based on a belief that because she was having an affair
Thanks, you wolf.
with Mr. Baker, she likely was involved in the murder as well.
It definitely raised some suspicions.
Okay, fair enough. And a result of those suspicions, you engaged in a investigation that was quite detailed and involved quite a few officers and so forth to try and follow the steps and find the conduct, anything you could determine regarding the relationship between Monica Cimentelli and Robert Baker.
Yes.
And that involved search warrants to get records of messages, text messages, anything of that nature, correct?
That's very common in most every case I've ever done.
Okay, and it was common in this case as well.
Yes.
But I assume it's not common in every case to have the parties tailed or officers placing a vehicle right next to theirs to try to overhear what they were saying, things of that nature.
Every case is unique.
Okay. And again, that was evidence to document the relationship between Monica Cimentelli and Robert Baker.
At that point, yes.
Okay. That continued from February 14th until the arrest, which was not until June of 2017. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So we're talking about 4 or 5 months. Is that correct?
Yeah, roughly.
And during that period of time, Robert Baker, who you had every reason to believe was a cold-blooded killer, was left on the street, correct?
Yes.
As was, not your intention, but as was whoever his partner was, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could have arrested Mr. Baker and asked him who his partner was, or tried to make some kind of a deal with him if the district attorney's office agreed, or taken a lot of different steps to determine the second killer, correct?
Could have.
You did not.
Did not.
The focus was on Monica Cimentelli at that time.
Focus was on building a case, sir.
Against Monica Cimentelli.
We wanted to find the truth of what happened, and I believe we did.
I understand. And that's why you're here testifying.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's why we have a jury to decide whether it's been proven or not.
Objected counsel soliloquy and asked that.
That's correct. It's getting argumentative now. Let's proceed, please.
But the focus was on her and Mr. Baker, correct?
At that point, yes.
Okay. And again, it involved following her, videoing contacts she had with Mr. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you involved personally in that, or was that, for lack of a better word, farmed out to another agency of the police department?
It's farmed out, and I can explain why if that helps.
Well, I assume it has to do with personnel.
It's one reason, yes.
And they're better equipped to do that because they do narcotics and tailing and things of that nature?
Yes, not only better equipped, but they also have special training as far as following people and the vehicles to do so and everything else. So,
but you had to give them, you were Detective Parshall, the instructions as to what you wanted them to do.
Correct.
All right. And I assume that took place over a series of meetings and so forth.
Yes.
And the instructions were, I know you said to build a case, but let's get more specific. Were the instructions to follow her and him whenever they could?
I don't know about whenever they could. They also have other, assignments they're doing. So
Who chose then when and how they would be followed or tailed?
I believe it was based on their availability.
Okay. And their instructions were to what? Follow her from her residence or wherever she was going on particular days, correct?
Yes, to see the kind of activity that was going on.
All right. And also to follow Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
All right. Was Mr. Baker followed every day, as far as you know, during that 4 or 5 month period?
No, it's impossible.
Okay, obviously. So again, during that time period, you were aware that a murderer was on the streets who could have murdered again, correct?
It's argumentative, sustain on that.
All right. You were aware that Mr. Baker, in your opinion, was a cold-blooded killer, correct?
It's cumulative.
And he was followed only at times that it was convenient for robbery, homicide, or narcotics to do so, correct?
Correct.
Did you give them any specific orders as to when to do that, or was that left entirely up to them?
It was left up to them.
As well as following Monica Simontilli, is that correct?
Correct.
In the meantime, you were engaged in continuous contact with Monica Simontilli, correct?
Yes, when she called or when Detective Parshall decided to call her, yes.
And when Detective Parshall decided to call her, do you know, was that on his impetus or was that to return a call from her?
I think there was both.
Okay. I assume you did not find it unusual that the spouse of a killed husband, assuming she was innocent, would also be calling and wanting to know what the stage was in the investigation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So in doing so, you expected perhaps that to occur on numerous occasions, correct?
Yes.
And on many of those occasions, there was no mention of life insurance or anything of that nature.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
It had mostly to do with, can you tell me what's going on? Why haven't you solved this? What about the DNA? And so forth and so on.
I don't know if mostly is the proper term, but yes, there was questions involved of all types.
Okay. And in all fairness, we have heard the actual conversations with transcripts documenting the nature of the calls, the exact contents of the calls, whether they were from her to you or you to her, and so forth and so on.
Correct.
Would you say they accurately reflected the conversations and the contacts between you and Detective Parshall and Monica Simontilli?
Yes, 100%.
Were there any other individuals in LAPD or on the case, as far as you know, who were contacting or being contacted by Monica Simontilli?
Not in regular contact, no. I mean, there may have been a random phone call or something. She may have talked to our supervisor at some point. I have no idea.
Okay. But I assume many times it was her leaving a message and the person who would call back would be you and Detective Parshall.
Correct.
And again, every time that occurred, you were able to tape record that conversation. Is that correct?
I'm going to check again, that misstates the evidence.
I'll rephrase the question.
Very good.
Your Honor. The best you could, you were able to tape record those conversations, unless it was a conversation between Parshall and her, and you had not had the ability to record her side of the conversation.
Every effort was made to record the conversations.
Some you were not able to do.
Correct.
Now, at some point, in fact, in the very beginning, on the first day that you had gone to the scene and gone through the residence and spoken to Monica Simontilli, you had asked her, you said something like, is this a dumb question? Do you have life insurance? And she had mentioned she wasn't sure, maybe with MetLife, the company that he works for, correct?
Hey, guys.
I believe she said that there was a policy, but only for the son, not her son, but Fabio's.
Hey, guys. Sorry about that. I have a dear friend that just stopped by, so I wanted to say hello.
Son. recall what the actual terminology was, but yes, there was possibly a company policy, maybe some stock options.
Okay. So possibly a company policy.
Right.
But there was a separate policy that Fabio Cimintilli, to her knowledge, had taken out for Luigi, his son by his first marriage. Is that correct?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Now, you became aware at some point that the insurance with MetLife was not just for Monica Cimintilli, but was divided between her and her two children, correct?
Yes.
Jessica and Isabella, correct?
Correct.
And I take it that at no time did you have any question about whether or not they were involved somehow in illegal conduct or the murder of their father.
Correct.
So from the very beginning, you informed MetLife that the insurance for the two girls, as far as you were concerned, could be paid?
So I wasn't privy to that conversation. I believe that was Detective Parshall that handled that. So I don't know what exactly was spoken about, but yes, I'll agree with you that we did not believe that the girls were involved.
And Detective Parshall is the one who dealt with that?
Yes.
Why?
Well, this was his case. I was assisting him on it. So he was the primary detective and had those conversations.
But there were many times we heard on the tape that there was some conversation about sending in some form or the LA Police Department doing something with the company regarding the payment of the insurance, correct?
Correct.
And that had to do with clearing one or more of the parties, correct?
Yes.
At some point, we heard a colloquy involving was Fabio the aggressor? And obviously, he was not in this case, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
But that would be one of the questions that the insurance company would be interested in terms of paying his policy.
Yes.
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation. Move to strike.
It would, the name, answer's already in, your motion's denied.
Did you make it clear to MetLife, or the insurance company, that the two children should be paid?
Again, I didn't have discussions with MetLife regarding that.
But when Monica kept bringing it up, you became aware that they had not yet been paid their shares of the life insurance from their father, correct?
Object again. Speculation.
We heard on the tape recording, the question came up about you filling out forms or LAPD filling out forms for the insurance company, correct?
Same objection. It's been asked and answered 3 times.
It's overruled.
Are we talking about the date? I believe it was June 14th. Is that the call we're talking about?
Fair enough, yes.
Yeah, again, that was a ruse, that there was a secretary filling out a form to release the life insurance.
But why was there a ruse about the two children?
There wasn't a ruse about the two children. That was in regards to her.
So it is your testimony, as far as you knew, that LAPD was putting causing no problems or any hold on any life insurance for the two girls.
That's my understanding.
Did you yourself ever determine whether or not in those several months until the arrest of Monica Cimintilli, whether the children had ever been paid the life insurance?
Sustained.
My point is, when she was calling up, at times talking about the life insurance, were you clear as to whether or not she was talking about herself or her children? Or was that, again, Detective Parshall?
Again, I didn't have any dealings with the life insurance company at all. My understanding was she was talking about her personal policy. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. You didn't follow through as far as the children were concerned and so forth.
It's a third party that's dealing with that. It's not our police department.
But, okay, someone in the police department is in charge of that, but not you.
Correct.
Okay. At any time during the course of your investigation until the arrest of Monica Cimintilli, did you ever cease lying to her about the case?
I'm going to object. It's vague. As to what particular issue?
It's overruled.
So from the moment this case started until the end of the case, I think there was plenty of times we spoke truthfully to her. There was obviously times where we used tactics to not give her specific information that could be used to identify what we were working on. We knew she had a relationship going with Mr. Baker at some point, and of course, if we decided to say that, yeah, Mr. Baker's DNA is in the vehicle and it's in the house, our case goes in the toilet.
Well, okay, your case goes in the toilet at any time that you said Mr. Baker was the second individual. Is that what you're saying? Was the killer of Fabio Cimentilli?
Right. Based on the evidence it seemed, it came back to Mr. Baker, knowing that Mr. Baker and Monica were in a relationship of some sort. We believe that there would be destruction of evidence the moment that we went and said to her, hey, by the way, the person you're having a relationship with, his blood's at your house.
And you could not have gotten search warrants and so forth to serve on Mr. Baker concurrent with his arrest, for instance?
That was done.
That was done?
Yes.
Okay. So at any time you could have gotten, and you did at some point, get search warrants for Mr. Baker and his residence, correct?
Could have, yes.
But you didn't do that until the arrest that took place in June.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Did you get periodic reports from the officers who were entrusted or assigned to do the follow Mr. Baker and Monica Cimentilli updates on what they had uncovered or what they found?
Yes.
And how often did that take place?
It wasn't immediate. I would say maybe within a day or two of their surveillance.
So every time within a day or two of their surveillance, you would get daily or every other day reports what had happened that day involving the two of them?
I wouldn't say every time. So I knew one of the members of the surveillance unit personally. So I would get, a message here or there saying, hey, this is what's going on. But in detail of everything that happened on a particular evening, like a log of everything, I would get that for days later.
Okay, so within a week, for instance?
Yes.
And we're talking about several months, correct?
Yes, but as I recall, it wasn't an ongoing. I mean, there were times when they were available. We would get them for a week or two, and then they'd have other assignments they have to do. We can't dominate their time.
But whenever for whatever time period it was, you got periodic reports from them as to what was going on.
Yes.
And was that initiated by you always, or were they instructed to contact you every time they, for instance, saw a Monica Cimentilli in the company of Robert Baker?
They would provide a log of what they did.
Okay. When did it become clear to you that Monica Cimentilli was having an affair with Robert Baker?
Pretty early on. I want to say after the 21st, we had the interview with her, the walkthrough at her house. I want to say, if I can refer my notes here.
Sure.
Yeah, even prior to that. So on the 19th.
I'm sorry, prior to what?
Prior to the 21st of February. Even on the 19th of February, they were already under surveillance. So,
okay.
and primarily at that point, it was to monitor what Baker was up to.
And my question was, at what point was it clear to you, based on their contact with each other, that they were engaged in some kind of relationship?
Well, again, at the 19th, he picks her up.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that it perhaps was a sexual relationship?
At some point, I don't recall the exact moment that was the case, but I remember G&D, Gang and Narcotic Division, was monitoring and surveilling them, And at one point, there was a situation outside of a bar. I believe it was referenced in the opening statements where, she walks outside and actually touches a bouncer intimately and kisses that person. And so, of course, that's not Baker, but there's something going on here.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say there were other examples of that you became aware of during the course of your investigation?
At some point, yes.
So there was no doubt that they were having the affair.
It appeared so, yes.
Your role at that time, instead of arresting Mr. Baker at that time or arresting both of them, was to continue to see if you could get more evidence involving the affair. Is that correct?
Well, again, in my 9 years as a homicide detective,
Well, if you could limit it to just this
I
case.
can't.
You can't tell us if that was your goal?
No, I will tell you how I work my cases if you want to know.
Well, I'm assuming that the way you work your cases is the way you work this one.
Yes,
So just tell us how you work this one.
I want everybody, sir. I don't want one person. I don't want Mr. Baker. I want everybody that's involved. And that includes the third suspect walking up the street and anybody else that's involved in this case.
Okay, so by following Mr. Baker and Ms. Simontilli as often as could be done by the extent of the resources that you had, you were also trying to find the second killer
Yes.
by just seeing who was in contact with Mr. Baker?
No, at the same time, all this is going on, we are writing search warrants. We're analyzing evidence from the search warrants as far as call detail records, if we can get them, text message information. We're looking for any way that, Mr. Baker or anyone else may have been in contact with this third individual.
And at this point, based on what's occurred in this case, that an individual by the name of Christopher Austin has pled guilty to being the second killer in this case, correct?
Yes.
At the time that this was going on, were you aware of Christopher Austin?
No, sir.
And because you did not arrest Mr. Baker, you were not able to question him about Mr. Austin, correct?
This name.
Did you ever question Mr. Baker before his arrest involving Christopher Austin?
No.
In fact, once again, your goal was to make sure that neither Ms. Simontilli or Mr. Baker were aware that you were following them.
That's correct.
The first night that you came out to the scene, Detective Verna, did it appear to you that Monica Simontilli was reacting as someone might expect a grieving spouse to react, just having learned about the brutal murder of her husband?
Yes. However,
And
as I was on direct.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
However, you said that one thing that you noticed was that you didn't see any tears. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you saw crying, you saw everything that we heard on that tape recording, which speaks for itself, but you're saying you did not see tears.
Physical tears, correct.
And this would not have shown up, obviously, on the tape recording one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report that evening or thereafter of the first night that you were at the scene and conducted your investigation?
I did.
And do you have that in front of you?
Get it.
Your Honor, may I approach and maybe?
Again, counsel, you can approach without permission.
Let me show you that you ignore the highlighting.
Yes.
And
So now he's saying he doesn't have to have permission to approach.
the jury if that's the report that was prepared that night.
So this is the crime report. There's also should be a witness statement form that's also available.
Okay, and you have that as well?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In either or in any of these reports, did you document that you thought it was unusual that there were no tears shown by Mrs. Simontilli?
I did not.
Why not?
Again, the relevance of it at the time, I believe, was inconsequential. People handle grief in a number of different ways. So maybe for her, that's a normal reaction. I don't know. I'm not, and simply based on whether the tears or not, it's not something I say, oh, this person did something based on that.
Okay.
So
So
that's
at the time, you didn't think it was necessarily unusual because people grieve in many different ways. Some have tears, some don't, so on and so on.
Sure.
And for that reason, you never recorded it in any report.
Yes.
You understood that it was not something that was going to show up by the recording, which otherwise would be the best way of determining what went on and what you were told or not told during any of these interviews, and we have all of them. You understand that?
Right.
So the only way that would be documented would be if you had written it in some report.
Correct.
Do you remember the first time that you first mentioned believing or noticing that there were no tears being by Mrs. Simontilli when you interviewed her the first time?
Well, the night of, my partner and I both commented on it.
Okay.
So that was the first time.
And did he record it anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And as I
It's
said-
something we put in our back pocket.
Okay.
That's
And
it.
unfortunately, obviously, he's passed away, so
Yes.
we cannot do that. Any other way that you documented that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you did, well, after the arrest, eventually, of Mr. Baker and Ms. Simontilli, which took place in, I believe, June, is that correct?
Yes.
There was a grand jury, it convened, and they took evidence in the case in terms of the investigation and so forth and the prosecution of the case, remember?
Yes.
And you were called to testify at that time.
Yes.
And at that time, isn't it true that for the first time, you mentioned that you didn't see any tears on Mrs. Simontilli the night of the murder?
As far as in a court setting?
Yes.
Yes.
As far as any documentation of any kind, whether it be in court or out of court?
Yes.
That was the first time.
Yep.
And obviously, that followed not only the arrest of Monica Simontilli, but the prosecution of her as a co-conspirator in this case, correct?
Yes.
So once you learned that she was being charged as a defendant, at that time, for the first time, you felt it important to document that you had seen, you thought, no tears, correct?
It was the first time I was asked a question, yes. And so, yes, that's the first time I brought her up.
You say the first time you were asked a question, what were you asked?
Well, we were talking about the interview of Monica, and that's how it came up.
And you were asked by the district attorney?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did she specifically ask you if you saw any tears or not?
I don't recall the exact question.
You volunteered that, isn't that true?
I might have.
If I could have 1 second, Your Honor. Or 1 minute.
I know I've been quiet, guys. I've been also typing like crazy, trying to, and I'm not that fast of a typer. I know I could try and scan it. The other thing is someone may not be able to read my writing. But I am doing my notes for the Karen Reed trial, getting ready
Refreshes your memory or
of all the
official fact was
witnesses.
Page 53. Yes, page 53, lines 6 through 20.
Well, if it's to refresh the memory, it can't be read in any event. Sustained on that ground. When you refresh the memory, you can approach him with the transcript or the copy of the transcript.
All right, let me approach, Your Honor, if I may. Take a look at the line starting at the top of the page to yourself.
Yeah, I'm reading right now.
Okay. You were asked, was this the first time you've been asked to describe how Monica Simontilli reacted or was reacting at the time that you first contacted her?
Yes,
Okay.
as far as I know.
And you indicated she was uncontrollably upset, correct?
Yes.
Breathing heavily, sobbing, physically upset.
Object to counsel reading from the transcript.
Well, I don't know if he's reading from the transcript or not. He's asking questions I'm allowing.
I'm just asking you if this is what occurred. You don't remember the exact questions and answers, right?
I don't.
I showed you the transcript. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, and it appears accurate.
Okay. And you said she was uncontrollably upset, breathing heavily, sobbing, just physically upset. However, I did notice that she was not crying. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, what do you mean by that? And you said there weren't tears coming down her face when she was upset. Question. So in other words, she appeared to be crying, but there wasn't any actual tears. And you said correct. The question was, did that strike you as unusual at that time? And you said it did. But you did indicate that through your experience, people respond differently to notice of death and so forth.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Correct.
So although it was something you thought unusual, you didn't suspect anything at the moment. Is that right?
Correct. Like I said, something you put in your back pocket, that's it.
Okay.
There's nothing I can do with that.
And so if this investigation had resulted in the arrest or conviction of Robert Baker or anyone else, not including Mrs. Simontilli, it would have remained in your back pocket.
I'm not a psychologist, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Just a homicide detective.
But once you knew that she was charged and your investigation, you believed, had led to the prosecution of her, then you thought it was significant, correct?
Could be.
Took it out of your back pocket and said it for the first time before the grand jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anything else about the conduct of Monica Simontilli that first day, first night that you went to the scene that you felt was unusual or you put in your back pocket, for instance?
No.
She answered all the questions you had, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, told you where she had been that day, where Fabio was located when she left and when she came back and so forth and so on.
She answered all of our questions. I had nothing to go on whether they were accurate or not, but she answered every question.
Understood. And there were many other times when you called her and asked her to answer more questions or come out or do a walkthrough or so forth, correct?
Yes.
And every time she agreed and complied with your request, is that correct?
Okay.
Just, if she could, I mean, I know there were times she was out of town and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I did. Some of the accuracy of her answers were definitely not good.
In your mind, obviously.
Your Honor, I would object to counsel's statement.
It's argumentative.
Strike his statement.
Statements of counsel cannot be stricken by law, but it's improper.
All right.
I'd ask the court to advise the jury.
Wow, she's really harping on that.
Stricken. Counsel statements can just be admonished. Good enough, counsel?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Fine with me. Fortunately, in this case, obviously, we have transcripts of all the interviews and all the times you came out to the scene.
Yes.
you have questions concerning some of those answers, and obviously.
Thank you, Virginia. Hello, love.
Yes.
But my point is, at no time did she say to you, you know, I've got an attorney and I've decided not to talk to you anymore.
No, she didn't say that.
At a couple of times, she even said to you, friends have been asking me to get a private investigator. Do you think I should do that? Right?
Yes.
And your response was, not necessary. We're getting close. You don't need it.
Remember, put I liked in order to get in the drawing.
It's not. It has nothing to do with our investigation.
No, yeah, but do you recall in your response you said, we're getting close. Don't worry about it. We'll get there. Is that right?
Yes.
And each time that she requested or talked to you about that or getting a private investigator, you continually said, we're almost there. We're about to solve this case. Be patient.
Yeah,
We'll get
essentially,
there.
don't waste your money. We got it.
Okay. There were even times when she asked permission to go back to Canada for a memorial service and so forth.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. You may finish your question.
She had indicated to you at times she could not meet you at the time that you had requested because she was going back for a memorial service for her husband, correct?
Overruled?
Yes.
And you said, fine, we'll make it another time. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever go back to the location and take a look at the safe?
I don't believe I did.
If this was indeed a no-knock burglary, you would have expected valuable items to have been taken. Is that correct?
Knock knock. Burglary?
Yes, knock
Yes.
knock. Yes.
I would assume so.
Okay. Did you get a list from her of the items that she said she thought was missing and so forth?
At some point, yes.
Mostly that was costume jewelry. You said they didn't take the good stuff.
I think a set of pearls and currency. Yes.
And you had noticed, I believe, that there was a Rolex watch on the wrist of Fabio Cimintilli when he died, correct?
Yes.
And it had remained there, had not been taken, correct?
Correct.
Which you thought was unusual if this was a knock-knock burglary. Or am I wrong?
I can explain if you'd like, but if you're going to take the time to, if you're going to go to somebody's place and do and if someone's present there, if you're going to someone's home and someone's present, it's no longer a burglary. Now you have a home invasion robbery. If you're going to go to that extent and you're going to kill the person, you might as well take what's a value on them, correct? I mean, if you're going to go to all that work.
Okay.
So that's what we were believing.
And especially if you were staging a robbery or burglary, you would take the expensive items, correct?
Sustained.
In your experience? In your experience? Would, if a burglary was being staged to cover up a murder, for instance, would you expect the Rolex and other expensive items to have been taken?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I've come across too many staged burglaries in my experience.
Okay.
So I don't know if I have expertise to answer that.
Okay. But the fact that the Rolex watch was not taken for you meant what?
Again, if you're going to go through all of the work and risk of not only burglarizing a house where no one is home, but if you're going to go there and commit a home invasion robbery, I would assume that you're going to take the valuable property that's there, including whatever is on the person's body.
And the fact that it was not taken was one item of evidence that you thought led to the fact that this may not have been a burglary, but instead a murder.
It's one piece, yes.
Okay. Okay. And that didn't, once you got the DNA results, the idea that this was a murder did not change. Is that correct?
You mean a burglary or?
Well, the idea that it was a burglary did not change. You were convinced it was not a burglary. This was a.
Right. It was always a murder.
A murder.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you made that determination, Detective Verna, again, your sole goal was to find as much evidence as you could against Monica Simontilli to tie her with Robert Baker.
My job was to solve this case, sir.
Okay. And that included, as you said, finding as much evidence as you could to document her contact and her affair with Robert Baker.
At the time, there was a strong suspicion that she may have been involved in what's going on in this case.
And your job
And
was.
that's why we were doing what we were doing.
And your job was to find evidence to prove that that was true or not true. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what you did throughout your investigation, correct?
Yes.
Up to and including the arrest of Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli. Is that right?
Somewhat correct. We gave the case to Robbery Homicide Division at, again, sometime in March. And at that point, they were directing the progress of the case. We were present because we had a relationship with Monica as far as communication goes, but they were taking the wheel at that point.
And you took advantage of that relationship to be the primary contact between yourself and Monica Simontilli, correct?
Advantage?
Well, you used it to try to get evidence, correct?
I don't know how much we gained by remaining in contact with her, except for there would need to be a person that needed to be in contact with her.
Well, who decided it was going to be you as opposed to someone else?
We had built a rapport, sir.
Okay. So using that rapport, you took advantage of that to stay in contact with her and in effect to lie to her about what the investigation had revealed, where it was leading, and what you already knew about it.
Well, I don't agree with your word advantage. I mean, we didn't really have much of an advantage. We were basically just a point of contact at that point. And if you look back, I don't think there's a ton of evidence that we gained between that period of March to June. I mean, there were some phone calls that were made, but there was nothing super significant that was found out. So I think the term advantage is not correct.
Exactly. You didn't find a whole bunch of evidence to tie her at that time.
That's not what I said. I said the phone calls did not show much.
Okay. And the visits to the scene with her as well. I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Very briefly. When you spoke to the defendant after learning from her daughter Jessica that Baker had spent the night in her mother's bed while her father Fabio was out of town, and you asked her specifically about all the individuals in the racquetball league, specifically a person named Robert. The defendant lied to you at that point, correct? She told you she thought his last name was Baker, correct?
That's what she said, yes.
You also were asked about multiple questions with respect to why this didn't look like it was consistent with the knock-knock burglars. None of those cases involved a murder of someone, a homeowner, correct?
That I'm aware of, yes.
On top of that, in those cases, they went out of their way not to contact anybody who might have been in the home, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And as I asked you a few days ago, last week, in this case, it appeared that the homeowner was targeted as opposed to any property in the house. Is that right?
Yes.
And so at that point, it didn't fit the profile of a home burglary. Is that right?
It was inconsistent with the crimes that were occurring in that area. Yes.
And more than that, as you pointed out, given that the homeowner was in the residence or outside of the residence, the one room that was targeted, the master bedroom, had an indication that the burglary was subsequent to the murder, correct?
Yes.
Where the victim was on the back patio area. Is that right?
Correct.
In addition to attempting to conceal her familiarity with the person whose DNA came back to the crime scene as well as in the car, in this case, the defendant also lied to you with respect to her knowledge of a life insurance policy where she was the main beneficiary, correct?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant lie to you regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant tell you the truth regarding the fact that she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did the defendant ever mention to you that she knew she was the main beneficiary on a life insurance policy?
No.
Along with the affair-raising suspicions, did her repeated lies also raise suspicion?
Objection, argumentative.
It is sustained.
Going back to when you were asked about your testimony before the grand jury, and you said that was the first time you were asked the question. In looking at that portion of your testimony, does that actually indicate that you were asked the question about the defendant's demeanor for the first time in a court?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor. Concerning the life insurance, you were aware, were you not, that a party to a murder could not benefit by getting the life insurance under the current state of the law in California?
I'm going to check it's irrelevant.
I'll title.
It's overruled.
I'm not aware of that specific law. We generally handle gang homicides in our bureau. So
I'm not going to object, Your Honor. I think that's non-responsive.
No, knowledgeable in this area.
gang members don't typically have life insurance policies, so it's not something I dealt with all the time.
Well, were you never informed by the district attorney's office or anyone else in law enforcement that you should contact MetLife and tell them that Monica Simontilli, in your mind, was a suspect in this case, and therefore she should not be awarded the life insurance she would ordinarily have been due from MetLife?
I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm pretty sure indirectly that's what was going on.
What do you say indirectly?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell somebody that hey, we're investigating her as the one of the suspects of this case. It's not going to happen.
Well,
I don't care who they are.
But you were aware, LAPD, and you were aware that she had life insurance with MetLife.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware it hadn't been paid because she was asking you about it, correct? And when were you going to find out who the hell killed her husband?
I'm going to check your honor. It's argumentative and it's also cumulative.
So
Say it again.
she was constantly hounding you about when you were going to find out who killed her husband.
She was.
Correct? And also the fact that until you found who killed her husband or cleared her, they would not award her the life insurance, correct?
She was going to have to wait. You're right.
Right. And her children as well?
I'm not aware of the children, if the children got paid out or not.
Right. And she even indicated to you that she may have to move because of what was going on financially and so forth.
Decisions have consequences, sir.
Okay. Well, my question is, did she tell you that?
Yes.
And that whatever salary MetLife, his company, P&G, were paying was going to run out after 6 months, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she even asked you, you know, if that was all right, if she moved or whatever, and you said that's up to you, correct?
Yep.
So every time she contacted you and was asking what the hell was going on with this
Thank
case,
you, love.
you basically led her on to say,
I am
"Don't worry
typing up a
about it.
bunch of notes from
DNA's gonna match. We'll take care of it."
the Karen Reed trial. So if I'm a little bit
Thank you.
kind of off, that's why.
That's what homicide investigators do, right?
Objection.
You investigate. You don't give your inside information of your investigation to the person you're investigating.
Based on the totality of the question, it's overruled. But next time there's an objection, stop.
I'm sorry?
Next time there's an objection, stop and let me say something. There's an objection in the middle of your sentence. I would not have allowed the objection, but you need to stop so I can rule.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Did
May
you
answer.
answer?
Can you repeat it?
As a homicide investigator or as a homicide investigator, you don't tell suspects that you're investigating them, correct?
Unless you got a really good reason to do so.
And you don't tell them what evidence you have against them, correct?
Just one question. The real good reason might have been to say, Monica Cimitilli, we know you're having an affair with Robert Baker. He was the killer in this case. You tell us what happened. You never said that to her.
She's the one that said her boyfriend was her husband, and that was not the case.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Detective Verna. You're
Thank you.
excused. Please make call the next witness.
People call Matthew Nurse.
He's done. How's my sound? Some of y'all said I was a little loud. How does it sound when I'm just talking to you right now? Because me can't hear it. I am already only on day 2 of the first witness of my notes, and I've already gotten how many pages typed up? 14 pages.
There's a holiday next week. And
Or
days
one
it's gonna
page.
be dark next week. The holiday is Lincoln's birthday on the 12th. Will be dark on Thursday and Friday. Monday is President's Day. What a great job. That's also a holiday.
What about Wednesday, Robin?
So you're off Monday and Thursday?
You mean this Wednesday? Yeah, that's a holiday.
Wednesday, this Wednesday. What are we talking about? I'm lost now. I know, K Swan. It's 88 here. Wish I was outside. I'm sitting inside with a heating pad on my lap and my toes freezing.
Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Matthew Nurse, Mathewnurse.
Microphone, please, a little louder. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Nurse.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about the year 2017, but before I get there, what do you do for a living now?
I'm an innovation engineer at Nike.
What does that mean?
I work for NXT Footwear department that create future footwear product coming out for the future.
All right. Now, back in 2017, that time frame, you live in Los
He
Angeles.
creates the tennis shoes.
What did you do for employment back during that time frame?
I worked at LA Fitness.
And is that the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
Correct.
What did you do there?
I was a personal trainer.
Okay. And I think a personal trainer might be self-explanatory, but what specifically did you do as a personal trainer?
Train people to get better physically and get them in shape if they wanted to.
So do you have individual clients then at LA Fitness?
Yeah, it was a one-on-one training type.
And how long have you been working there? As of, let's go with January of 2017, how long have you been working there?
4 years.
Now, the defendant sitting in court over here in the long dark hair, the black suit next to the gentleman in the gray suit, do you recognize her?
Yes.
How do you recognize her?
She was one of my clients,
And how do you know her? What name do you know her by?
Monica
Do you know her last name?
Cematelli.
He did it wrong, Cinematelli. Wait, he said Cinematelli, and I got in trouble for that shit.
2 years after I started.
Okay, so do you know what year that would be?
17, 16, maybe 14, 15, 2015 or 14.
Okay, somewhere in that time frame, she joined the gym. And did you immediately become her trainer?
Yes, I believe so.
And what did that involve as far as, did you have individual training sessions with her in LA Fitness?
Yeah, so once you become a member of LA Fitness, they put you through a process and give you option to sign up with a personal trainer. And then I became a trainer. It was a one-on-one. And I think the contract was for a year. It was 6 months or a year.
How long then would you meet with her, like during a week? Was it once a week, twice a week?
I think it was once a week.
Okay, so once a week she would come to the gym, you would train her. And during that time, did you start building a friendship or a relationship with her?
Yes.
Now, during that time frame, then we're just talking about that first contract. Did you believe it was? Did you say 6 months or a year?
Yes.
Do you know which it was?
It might have been 6 months.
Okay. That first 6 months that you're training her, did you start talking to her about personal things?
Yes.
Did she talk to you at all about her family or her home life?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She would talk about her kids, and then she told me she was unhappy in her marriage.
Do you recall when that happened? And again, we're in this first 6 month time frame. Are we still in 2015, or have we moved on to the next year?
Maybe moved on.
Okay,
I
so
can't
around
recall.
sometime in 2016?
Yes.
Do you know, if you recall, how that conversation came up?
I think she said she was unhappy and that she thought he was cheating on her.
Did she say anything else that you remember?
Not that I recall.
Did that conversation then continue? I'm unhappy in my marriage. She told you that. Did she ever talk about it again during that first 6 months?
Maybe again.
Okay.
I can't recall.
You think maybe, but you don't recall?
Yeah.
Was your impression then that, based on her words, she wasn't in a happy marriage?
Yes.
It's overruled, so based on this witness's subsequent conduct.
Now, you said she talked about her kids too. What did she tell you about her kids?
She just told me about her 2 daughters, both in high school.
Okay, did she seem like she did things with her daughters and was a good mom to you?
Yes.
Now, as far as the marriage, did you give her any advice on her marriage when she told you that she was in an unhappy marriage?
I asked her, when she told me she was unhappy, I said, why don't you just get a divorce?
And what did she say to you?
Why throw away 20 years?
Did you ask her anything further about that?
Oh, I don't believe that, Roden. We're not going to have 6 more months of winter, weeks of winter.
Now, during this first 6 months,
Nope.
did she ever
I
show
do
any
not
interest in
accept or
you
believe it.
romantically?
I do not accept or believe
Also,
that.
can you explain how that occurred?
I think it was a lot of flirting, and she asked me out for drinks one time.
And did you take that asking out of drinks to be a proposition to have more of an intimate relationship?
Yes.
Did you go out?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. That constitutes conclusion is speculative.
Again, the way to show this witness self-conduct is overruled.
When she asked you out for drinks, was this the time frame when you were actually at that time training her in the gym?
Yes.
And the
Of course.
conversation out for drinks, were you actually like physically doing a training session at that time, if you remember?
Of course he was.
If it was training or not.
Okay, so that first 6 months, did you have any interaction with the defendant other than just training her in the gym?
No.
So in other words, did you ever go sit off to the side and have coffee together and talk about life, or was it strictly just training sessions?
Strictly training.
So during that time, she asked you out for drinks.
Yeah.
And did you go?
No.
Why didn't you go?
I wasn't interested.
Did you tell her you weren't interested?
I told her no.
Okay, did you expand on that or say any reason why?
No.
At that time, did you have a girlfriend or were you in any form of a relationship?
I was in a relationship.
So after that 6 months, you said no to going out to drinks. Did the training sessions continue then after that 6 months?
They did.
And what happened?
Yes, they did.
What happened?
She had said she wanted to continue training, but at her house.
Was this something normal that you did, go to people's houses to train them?
No.
Did that make you feel uncomfortable at all?
Objection, that's legal.
Overruled.
No.
Did you feel like that had anything to do with wanting to spend time with you since she'd already asked you out for drinks?
Yes.
Did you agree to train her at her house?
Yes.
Did she offer to pay you money for these training sessions at her house?
Yes.
How much was that, if you recall?
I think it was 50. 50 or 45. 40 or 50 between that.
So that would entail what? A workout session at her house for how long?
40 minutes.
Our lunch recess now until 1:30. The evidence applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves. If anyone else will form or express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Mr. Nurse, I'll see you at 1:30 as well.
Okay, so 1:30. So that's an hour. We got an hour. Lucky Ducks 32 here and snowing. I want to be where y'all are. I was in Texas, honey. One day it's 30 degrees with the wind chill of 20, and the next day it's 87. Let me check my temperature and see what it is here. Man, I wish I was outside if it's that warm. I want to go outside if it's that warm. 83 degrees here. It's going to get up to almost 90 next Saturday. And I'm happy for it. I'm sitting here with a blanket on my legs and a heated pad on my feet. No, I don't believe in the groundhog. I don't believe in groundhog. We don't do groundhog. Nope, 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 nope. I am looking for the other straw. Canvas says, I'm back from my prep period. Yay, figured out why I'm missing so many students today. I guess it's the immigrant day and people are not going to school, work, or shopping to show what it would be like without immigrants being here. I have no problem with immigrants being here. I just want everybody to be here lawfully and legally. Let's see what this shows.
Tennessee woman accused of killing her 15-month-old daughter, Megan Boswell, faces felony murder charges for the death of her daughter, Evelyn. The toddler first disappeared in Sullivan County in December 2019. She was reported missing 2 months later in February. Evelyn was found dead.
Having a heat wave.
Today, about 1,200 jurors are expected to be called. We'll be following the trial both online and on air.
Well, I'm not Rachel because I am Cherokee Cree with a kick. The skin shows the Irish side. The heart and spirit shows the native. Wow. See, I don't think parents should keep kids out of school for something like that. I really don't. I really don't. I understand if the parents let's see the
On the docket tonight, a case out of Tennessee that we have been tracking for some time here on
I'm gonna lower it there and raise it here.
pattern that might sound very familiar to you. Okay? There's a young mother, not married, right? Single mom, it's fine. Has a young daughter. And the young daughter kind of goes missing, but the mom never reports the daughter missing. Huh. Instead, it's one of the grandparents that actually makes the call to police to report this child missing. And then the child's remains are ultimately found very close to the home where the mother was living and where the grandparents were living. I mean, extremely familiar fact pattern. This one is out of Tennessee. The defendant's name is Megan Boswell.
What city?
Take a listen to the rest of the story.
I'm from Richmond.
Evelyn.
My county.
Hi.
15-month-old baby Evelyn Boswell, a beautiful blue-eyed toddler from Tennessee, being raised by her teen mom Megan, goes missing with an Amber Alert issued on February 19th, 2020.
We remain committed and continue to do everything possible to find out what happened to Evelyn. And as always, as soon as relevant information and accurate information, I want to really reiterate that as it comes to us, we will get that out as soon as possible. Okay. Anyone with relevant information concerning Evelyn's whereabouts are asked to call 1-800-TBI-5.
But that Amber Alert was not issued on the day she went missing. Baby Evelyn actually disappeared in late 2019. And her mom said she didn't report her missing because she knew the person who had her and did not want them to take off with her.
I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself. Just bring her back. I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about so much. I just want her back.
But investigators were not buying Megan Boswell's stories.
Aware that we've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother.
What happens next is a strange string of events. First, Evelyn's grandmother, Angela, is arrested with her boyfriend in North Carolina for possession of a stolen vehicle, which was part of the Amber Alert. Then Evelyn's mom is arrested in Tennessee for making false statements.
We determined that some of the statements Megan Boswell provided to us were false. Many of the false statements that Megan made delayed our investigations and also impeded our investigations on trying to find Evelyn. As a result, she has been charged with false reporting.
Are there any questions about that? Ms. Baldwin, are there any questions about that?
Then big breaking news. 2 weeks after Evelyn was reported missing, a toddler's remains are found.
This evening, we received the information that led TBI agents and Sullivan County detectives to a property belonging to a family member of Evelyn's mother in the 500 block of Muddy Creek Road in Blumpville. During the search, investigators discovered human remains believed to be those of a 15-month-old girl. The remains will be sent for an autopsy and a positive identification.
So now the question is, what happened to baby Evelyn and who is responsible?
Unbelievable. I mean, and there's more, right? You know, lies about where the child is, says, I know who has the child. The only thing she didn't do was say that Zanny the nanny had Evelyn. Let's bring in our special guest joining us from Tulsa,
That
Oklahoma
is
tonight.
so funny.
Former Nashville police officer in Tennessee and anchor and
Danny
reporter for our great
Bananas.
affiliate KJRH, Vincent Hill, back with us. Vincent, great to see you.
Vinny, always a pleasure.
You know, that the case that this parallels so much resulted in a not guilty verdict, right? And you know, there's the passage of time. Do you think that there may be a different result here if, in fact, there are better forensics in this case? Because in the case down in Orange County, Florida, involving little Kaylee Marie, it took way too long, and that body was exposed to the elements, flooding, animals, bugs, everything. I'm not sure because we haven't heard the information, but I think there's a chance perhaps that there'll be better forensic evidence here.
Well, Vinny, this is definitely 2008 all over again, right? The only difference is the names of the mother and the name of the child. But here's where the problem lies when this goes to trial. We don't know exactly when she went missing. There's reports that it could have been December 26th. There's reports it could have been December 10th. She wasn't found until 2 weeks after she was reported missing, which was in February of 2020. So there's a lot of time that went by, and we don't know if the weather was a factor, where she was essentially laid to rest. We don't know a lot of things that could have deteriorated some type of DNA or some type of evidence in this case.
Now, the other part of all this, much like in that other case, the role of the grandparents here. You know, as this investigation was going on, people were somewhat suspicious of other members of the family. In that trial down there, the defense literally pointed the finger at Kaylee Marie's grandfather, George Anthony. I mean, they pointed the finger at him. They called him a rapist. They called him this. They called him that.
Right.
And completely diverted the attention of that jury. I think that may happen in this case as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also have to question, too, if she was found on a family member's property, who's that family member? What's their relationship with Megan? What's the relationship with the toddler? Who is this person? How do you not know that there's a 15-month-old somewhere on your property that was dumped there? So you're going to question that. And a good defense attorney is going to bring that up, too, to say, hey, maybe this person had something to do with her death.
And the child goes missing, a little child goes missing. And you know, Vincent, when there's a little child in a family, everybody has to, you pick up the phone. It's the first thing you ask. Oh, how's the baby? That's what you do. That's what families do. Yet in this family, no one seemed to realize that
how are you
baby
doing?
Evelyn was
Forget
missing.
mom and
had
dad.
been
How's that
missing
baby?
for not just 31 days, but more than 31 days.
Yeah, and listen, my kids are 25 and 20, and every time I talk to my mother, she still asks, how are my kids doing, right? So, yeah, that's something that a family is going to do. And also, when you're looking at an investigation like this, as an investigator, the first person that you look at in an abduction like this is the family. So I think investigators were probably key to what was going on a lot earlier than they revealed to the public, because you always look inside the home before you look outside the home, especially when you're talking about a toddler. She didn't get up and walk away. She wasn't on a school bus and abducted from there. She was inside that home when she went missing.
One of the other, Megan Boswell is a little bit younger than that other woman was at the time of her case and her trial. How do you think that whole issue plays into this? Because she's a younger teenage mother here. She strikes me as not being terribly sophisticated, yet at times I listen to her and she looks like she's very calm, cool, and collected as an inmate now. It's bizarre.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, but I think as this moves forward, they're going to question, was she ready to be a mom? We always hear about teen moms not being ready to have children. So is that something that the defense is going to put into play here as this moves forward? She wasn't ready. She may have snapped, or she may have done something that, a young mother would do. So there's a lot of questions that surround that. But, at the same time, she's young. But at the same time, Vinny, I think she's very smart, because she had her stories laid out like clockwork. I mean, it was word for word. She didn't stumble. She
Yes,
didn't
today or
hesitate when she
tomorrow.
was telling these stories. So yes, she may be young, but she's also very smart.
Yep, and she cried on cue. Vincent Hill from KRJH, great to have you on the program tonight. We'll see you soon.
Always a pleasure. All right, Vinny. Thank you.
Yeah, y'all. We don't know what time this is going to start, y'all. I was hoping it would have already started. They are seating a jury today because of if this isn't, I don't know what time zone they're in over there. I think they're an hour ahead of us. So that means it's 3:50. I guess tomorrow will be their first day of trial. So we're going to have to bounce trials. We have another trial that's going to closing arguments tomorrow. That's the Collin Griffin. Why can't I hear myself in my monitor? There we go. Collin Griffith is going to be going into closing arguments and jury tomorrow. So as soon as we go to jury watch, we will then do the Collin Griffin. We'll go on verdict watch and we'll start this trial. I'm trying to just catch up and learn more about this poor baby as much as possible. 10 minutes. Let's watch this.
Of a little 15-month-old girl named Evelyn. This is a tragedy.
Okay, this is
one where this little girl was let down by everyone in her life who was supposed to protect her. Here's her story. Little baby Evelyn, a blue-eyed, blonde-haired bundle of absolute joy, was born in Tennessee. Her dad was in the military and didn't have a relationship with her mom, Megan Boswell.
Okay,
so
there you go.
Megan was a 17-year-old single mother. But she seemingly did have some help. Evelyn and Megan lived on the Boswell family compound with Evelyn's grandparents, Tommy and Angela, and Evelyn's uncle, Tommy Jr. At some point in December of 2019, Evelyn went missing, but no one reported her gone until February of 2020. It was her grandpa who called police, not her mother. When the investigation began, Megan's story allegedly changed and turned out to be false. She reportedly said Evelyn was with Grandma Angela and her boyfriend. Megan was arrested for providing false information. Then Evelyn's body was found on the family compound. The medical examiner believes she was placed upside down in a trash can inside a shed where she died. Prosecutors believe Megan is the one who did it and have charged her with the murder of this little angel.
Such a tough story, but it's a fact pattern that we've seen similar ones before. Megan Boswell has spoken, and she spoke to the local media because this case began as a missing child. It didn't start as a murder investigation, didn't start as a murder case. It was a missing child. So the missing child's teenage mother spoke to the media. Take a listen here to her being interviewed. This is published February 24th of 2020.
We went to go out to eat, and then my mom came and got her. She was wearing a little hot pink tracksuit with a matching bow, little matching shoes, a little bit before Christmas. I was trying to protect my mom, maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
So there she is on that date saying, well, I gave her to mom before Christmas. This is now February, before Christmas. So she continues to talk about what happened and indicates that her mother apparently, according to Megan, gave Evelyn, the little baby, to someone else, a third party. Here she is explaining that part of the story.
I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself.
When did you know that something was wrong?
Just when she left and took off, and just to answer her phone, or the person that is in Mendota has had her the whole time.
But that's not where she was found. She was found on the family compound. So that's not true. So what's going on in this interview? And that brings us to my first question about this teenage mom. And did Megan Boswell already know Evelyn was dead? Right? She's telling this story about her mom. But at that point, did she already know that her little girl was no longer alive? Let me bring in my guest joining me. Jury consultant, human behavior expert Susan Constantine is with us. Also joining us, staff writer for the Kingsport Times News, Rick Wagner. Thank you both. Susan, let me just begin with you in what you saw from that mother. This is, again, before little baby Evelyn is found. It's a missing child. She's speaking there. Did you notice anything in the way she delivered in that interview?
Yeah, when I'm watching the video, just watching her affect, what we're looking for are any sort of grief or worry, symptoms on her face. And you don't really see that. I mean, she's showing a few little crocodile tears, and there's a lot of research behind the faked and framed crocodile tears. Here's what's interesting is that this didn't match this. So there was no sadness here. You can see this little pinching up. Those are stressors. No horizontal lines across her forehead. We see a little chin pop right here. It's called a chin boss. Boss has more to do with pouting. Her shaking her head back and no could be indications that that's just how she's processing information, more of a convincing rather than conveying gesture. So overall, this would give me suspicion just because her overall affect really didn't match the severity of her daughter missing. It just was out of sync. So those are the kind of things what we call face anomalies. We see face anomalies that don't synchronize the way they should. Those are what we call points of interest, and we hone in on that. We're missing some other pieces to it before I can actually say she's deceptive.
Okay, I want to take a look now. The TBI Special Agent David Gratz testified in court about an interview he did with Megan Boswell the next day on February 25th, 2020. Take a look. And this is what he testified to. She did say she was aware that Evelyn was dead. However, she told the story that it resulted from either her or Hunter Wood rolling over the child while sleeping, but she did not know the location of Evelyn's body. Rick Wagner from the Kingsport Times News, who's been on top of this story throughout. Rick, she's told a lot of stories. A lot of different stories. What are you taking away from what she knew and at what point?
Well, I think it's very clear that the prosecution is very convinced that she told some things that were not true. She, among other things, among the murder charges, faces 12 counts of giving false police reports, and she attempted, or her attorney did, recently to have those heard separately, but that did not get approval from the judge.
And this,
so I think that.
Go ahead, continue.
No, that's it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Never a problem. I want to show this as well, also from the TBI Special Agent David Gratz. This is from March 6th of 2020. We found the remains inside of a building that was referred to by the family as the Playhouse. It was out behind what I would call a storage building on the property. And this playhouse was built by the defendant, Megan's grandfather, as a playhouse for her when she was a child. Susan, so we know that the stories aren't true. She's been charged with making all of these false statements. When someone has told so many alleged false statements, is it difficult to tell when and if they're telling the truth?
Oh, yes, there is, Vinny. This is what I love to do because we can take all of those, these interviews that she's done, put it all together in all the statements, and then analyze them side by side. See if there's any sort of language deviations. If she's switching it up, maybe the timelines or the surrounding events have changed. Anytime there is a change, there's a change that happened. So when you have high cognitive load, meaning that you've got all these thoughts going through your head, trying to put the story together, you can't do it cohesively, it's vague or it's out of sequence, that's telling you these are major hot spots. So if it were my team, I would be analyzing this like I was giving an X-ray. It would be through statement analysis, voice stress analysis, and behavioral analysis, clustering them together. And I could probably tell you in just the language what occurred and when it occurred, because the language will tell the story behind what really happened. And just one little twist of a word can make a big difference.
And Rick, we talk about the different stories she's had. One story was that Evelyn's father had her, but Evelyn's father, not even in the state, right?
Yeah, he was in the military, and I believe he was in one of the Carolinas when, at the time, she alleged that he had had custody, physical custody of Evelyn. So that turned out to not be possible. They got him on the record pretty quickly about that.
And Susan, is there any difference in evaluating someone who is this young? You know, when she had the baby, she was just 17 years old. And she appears to me as being younger than her age in the way she speaks and the way she acts. Is that something you take into trying to figure
into
out?
consideration?
Right.
Well, yes and no, because there's the psychological development of the person. So sometimes the language might change and be more infantile. We'd be able to tell maybe their age range more mentally. But no, you can take their statement and still run it through statement analysis. I had a case just the other day. It was a 9-year-old alleging that he was molested by his stepfather. So we had to use voice stress analysis to determine whether that child was truthful. So yes, you can use it because it will pick up those little micro vocal tremors. And regardless of what age, when you deviate from the truth, it's going to show up no matter what. But it has to be intentional. You have to know the truth, deviate from the truth, and that's where the stressors will be found.
Yeah. And Rick, any indication from grandma or grandpa, and I'm speaking Evelyn's grandmother and grandpa, that they knew what was going on here?
It's really hard to tell. We covered this sort of as a team effort, and there were a lot of different people involved, but I can't recall that. I think I recall that the grandfather was very concerned about this, and you know, at some point the sheriff's office from Sullivan County got to the root of it and found Evelyn.
All right.
Unfortunately, not alive.
Not alive. Rick Wagner's going to stay with us. Susan Constantine, thank you so much. Coming up, can they prove the case against Megan Boswell?
At this point, most of you are aware that we've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother.
Go ahead. Hit me. Bam. Two celebrities reveal their turbulent relationship to the world.
He was just Hollywood's mega hunk. The man who beat me up for 5 years.
The general public sees this, and all they see is wife beater. Two completely different versions of what was happening.
I'm really-
That means one thing. Somebody's lying.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New season premieres Sunday night, 8/7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
Why do you keep doing that? I'm
I want
sorry.
to start out by saying that we've been looking for baby Evelyn since last Tuesday. We've been working 24/7 nonstop. As you all know, she was first reported missing last week, and we're still searching for her and working to determine exactly when she disappeared. We have followed up on over 570 tips, along with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and Federal Bureau of Investigation. We've been working as a team on this ever since baby Evelyn's went missing. At this point, most of you are aware that we've received a number of conflicting, inaccurate statements from the mother, Megan Boswell, Evelyn's mother. During the investigation, we determined that some of the statements Megan Boswell provided to us were false. Many of the false statements that Megan made delayed our investigations and also impeded our investigations on trying to find Evelyn. As a result, she has been charged with false reporting.
So a teenage mother of a young child that goes missing lies to police. Okay? Teenage mother of a missing child doesn't report her child missing for over a month and never reports her child missing. The child's grandparent reports the child missing. The teenage mom makes up some fictitious person as having custody of the child. Does all that sound familiar? Because it does to me. It reminds me a lot of another case that I still have nightmares about. Remember this?
As to the charge of first-degree murder, verdict as to count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, on this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated child abuse, verdict as to count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, so say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child, verdict is to count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, dated at Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson. As to the charge of providing false information to a law enforcement officer, verdict as to count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of providing false information to a law enforcement officer as charged in the indictment. So say we all, dated Orlando, Orange County, Florida, this 5th day of July, 2011, signed foreperson.
It seemed to defy common sense, but the jury was not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. All 12 of them, not one of them was convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that that woman was guilty. Which brings me to my next question about the case we're investigating tonight. And this is a big one. Can they prove the case against Megan Boswell? Can they do in Tennessee what they couldn't do down in Orange County, Florida? Still with me, Rick Wagner. And joining us, someone who knows a lot about that other case, retired 9th Judicial Circuit Court Judge, America's Judge, the Honorable Belvin Perry. Okay. Judge, I'm going right to you. You were there for the whole thing. You saw what the jury did at the end of the day. Can that happen again in this case, or do you think prosecutors can prove this case against Megan Boswell?
The big difference with the Anthony case versus the Boswell case is the fact that there is a body, and there is a body that gave a cause of death as asphyxiation. In the Anthony case, one of the jurors said one of the reasons she voted to acquit was that the state could not show how Kelly Anthony died. With this particular case, with Megan Boswell, you have Mountain of Lies. You have her being last seen with the child and her not reporting and making up stories. So I think they stand a better than average shot at this time of proving her guilt beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt.
Rick Wagner from the Kingsport Times News. There have been some developments over the summer in this case. It started as felony murder, but my understanding is now we're up to first-degree murder in this case?
It's changed?
Yeah, back in, I think it was in June of 2024, there was a felony first-degree premeditated murder added to the 2 previous first-degree felony murder charges. And in addition to that, she had 12 charges of false police reports and 1 count each of child abuse, child neglect, and abuse of a corpse. So the prosecution obviously is going to go for all those, and it's all going to be in one trial, as I said before the break.
Judge Perry, the fact that they're now charging first-degree premeditated murder, upping it from felony murder, right? It seems that they must have some additional information because they've got to now prove that this was planned, this was plotted, this was her intention. This is not some accident. She wasn't disciplining the child and the child just died as a result of some physical abuse. This was like her intent was to take the life of this angel.
First of all, Vivi, the manner of death can lead to premeditated first-degree murder. Asphyxiation means she suffocated that little angel to death. You got a blanket that was wrapped around her neck so tight that it left indentations on that angel's face. She was also suffocated by the use of aluminum foil. Those are all indicators of someone who intend that their victim died. So they have the premeditation element. You know, the question is going to be, how do they attach that to her sufficiently in the minds of the jury where they will return a verdict of murder in the first degree?
Rick Wagner, this obviously is a huge story in the community, and they're going to try this case in the community, is my understanding. They're going to try to get a jury out of Sullivan County. Judge Belvin Perry had to import some jurors from another county. What's the vibe in the community right now regarding little baby Evelyn and her mom, who's been charged now with this first-degree premeditated murder?
Well, I guess the easiest way to explain that or to respond to it is that the prosecutor made a statement in one of the hearings in August that he believes that you may have to have a jury panel of about 1,200 people in order to come up with a jury of 12. And he also gave that as the reason that the prosecution is not putting a lot of information out about the case, in his words. The defense, on the other hand, has recently brought in an investigator, and I believe is holding its cards pretty close to the vest, if I'm not mixing my statements there. It's I think both sides are sort of aware that it's going to be a very well-watched case as it makes its way through the system.
Absolutely. Judge, what's the key to finding a jury in the county where this happened?
The key is not that they have information about the case and whether or not they have formed an opinion. The key is whether or not they can set aside those opinions and base their verdict solely on the evidence that will be presented. Some jurors can, some jurors cannot. It just depends on how many of them who will say that I have no opinion, or I've set aside that opinion and I can make my decision solely on the evidence presented during the trial.
I think that the best case scenario for this trial to go off without a hitch is that they have a judge as good as the Honorable Belvin Perry taking over this case. Judge, thank you so much. Great to see you. Rick, great to see you. All right, folks, we've got more to get to. I'm Vinnie Politan. We will always here keep digging for answers as the investigation continues. I'm Vinnie Politan. We continue our investigation of a 15-month-old girl named Evelyn, who should be going to school, making friends, and learning something new each day. But instead, she's the subject of a true crime tragedy. Here's her story.
Little baby Evelyn lived with her single teenage mom, Megan Boswell, in Sullivan County, Tennessee. She was being raised with the help of her grandparents on the family compound. But in February of 2020, Evelyn was reported missing by her grandpa. Her mom cried on TV looking for her baby, then was arrested for misleading police. Things then changed dramatically in the case when Evelyn was found dead on the family compound. And now Megan has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder.
When we first started covering this story, it was the search for a missing baby, and no one knew where she was. And Megan was telling stories, and there were searches that were going on campgrounds, and there was a car that was of interest. There was an Amber Alert. I mean, everyone had their eyes open looking for this little child. But then she was found. Take a listen.
This evening, we received the information that led TBI agents and Sullivan County detectives to a property belonging to a family member of Evelyn's mother in the 500 block of Muddy Creek Road in Blumpville. During the search, investigators discovered human remains believed to be those of a 15-month-old girl. The remains will be sent for an autopsy and a positive identification. At this time, the investigation is in the very early stages. There's a lot of work left to be done, and right now, this is the extent of what we can provide today.
So she wasn't in some campground. She wasn't abducted and taken away. She was on the family's property where they all lived, where Megan lived, where Evelyn lived, where the whole family lived, which brings me to our next question, which is an important one for a child who's been murdered. Who was in baby Evelyn's life? Who were the people surrounding this 15-month-old child with those big, bright blue eyes? Joining me, staff writer for the Kingsport Times News, Rick Wagner is with us, and also joining us, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist and author of the book, The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho. I want to start this discussion and take a look at Evelyn's family tree, so we have an understanding of some of the people who were surrounding this little girl. And we begin with, of course, Evelyn Boswell, the child, and her mom, Megan Boswell. You look at Megan, she was just a teenager when this child was born, was 17 years old, and she's been charged with making false reports, but also charged with the first-degree premeditated murder of Evelyn. Then you've got Ethan Perry, who is Evelyn's father. Megan told investigators that Ethan had Evelyn, but investigators determined that he was stationed in Louisiana at the time. He's in the military and doesn't really have a relationship with Megan. It's not clear that they have any sort of ongoing relationship, but he is the father. Now, also in Evelyn's life is Tommy Boswell Sr., and this is Megan's dad, which would be Evelyn's grandpa. And he's the one who actually reported her missing and was married to Angela Boswell until they divorced in 2014. That couple had a lot of domestic violence incidents and calls, and he's the one who owns that family compound on Muddy Creek Road where he and Tommy operated a business. Now, Angela Boswell, also in Evelyn's life, that is Tommy's ex-wife, but is the grandma and the grandma of Evelyn and the mother of Megan Boswell. She, unfortunately, has a lengthy criminal record and was arrested with her boyfriend on charges of theft after the vehicle they were in was reported stolen. This was a vehicle of interest in the original investigation. That boyfriend, also in Evelyn's life, obviously, is William McLeod, which is grandma's boyfriend, arrested in Tennessee after being accused of fleeing town in a stolen car with Angela. He, too, with a lengthy criminal record. So, Rick Wagner, as we look at this family and where little baby Evelyn was found, it's a family compound. How would you describe this area where they live, Muddy Creek Road, and where the family was situated, and what the situation was where Evelyn was living?
Well, Muddy Creek Road has the address of the county seat of Sullivan, which is Blountville, but it's out what I would maybe call in the country. And the business that was operated out there was a paving business. And I wouldn't say that it's an extremely rural area, but it also isn't a metropolitan. It's more of a suburban to almost a rural area. And my understanding of the small little, we call them yard barns in this part of the country, is that it was pretty much just a storage unit, yard barn, maybe somewhere where the children would play. And I remember that pretty vividly from the 2020 when they first announced they had found her body.
Dr. Judy Ho, as we show the photos of her family, I think the people at home are probably noticing something. They all appear to be mugshots of some sort. This is not from a family photo album. The family photo album is mugshots. what are your thoughts about the world that Evelyn was living in, the world that Megan was raising Evelyn in?
Well, it seems like there was a lot of instability, possibly a lot of chaos. Not great role modeling, clearly, for Megan, who is a teen mom, and really uncertain as to how Evelyn was being taken care of in terms of her basic needs, in terms of what she was witnessing, because Vinny, you mentioned that there was a long history of domestic violence between Megan's mom and her ex-husband, Tommy, and then her current boyfriend at the time of arrest is somebody who shared a long criminal history with her. And it can be really hard when children grow up in that environment. I'm talking about Megan as well as Evelyn, seeing that this is your parents' lives, not really having good role modeling to understand what parenting should be about and what the priorities need to be when you become a parent. She's probably more immature than the average person her age to begin with. And then the father's not in the picture. So I wonder how much support she really had in all of this and raising Evelyn.
I want to read this. This is from the Knoxville News Sentinel, describing some of the chaos in this family. Angela Boswell was 16 when she gave birth to Tommy Boswell Sr.'s first son, Tommy Jr., back in '93. Background check shows that Tommy racked up an assault charge in Sullivan County a few months after the boy's birth, but the details no longer available. TBI report shows he was convicted of a misdemeanor assault a year later. The couple, records show, eventually moved to Bulls Gap in Greene County. 2001, Angela Boswell gave birth to the couple's second child, which was Megan, Evelyn's mother. Angela married Tommy Boswell Sr. a few months later. By 2009, the couple was back in Sullivan County, settling the kids in a manufactured home atop a hill on a family-owned plot of land on Muddy Creek Road. But there's little harmony inside those walls. In March of that year, Tommy Boswell Sr. told deputies his wife attacked him, stabbing him in the neck with an ink pen and struggling with their then 14-year-old son, Tommy Jr., as he tried to rescue his dad. What picture does that paint for you, Dr. Judy Ho, for Megan, who is still a teenager and a child, and for Evelyn?
Well, Vinny, it's all that she knows. These are the people that are in her life showing her what it is when a relationship has conflict, how you resolve that conflict, what you do when you're upset with somebody. She's not learning good emotion regulation skills herself. She's probably not learning good life skills. As we both have said, this is a very chaotic home, moving back and forth, trying to settle down, and then having more of your rap sheet follow you for a variety of reasons. And I think that that's very, very difficult for a young mind. Teenage brains are clearly not anywhere near mature.
I'm going to say this. Excuse me, and some may disagree with me, and it's okay. We can agree to disagree. But in a lot of places, 17 years old, you're considered an adult when it comes to certain crimes. The difference between 6 months or so or a year between the ages of 17 and 18 can be huge in some kids. Some kids. But let me, come on, show me, let me read the comment. Thank you. Sorry, my screen was blocking it. I hate the way they keep describing her as a teenager. 18 as adult, regardless of if it's technicality or late teens. We all know that your brain does not fully mature until you hit about the age of 25, depending on male, female, and some people a little earlier and some people a little less. But she is legally that of an adult at the age of 18. When she gave birth to that baby at 17, you were right. She was 18, 19 when the baby's life was taken. To me, honey boo, you 17, 16, 17, 18. You freaking know right from wrong. You commit the crime, you do the time, especially when it comes to unaliving anyone or anything. You are fully responsible unless you have been deemed prior to the act of being a mentally incompetent person and that you have to be under the care and supervision of somebody to help you through life. But this girl was an adult. I don't care if she was pregnant at 17. So many girls get pregnant at 17. Hell, just 100 years ago, if you weren't married and pregnant and with child by the age of 17, 18, you were a spinster. So I don't put up with that crap. My mom had my brother when she was 17. She raised him just fine. It's just a relationship with the dad that didn't work. She was remarried at 22 and has 5 girls. Yeah, she's a parent. She made the decision to get physically active with boys intimately. She knew the risk. She got pregnant. Then you suffer the consequences. You had the baby. You take responsibility of your behavior. You don't unalive them. Some of the best parents I have seen have been some of the younger ones. I will say, not all of them, but some of them. I just think that they shouldn't even be considering her age in this. I know that a lot of young people commit a lot of heinous crimes, but do you know what? They chose to commit the crime, they do the time. I don't know. I don't like people who make a lot of excuses.
Authority. And so there's already an impulse control component here. And this is a very important time to be instilling some skills so that the person's brain develops, understands morality, understands executive functions, how to make sound decisions.
Do you live in La La Land, honey boo? You may be some kind of a professional. I wasn't in here when they said what she was. Let me see. They don't have the name listed. You may be a professional, but let me tell you something, boo. You don't live in an ideal world, and not every adult parent, i.e., a mature person who has kids. I had my kids at 29 and 33, I believe. And 29 and 33. And I could have chosen not to be a good parent. I could have chosen to abandon my kids and do stupid shit. Well, and that's fine, but if you have a mental illness that's gonna affect your ability to raise a child, then put that child up for adoption and allow somebody who can't have kids, who is of the ability to raise a child. I'm not saying everybody that's got a mental illness can't raise kids. I know people who have no arms raising kids. I know people who have Down syndrome and raising a kid. I know people that are perfectly able-bodied and not able-bodied in wheelchairs raising kids. That's not what I'm saying, but if you know that you have a condition that's going to put you in a place to where you can harm that child because of your condition, maybe you ought to think, number 1, not having one, and number 2, if you do and you realize that, give it up for adoption. That's right. Every defense is mental illness and still know right from wrong. I work with a lot of people that have mental illnesses and disabilities. I get it. But I am so tired of hearing people use mental illness as an excuse for legal court to get out of the crime in which they committed. I've worked at the state hospital with the forensically insane and those who are incompetent to withstand trial. Let me tell you, I know what that looks like. And honey boo, it takes a lot to get to where that person is. This girl knew right from wrong. Period. End of discussion. Lock her up. If you don't like what I'm saying, tough. But not everybody who has a mental illness should use that as an excuse to get away from doing something they know is horrendous and illegal, immoral, whatever. It's like me being dyslexic. And I can sometimes overdraft my bank account because I invert my numbers. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic. I bring it up to positive balance, all is said and good, right? Find where I make the mistake and take responsibility for it. Pay that fee for being overdrawn and move forward. It's different than for me to sit here and write hot checks all over town. And I'm meaning a lot of money, say $20,000 worth of hot fraudulent checks, and then going into a court and said, "Oh, well, I'm dyslexic. I have a condition. You need to just ignore that." No. 6 9s, P's, G's, Q's, B's, D's, you name it, Y's, and I also invert. So instead of HIM, it may be IHM or HMI. Yeah. And if you read my writing, yeah. That's why I have to type up my own notes. So, I'm so dyslexic that when I'm in a class not online, but in an actual live class that I'm attending, I don't write notes. I have what they call a professional note taker. So, please understand, if you do have a true, there was this kid in Texas, he had Down syndrome, and his sibling and him were playing with the baseball bat. And the sibling would walk up and hit him on the side of the leg or the butt or poke him in the stomach with the bat. And the sibling was doing this for over a year. And the mother would say, "You better stop. One day he's going to bite back." And, they were only a year apart. And eventually one day, the older brother was the one without the Down syndrome. He was a year older. Got a little too rough. And that little Down syndrome kid took that baseball bat and beat the kid to a bloody pulp, and he died because he kept beating him in the head before the mama could get to him. He didn't know what he was doing. He just was fed up of being hit. And his brother was walking around poking him and hitting him with the bat. And the mother didn't take the bat away and discipline. She just said, "Better not do it. He's going to bite back." Who do you think is responsible in that scenario? The parent? Yes. The Down syndrome child who had no idea really what he was doing? Severe Down syndrome. We're not talking mild or moderate. Luckily, that Down syndrome kid is in a home where he's well taken care of, and the mother had to relinquish her rights to, not her parental rights, but her caregiving rights. And the kid's doing great, and he's never lashed out at anybody ever again. Ever. He is the most gentlest thing, but when you poke too much, too long, and too hard, something's going to break. And that's what happened. So I know I'm going on. I'm getting on my soapbox, but I am so tired of these professionals. Some of these, I have to listen to her more, coming in, book learned people who don't have a child. They've never raised a child that's got mental health issues, and come in and tell how it should be. Ideally, yes. Realistically, a lot of times, no.
Decisions. I do not think Megan had access to any of that.
Yeah, and Rick, can we look
I want to go back a little bit with her. I want to hear that full comment.
Is somebody who shared a long
Megan Megan had access to proper decision-making skills.
criminal history with her. And it can be really hard when children grow up in that environment. I'm talking about Megan as well as Evelyn, seeing that this is your parents' lives, not really having good role modeling to understand what parenting should be about and what the priorities need to be when you become a parent. She's probably more immature than the average person her age to begin with. And then the father's not.
Wait a minute. Have you gone and tested her? Have you sat down and done a full 2 days, 8 hours a day diagnostic with her? No. So how in the hell can you sit there and tell me that she is probably immature? Yeah, that won't fly. Dyslexic. I caught what you said. Yeah. I struggle with this woman. I really do.
In the picture. So I wonder how much support she really had in all of this and raising Evelyn.
I want to read this. This is from the Knoxville News Sentinel, describing some of the chaos in this family. Angela Boswell was 16 when she gave birth to Tommy Boswell Sr.'s first son, Tommy Jr., back in 93. Background check shows that Tommy racked up an assault charge in Sullivan County a few months after the boy's birth, but the details no longer available. TBI report shows he was convicted of a misdemeanor assault a year later. The couple, records show, eventually moved to Bulls Gap in Greene County. 2001, Angela Boswell gave birth to the couple's second child, which was Megan, Evelyn's mother. Angela married Tommy Boswell Sr. a few months later. By 2009, the couple was back in Sullivan County, settling the kids in a manufactured home atop a hill on a family-owned plot of land on Muddy Creek Road. But there's little harmony inside those walls. In March of that year, Tommy Boswell Sr. told deputies his wife attacked him, stabbing him in the neck with an ink pen and struggling with their then 14-year-old son, Tommy Jr., as he tried to rescue his dad. What picture does that paint for you, Dr. Judy Ho, for Megan, who is still a teenager and a child, and for Evelyn?
Look, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You're going to do what you learned. You're going to do what you're exposed to. Is she a product of her environment? Yes. But we all have the ability to say, no, it stops here. When parents, I believe 16 is too young to have a child. I believe it is. But you cannot sit there and continue to condone this behavior based on how someone was raised. When you get to a certain age, you know right from wrong. You know that killing someone is wrong. I don't care how old your mama was or what's going on in your household. If you heard how I grew up the first 5 years of my life, you would shudder at the thought of what I had to go through. I was adopted. I was in and out of orphanages. I love my bio mom, but my bio dad, I loved him sort of. I respected him as a man that gave birth to me, but he's deceased. So is my bio mom. But I will tell you that he was a lot of the problem. And my poor mom did the best she could do, but we ended up getting adopted by a military couple. It was okay. It was good. Nothing is ever perfect. But if you looked at my background and what I went through in my first foster home and how horrible we were treated and what was done to us as babies, babies, 7 months to about 14 months, 15 months, you would get sick. But does that mean I can use my past as an excuse to unalive anything or anyone? Hell no. I'm sorry, I'm getting
Well, Vinny, it's all that she knows. These are the people that are in her life showing her what it is when a relationship has conflict, how you resolve that conflict, what you do when you're upset with somebody. She's not learning good emotion regulation skills herself. She's probably not learning good life skills. As we both have said, this is a very chaotic home, moving back and forth, trying to settle down.
That may be true, but you are learning some of it in school. You are exposed to some of that in school. Are we not? Don't get me wrong. I feel bad for children who are raised in those environments. I get it. But at some point, I had to make the choice to go right or go bad. I had to make the choice, am I going to live as a productive person, or am I going to take what I was learned and what I experienced and what was modeled for me in my early years and say, to hell with it, I'm going to be like them. I'm sorry, 18, she's old enough. Stop making excuses for these kids. And you may
down and then having more of your rap sheet follow you for a variety of reasons. Yeah. And I think that that's very, very difficult for a young mind. teenage brains are clearly not anywhere near maturity. And so there's already an impulse control component here. And this is a very important time to be instilling some skills so that the person's brain develops, understands morality, understands executive functions, how to make sound decisions. I do not think Megan had access to any of that.
Yeah, and Rick,
I agree on about 30% of that. I agree on 30% of that. In the end, we have free will. We do know right from wrong. And I know some people are going to
look at
for it, but we know right from
the
wrong.
records. We look at the family and the array of mugshots that we can use to show who everyone is. To me, it signals as we look forward to try to figure out exactly what happened to Evelyn and who could have been responsible and how it happened, that there's a lot of chaos and a lot of law enforcement intervention involved with this family, generation after generation now.
Yes, I think that a lot of that is going to be the things that are talked about during the forthcoming trial that neither side is really willing to say. I'm sure there's going to be some presentations on this person may have done this person may have done that. I think it's important to note, though, that the grandfather, I think, is the one who reported her missing, his granddaughter, Evelyn, and he may have, directly or indirectly led to the finding, because he obviously was open to them, to the law enforcement searching his property, or they, or at least didn't oppose that. And it's sort of a sad story all the way around, and there's a lot of moving parts, and I guess it will be determined in the court if one of those moving parts may have been part of the motive and part of the, the blame, if you will.
Dr. Judy Ho, it's difficult being a single mom. It's really difficult being a teenage single mom. This teenage single mom is in her own case, her own home. There's a level of chaos. But even given all that, I still don't understand how anyone could do anything but love a little child like that.
That's right, Vinny. I mean, just look at her. She was so cute, those eyes. She's a complete innocent person in all of this. And doesn't matter how overwhelmed you are, you ask for help, you lean on others for support. If it's not your family, you go to a local community center, you try to find resources somehow. And I just don't think that, again, we don't know what the motive is specifically, but it would seem that she was likely extremely overwhelmed and did not know what to do. And then given what she grew up with and seeing criminality and seeing people not value human life, there's violence all around her, that this may not have been such a huge leap for her that it would be for the average person who couldn't fathom doing such a thing to an innocent child.
Yeah, it's the level of tragedy here is hard to really ascertain. And again, a lot of the information, it has not been made public because that's been done purposefully by prosecutors trying to keep it out of the public fray to protect potential jurors from hearing things. And that's one of the reasons some of the lines have not been completed in this story. But we've got more still to come. This is a big one. Why did it take so long to report Evelyn missing?
This case is unlike anything I've ever been involved in. We've had a child that's not been seen by the parents or certain family members in almost 2 months.
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession, 48 Hours on Court TV. Coming up next on Court TV.
It's the man who beat me up for 5 years.
Two celebrities reveal their turbulent relationship to the world.
Go ahead. Hit me. Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New season premieres Sunday night, 8/7 Central.
Only on Court TV.
I always have concerns about trafficking and any type of offense, across state lines and sailing. And, I always think of the worst, but, we just got to hope and pray little Evelyn's okay and we can get her back as soon as possible. This case is unlike anything I've ever been involved in. We've had a child that's not been seen by the parents or certain family members in almost 2 months.
2 months. Think about that for a minute. Just think about that for a minute. This little 15-year-old, right? 15-month-old, I'm sorry, 15-month-old. Is part of the family. And then no one has seen her for 2 months and no one does anything.
See, that's what bothers me.
Brings me to my next.
2 months. Y'all, if there was a child in my family that hadn't been seen or heard of in 2 months, and people are asking questions, don't you think that's a red flag, y'all? I wonder how much of the family actually knew. You live on a compound. It's probably a holler. Okay. Outside of Tennessee, people, when you've got a family living on the same bunch of land and it's up in the hills of Tennessee, we call it a holler. Like Loretta Lynn lived in a holler, Butcher Holler. Okay. A holler is a road and all these houses are on a road. It's like we call a street, but it's in a mountain and it's the only one way in. And all the family live on the same holler. Yes, I'm going there. It's a holler. I wish I knew where my mama lived when my daddy left her because we kind of lived on a holler. But some of you don't know. I was going to let y'all see my layout while I'm talking. So, hey, we lived on a holler, and but I tell you, if there's a baby that isn't being seen and something's going on and nobody's there, and that baby hadn't been there for a while, and cousins, aunts, uncles, grandparents, we don't see that baby. There should be some questions, y'all. Why in the world did they not question? And when they questioned, she said her mother. Why are you glitching? She said her mother had that baby. I tell you what, if I was her mother and her mother said I had that baby and I hadn't had that baby, I would have been the first one calling 911 and saying that she's lying. I don't have the baby. Something's wrong. Various generations all live in a hollers. Oh, you call them hallows? They're hollers, not a hallow. Holler, HOLLAR or ER, holler. Like you're hollering for your sister. Holler. Now that's with an accent. So anyway, my biggest thing on all this is like, what in the sandblasted hell is going on here when none of the family said a word? Yeah, y'all like it? I'll put it back. So I got computer here, which is touchscreen. This here usually has my Discord and my live chat set up, but it isn't. I have the phone that I can monitor on. I have an iPad here. I have the 3 screens here. This one up here runs the Stream Deck down here. Of course, the keypad. And what you can't see, I do have the Stream Deck over there. And then I have the Rodecaster Pro right here, which if I do that, that's where a lot of my sound effects come from. And when people that's okay. And when people sit there and say I'm copying certain individuals who have very well-known live streams, we have the same Stream Deck. That's why. So some of the sounds are the same, and then I programmed my own. Later, Kale, you holler at us later. Well, I hope I didn't piss you off there, darling. but we hollers at you later. Hollers at you later. Depends on from what part of Tennessee, depends on how you say a lot of that stuff. So anyway, let's get going again. But it just infuriates me to no end that they put all this blame on the way the child was raised. And I get that people are raised poorly and that can affect them. I'm not disagreeing with that. But she knew damn well what she was doing. She knew damn well what she was doing. And I'm not going to give her grace for it. Unless they can show me that she's got the mental intellect of a third grade kid, which some people do. If they test her and they say, look, she is mentally that of a third grade child in her reasoning and understanding, then my thought would be, okay, put her in a state hospital for those who are unable of caring for themselves.
Next question in this case. Why did it take so long to report Evelyn missing?
They don't know how to make their own sound.
It wasn't just Megan and Evelyn living together. There's like a family compound. There's uncles. I'm sure there's friends. There's family. How does this happen? Still with me, Rick Wagner and Dr. Judy Ho.
I don't
Rick,
like
is there
Dr.
any
Judy
answer for that? I
Ho.
know Grandpa eventually is the one who does it. Thank goodness he did. But has that question really ever been answered as to why no one in Evelyn's life reported her missing for 2 months?
At the beginning of this case, before her body was found, there was a lot of conversation, speculation, a lot written about that. But I don't really think we will truly find out possibly why until the trial. I think it's probably going to be integral to the defense and or the prosecution. As others have said, she was in sort of a disjointed family situation, and at least that I know of, and my colleagues and I who've written about this and followed it, I'm sorry, I don't think I have an answer.
Well, the answer may not be there. Dr. Judy Ho, here's the image I have in my mind. I can't get it out of my mind because it's the timing of this. It's December.
Those who are on my Discord, if you're on Discord, can they see that Haley Mouse in Mod Corner? You may want to publish that. It's disgusting what's coming out of that child's mouth, but funny as hell. And do you know what's really bad? A lot of people teach their kids stuff. Oh my God, that is so horrible. Okay, we're going back.
Christmas. A 15-month-old on Christmas. Like, wouldn't everyone want to give this child a present or see her eyes on Christmas morning or Christmas dinner or Christmas, I don't know, where, if they go to church, they don't go to church, if they celebrate Christmas or not, but the season, like, this is it. And no one even batted an eye that this child is not here for Christmas, not here for New Year's for 2 months. What does that tell you about the life that this child was living? That she's gone for 2 months and no one.
I didn't realize it was over Christmas and New Year's and no, but Christmas? Everybody wants to come see the baby and give gifts to the baby over Christmas. Did the family not, is the family involved? I know you got mother here, you got the father here and somebody else. I don't know who's all up here yet. I'm learning about this, but I mean, where is the extended family and friends? But when you live in a holler, sometimes what happens in the holler stays in the holler. And it's not till you come down off that mountain out of that holler down into town do anybody know that you're alive. Some people live in hollers and barely ever leave the holler.
Says anything.
Well, it seems like, based on the information we have so far about the family and the family dynamics, Vinny, that this child was not their priority. This was not a child that was being tended to every single day, lovingly cared for by multiple members of the family. And as you said, whether or not they celebrate Christmas, those holiday weeks are generally a time of togetherness. People use it as a time to
Okay,
get
guys,
together
go look
because
in
many
member
people are
chat.
taking vacations, business is slowing down.
Funny as hell, but
It's
horrible.
time for family to get together and maybe
I
to
feel
see each
bad for
other a little
laughing.
bit more often than they otherwise would. So if this was any normal family where, you know, you ask about a child, you want to see the child, and maybe you don't take no for an answer. What do you mean, you know, you can't bring her around? Please bring her around. We want to see her. I don't think that that is the way this family was operating. I don't think that this child was anyone's true priority. And I also think that maybe if the case was that Megan was just making excuses, pushing it off, oh yeah, she's around, I'll bring her next week or the week after, that perhaps the extended family just took that for an answer for a long time. Like, okay, I guess we'll see her when we see her, as opposed to, no, something feels off. Let me take a look at this. Let me investigate this. I don't think that this was that proactive family.
And that's a great point, because we've talked.
If I had a daughter, no matter how, I do have a daughter, no matter how much I love my daughter, if I had a granddaughter and I have asked to see that granddaughter and they live close, you know, we got FaceTime, we got all that, right? 2 months go by and our relationship's a good relationship. It's not like that we're estranged. And I don't see or lay eyes on that child in 2 months, I'm going to be calling CPS within a lot less time than 2 months. If my daughter, if I say, oh, she's asleep, okay. And then this goes on for several weeks, and I say, okay, you've not let me see her. Show me my grandchild sleeping. She knew damn well what she was doing. Don't give
Talked
me
a
that.
lot about her lies, and she's been charged with
I have zero
12
patience
counts
for
of it.
this.
So she couldn't just lie to law enforcement. She could be lying to Uncle Tommy. She could be lying to her father, her mother, everyone else in her life. But 2 months, I mean, that's a big chunk of that child's life. 50. I mean, this is the age when everybody just wants to, you know, hold the child, squeeze the child. Is she walking? Is she talking? What is she saying now? Can you put her on FaceTime? Can we just see her? Right? I mean, all these.
This is the best age, great age, before they get mouths on them. I don't get me wrong, I love every age and stage, but they have their positive and negatives. But this is when grandparents just really love to see their
Things seem
grandchild.
so normal for everyone else, but not for this family, Dr. Judy.
Exactly. And I think that that's why it's so hard with our logical minds and maybe with our own experiences and what we could have done, what we should have done if we were anywhere near this scenario. We just can't imagine why this family would do this. But I want to point out that I know that Megan has been charged with a number of different incidences of lying in different ways. And we do find that pathological lying does run in families that have high amounts of criminality and maybe have made that.
She's manipulating. Look at this. Look at this innocent, poor, sweet me. Look at that little, not too much smile, just enough to, hey, yeah, I'm sweet, I'm innocent, look, I'm cute.
A norm because of their own histories. And so that may be a factor here. It's normal for her to lie, and she's pretty convincing when she lies. And this whole family has lied in various ways, and everybody does it. It's no big deal. So she may have gotten away with it for much longer as well, on top of just the family not being as doting and as proactive as we already discussed.
And Rick, again, I don't want to lose the fact that Tommy Sr., grandpa, did pick up the phone and make the call. He absolutely did. Sometimes it's difficult for someone who's had run-ins with law enforcement to make the call, but he did.
Yeah, he did.
Do we know
Kudos
what
to
led to
him.
that, Rick? Was there some particular moment that kind of forced his hand that, listen, that's it, I'm calling?
Take her to the fire department, police department, or the hospital and say, I can't do this. I surrender this child. I can't do this. You will not go to jail for doing that. If you absolutely just can't, and you are fearful of harming that child, because you just absolutely can't, go to the police department, fire department, hospital, and surrender the child. You won't go to jail for that, boo.
police here? Have they made that clear at all? And I know, again, a lot of the information has been purposely suppressed in this story.
I think that is the case with this bit of information, but if I can recall correctly, and everything that was written and said and broadcast about it, he was becoming very concerned and worried that something had happened to his granddaughter. And it did. He wanted to get to the, regardless of any kind of past run-ins or problems with law enforcement they had with him.
We're out of time. We're out of time for tonight, unfortunately, but thank you so much, Rick Wagner, Dr. Judy Ho. Appreciate your.
Okay, what are y'all's thoughts on this? Because I am really struggling with this. You could have surrendered that baby and not gotten in trouble. How the hell could she sleep at night? Okay, here's an interview. I want to see this.
I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
Seriously.
Those are the tears of Megan Boswell, the teenage mother of.
Seriously, you just want her back. I doubt that you want her back. I doubt that you even wanted her to begin with. And that's one thing that I don't ever want to try to put it in the mind of a woman that she can't raise a child. And I don't want to ever see a woman forced to give up her child for adoption. But dang it, sometimes this girl would probably be alive if she was adopted. That option was there. Why? I mean, she could have adopted this baby out. Well, that's what I was thinking. Is that still a possibility? I want to see this.
The grandmother of a toddler missing out of Sullivan County appearing in court today. Angela Boswell was arraigned on her charge of theft of property over $2,500. She also told the judge she is trying to hire a lawyer but hasn't gotten one yet. She was given a court date of March 24th, and she has until then to find an attorney. She had previously bonded out on the condition she would wear an ankle monitor. Boswell's boyfriend, William McLeod, also in court today, directly after her. His lawyer telling the judge they were ready for a preliminary trial, but the state of Tennessee was not. His attorney asking for a court date of March 24th and a reduction in bond. The judge agreed to the court date, but his bond remains the same. The two were arrested, you likely recall, in North Carolina last month. They were found driving a car they didn't own. Law enforcement searching the area where they were for the missing girl, including this pond near property owned by a relative of McLeod. Now, here's another look at Evelyn. If anyone has any information, you're asked to call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
And that's what's hard, is that there's people out there looking for this child. They're doing everything they can to find this child. And these people know that this child is gone. The resources, the physical and financial and emotional resources. So I don't think we're going to have anything today from the court. Maybe opening tomorrow, if not tomorrow afternoon. We are on. They should be coming back any minute now, or maybe not. But 1:30 their time in California is. Did he say 1:30 or 2:30 their time? 30 minutes, and they're 2 hours ahead of me. Okay, y'all. I do have a hard stop at 6:30. Because I have an ASL class to teach, so we'll watch until then, and then I've got to go. But first, she said that her mom and her boyfriend had her. So her mother and boyfriend, the mother and the mother's boyfriend or her boyfriend are up on trial. All right, I need someone to straighten this out. I need someone to straighten this out. Why are all of the other people in jail? Are they not indicted along with her for this? Or are they on other charges? Okay, this is what I want to watch.
What led to the death of little Evelyn Boswell? After a 2-week Amber Alert search,
Beautiful
authorities
baby.
said that they found what they believed to be the remains of the 15-month-old on property along Muddy Creek Road in Sullivan County. Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said the land was owned by a relative
I
of
want to know what
Evelyn's mother,
city or
Megan
town
Boswell.
because
No other
I was born
information
in
has been
Sullivan
released
County.
about how the little girl died, and no one has been charged in connection to her death. Directly related to her death. Today, a judge did increase Megan Boswell's bond from $25,000 to $150,000. And a
Whoa.
TBI agent testified today. Megan made incriminating statements when interviewed by investigators. She is charged with providing false statements, and her case now moves to a grand jury. Meanwhile, a memorial near where the child's body was found on Muddy Creek Road is growing for little Evelyn, as people from
That's
really around the
amazing.
Tri-Cities, the state, even around the country mourn her loss. Angela Daniel is live outside the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, where a memorial is growing there as well. Angela?
Tonight, here outside the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, people continue to leave tokens of grief for baby Evelyn at this makeshift memorial. But inside, investigators tell us they're combing through every piece of evidence on a timeline that stands back about 3 months. In a press conference, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said the last credible sighting of 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell was December 10th or 11th by a babysitter. The Amber Alert reported that Evelyn was last seen on December 26th. On February 18th, Child Protective Services calls the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Contact was also made with Megan, where she said she was supposed to pick Evelyn up from a visit with her father, Ethan Perry, that afternoon. The next day, February 19th, the Sheriff's Office sends a missing child notification and the Amber Alert was issued. 2 days later, on
Got
the
it, she will.
21st, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy holds a press conference on the Amber Alert and issues a BOLO for a gray BMW with Tennessee tags. That evening, Evelyn's grandmother, Angela Boswell, and her boyfriend, William McLeod, were arrested in Wilkes County, North Carolina, on a stolen property charge for that car. The following Monday, the 24th, Angela Boswell and William McLeod appear in court in North Carolina. Angela was extradited back to Tennessee that evening. Tuesday, February 25th, just 1 week after her daughter was reported missing, Megan Boswell was arrested on one
Yeah.
charge of giving false reports. The following day, a pawn search in connection to the case was conducted on the same road where McLeod and Angela Boswell were arrested. On Friday, February 28th, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and TBI search a Bluntville property belonging to Evelyn's uncle. That night, Angela Boswell bonded out of the Sullivan County Jail and refused to comment on her granddaughter's disappearance. March 3rd, Angela Boswell and William McLeod appear in criminal court in Bluntville. That evening, William McLeod bonded out of
Bluntville.
jail. March 5th, TBI spokesperson Leslie Earhart tells News Channel 11,
We aren't any closer to determining where Evelyn is at this point.
the following night, March 6th, remains believed to be those of Evelyn Boswell are found on a Muddy Creek Road property owned by Megan's father.
During the search, investigators discovered human remains believed to be those of a 15-month-old girl.
Immediately, memorials
that's just
begin
down
near
the
where the
road
body
from
was
Bristol.
found and at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Monday, March 9th, Megan
I've been
Boswell
through
appears in court.
Bluntville.
Ms. Boswell make any
Wow.
inculpatory statements with regard to the death of Evelyn Boswell? You say culpatory?
They have 3,100. Okay, y'all, this town has in Bluntville has 3,120 people in the city. That's not including the haulers and everything. So it is not but a hop, skip, and a jump from where I was born. Wow. Yep. Mhm. Interesting.
Yes.
That agent also described the clothing on the body found.
The clothing, with the prior interview of Ms. Boswell, clothing described in that interview was the exact clothing that was found on this child.
Over the weekend, I spoke with Megan's attorney, Brad Sproles, who says his client was obviously upset when he told her the news that they believe they had found Megan. However, today in court, he told our team that he was unable to give any comment on the case until he has more information. In Blountville, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
You'll find complete coverage of the Evelyn Boswell case on WGHL.com. Look for the Justice for Evelyn tab right on the top of the front homepage.
I pulled up on Google Earth where my mama used to live. Pulled up my mama's house. You know, when I was in Tennessee last year, almost 2 years ago, Blountville is the town. It's in Sullivan County. Yep. Where my mama lived, I went by her house. I hadn't been in there by her house since the last time I was there, and she was alive. She has died a few years back, and it just looked so weird. Somebody had a hedge up in the front, and then where you walk in, it looks like an old Chinese. It's that Chinese arch where the roof comes like that and does this, and it's very Chinese. Very Chinese. Nothing against Chinese, but it was not what I was expecting. You couldn't even see the front of the house from the road because they had it so tall. It was just kind of heartbreaking to me. I wanted to see her house, and I don't know, for a long time I thought maybe I could go back, and if I ever had to leave Texas, I'd go back to Bristol, try and buy mama's house. It wasn't fancy by any means, but I could make it nicer. But we do not have any more news, I think, on this trial. So we are now waiting for the love affair murder trial, California versus Monica Cementelli. If I think of cement, someone once told me to say Cementelli. I actually heard it. Well, I didn't hear it. Someone said it that way. Cementelli. I'm like, no, it's Cementelli. Cementelli. It's not SEA, it's SE. Cementelli. I keep wanting to call it Cinnamentelli. Dyslexia sucks. So anyway, that's what we got. For court documents, yes, y'all, we are spoiled beyond belief. I'd like to give As the Gavel Drops a great heartfelt appreciation for all your support over the last almost 10 months. If you too like to read court documents and find things out for yourself, go over to Discord, sign up as the Gavel Drops, validate your account, and you too can find all the court documents as you could ever want to review. Also, go to X and subscribe, and YouTube. They are fabulous. Anything documents that you may use in a public location or public broadcast, please give documentation and give credit where credit is due. Give credit where credit is due, y'all. Give them credit. Might as well. I haven't done it in a while. I need to. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Y'all. Megan Braswell preview trial. We've already done that. Yes, get yourself some Homestead coffee. What I do if I want to make a specialty drink, I did a double shot, so I'm not drinking all of it this morning. You can take that Keurig cup and put it in your machine and just brew a shot of coffee and then add your milk and all that wonderful stuff. It is delish. Delish, delish, delish. Oh, whew. We're still waiting. Still waiting. All right, y'all, it's time to wake up. You know what we're going to do? It's time to wake up. I need everybody to stand up. Funk time. Time to wake up. Somebody asked, how can I hear music? I really don't. I'm feeling the vibrations. So I feel the low vibrations easier than I do the highs. But right now there must be some horns because it's a very light tickly touch. When it's the bass, it's more of a more aggressive rub vibration on the eardrums. I can feel the beat. So I don't hear the pitches, I feel the rhythm. You guys have no idea how powerful this sound system is and how loud these hearing aids. My son can be standing next to me or standing out the door and he can hear the video playing from the ears. He can't hear every word, but he can hear it. It's that loud, and that's about 6 to 8 feet away. So they're very strong. I don't see anything new online. More ice storm to impact 20 states, threatening travel chaos and power outages in the north. Recovery efforts in the Washington and helicopter plane crash collision have identified 55 of the 67 souls. Some of you may have been wondering. Yes, you're right. God rest their souls and hold their families in your arms. All right, here we go.
Nurse, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Thank you. Mr. Nurse, where I left off, I was asking you some questions about the private training that you were going to do with the defendant. And just to reiterate, your testimony was that you were going to start providing workout sessions at her home. Is that correct? About 1 hour sessions at her home?
Yes, that's correct.
Previously marked exhibit number 9. Is that the house where you went to?
Yes.
Okay. When you were doing it, so did you in fact then start doing those sessions?
Yes.
And this would be about what time frame, if you recall? Like 2016,
Correct.
like mid-year?
Maybe early 2016.
Okay, early. So you know that
He seems a little squirrely to me, y'all.
2017 backing up. Does that sound about right? A
Yes.
year prior to that? Is that what your thoughts
Yes.
are? Somewhere that time frame?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you end up going to her house?
Approximately 5.
And when you went to her house, who was there?
Her daughter was there a couple times.
Do you know her daughters?
Yes.
And who are her daughters?
One was named Belle and Jessica.
Exhibit 11 up on the screen. Is that, do you recognize her?
Yes.
Is that Jessica?
That's Jessica.
And then exhibit 12, I'll put up on the screen. Do you recognize that as one of the daughters?
Yes.
Is that Isabella?
Yes.
Now, when you went to train with the defendant, did you only train her?
Yes.
And where did you train her?
Outside in the patio and in the living room area.
Sorry, I hit my hand. So Sunday mark is people in 55. Oh, I'm sorry, Thursday mark. I withdraw that. People's Exhibit 9 is an aerial view of the backyard. You recognize as the backyard area of the cemetery house.
Yes.
When you trained the defendant in the backyard, where did you train her?
Right along the pool side, close to the house.
So this walkway right here?
Yes.
Okay. When you trained her, were her daughters ever out there with you?
No.
Were they home at the time that you saw?
Yes.
What about People's 13, her husband, Fabio? Did you ever see him home when you trained her?
No.
Out of those, what did you say, 5, 6 times you never saw him there?
No.
Did she ever tell you where he was when you were training her at the house?
No, she never told me.
Now, while you're at the house training her, did she ever have any more conversations about her husband, Fabio?
No.
Did you ever see him come to the gym where you worked?
Yes.
How many times?
I think 2.
Can you explain when you saw him and what you saw him doing there?
I was training her at the time, and I think the first time he came up, and that's when I met him. He introduced himself, and I think he was working out or doing his own workout.
Did they work out together that you saw?
No.
Now, if I may mark these people, this time 55, and photograph of an individual female.
Very well.
With the name Fariba, parentheses, Faye at the top. Do you recognize this person?
Yes.
How do you recognize that person?
Faye was also a client of mine.
So you knew her as Faye,
Yes.
and she worked out at the gym with you.
Correct.
Did you introduce her to Monica?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you do that?
Faye, I think at the time was single and said she didn't have much friends and wanted a social life. So that's when
Were you already training Faye before you were training Monica?
I think I was training them both at the same time.
So you introduced them.
Yes.
Did they play in the same racquetball league then, if you know?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
So you trained and you played in the racquetball league?
Yes.
When you say occasionally, what does that mean?
I think the league was once a week, and when I could, I would play in the league. But if I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And that included playing with the defendant and Faye?
Yes.
Let me mark this People's 56. Photo of an individual, the name Elise Blue.
Yes.
Do you recognize this person in People's 56?
Yes.
Who is that?
Elise, she played in the racquetball league. I met her a couple times from the league.
Did you train her?
No.
From your experience at the gym, then, did you see Elise, Faye, and the defendant playing racquetball, hanging out together?
Yes.
Did it appear to you that they were friends?
Yes.
One more photo for you. I may mark as People's 57. 2 photos of an individual that's entitled Robert Baker, LA Fitness.
Very well.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's Rob Baker.
And what did you know him as? What did you call him?
Rob.
Hey, Rob. How did you know Rob?
I met Rob at the LA Fitness because I don't know if he was employed with LA Fitness, but he ran the racquetball league.
Was he already working there when you started working there 4 years prior to January of 2017?
I believe so.
Would you say that you became friends with this Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did you have his cell phone in your phone?
Yes.
Where you could text him?
Yes.
Did you ever hang out with him socially outside of the gym?
No.
What did you know to be his exact job at LA Fitness?
His exact job at LA Fitness, it was just to run the racquetball league.
And what does that mean as far as hours? Is he there most every day, or was the league on only specific days?
Can you repeat that?
Do you know what days the racquetball league, I'll rephrase it. Do you know what days the racquetball league was in effect, or what days it was run?
Hazening day.
It was more, maybe 2 to 3 times a week. He would be there evening time.
Were you there every day or certain days a week?
At that time, I was there Monday, Wednesday, Friday, full day, and Tuesday and Thursday, I only worked evenings.
While you were working there, did you see Rob Baker, did you ever see him hanging around with the defendant?
Yes.
And did you ever notice anything that caught your attention between the two of them?
I did. They started coming into the gym together to play racquetball.
So why did that catch your attention?
They would come in and work out during the day, or play racquetball during the day, and Rob would only come during the evening. So that's caught my attention.
So he was coming on hours that weren't his work hours, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those hours, did he appear to you that he came with the defendant?
Yes.
Meaning they came into the gym at the same time?
Yes.
And would they appear to leave around the same time?
I believe so.
And what time frame are we talking about here now? Again, given that the murder happened in January of 2017.
Afternoon, 1 to 4.
I'm sorry?
12 to 4.
I meant what months?
Oh, what months?
We're in 2016 at this point.
Yeah, I can't remember what months. I can't recall what months.
Okay.
Exactly.
Was it in the time frame of somewhere between 6 months before the murder, that time frame?
Maybe 4, maybe not 6.
Okay. Did you ever, let's start with Mr.
Say it again, sir.
Maybe 4 months before.
Let's start with Rob Baker. Did you ever ask him if he was having any form of outside relationship with the defendant?
No.
Did you ever ask the defendant while you're training her if there was something going on between her and Rob Baker?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
I asked her if there was anything going on, and she told me no, it's nothing.
Was there any more to that conversation?
No.
And this again is prior to the murder, is that right?
Yeah.
I want to talk about the day of the murder, January 23rd, 2017. Did you work that day?
Yes.
And were you working as a trainer then? That
Yeah.
same thing you testified to?
Yes.
Did you see the defendant and, well, let's start with the defendant. Did you see the defendant at the gym that day?
Yes.
Did you see Baker at the gym that day?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was?
Close to 12.
Now, back in August, exactly August 2nd of 2017, did you interview or sit down and get questioned by some LAPD detectives?
Yes.
And at that time, was it at LA Fitness?
Yes.
Were you able to pull up and kind of look back at like when they swiped cards to get in?
I wasn't. But,
Did they? Go ahead.
You can.
Okay. Did the detectives then ask you about dates and times that you knew them to enter the gym on the day of the murder?
I believe so.
If I may mark as Exhibit 58, it's a still shot of an individual on the sidewalk appearing to enter LA Fitness.
So marked.
Exhibit 58, do you recognize the scene that that camera is depicting?
Front of LA Fitness?
Okay. The front of LA Fitness is, and the individual walking in, do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
Monica?
Okay. The process of when someone walks in, what do? How do they get accepted into the gym?
At that time, it was a key card that they swiped or checked in with.
And that was to prove you're a member?
Yes.
11:49 and 20 seconds on the timestamp. Does that appear accurate as to what time you saw Monica, the defendant, at the gym?
Yes, because I usually stop my training from 12 to 4 because it's a dead period in the gym, but I was still with a client at that time.
When you saw her come in?
Yes.
Okay. Family Marcus Peoples 59, an individual male entitled Robert Baker entering LA Fitness.
So marked.
People's 59 up on the screen. Is that the same vantage point that you already testified to as far as the front of LA Fitness?
Correct.
You recognize that person walking in?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob
Baker?
Rob Baker.
And then the timestamp of 11:59:24, does that coincide with the time that you recall seeing Baker enter the gym?
Yes.
Okay. While they were in the gym, were you able to see the two of them if they were together at all?
When they came in, there's a designated area for trainers, a training area where I was in, and both of them walked right past me towards the racquetball courts.
If you remember, do you recall them carrying any rackets?
I think they had their backpacks.
Okay, so you didn't necessarily see any rackets, but they were going towards the courts?
No, they had the racket sticks out of the backpack, I believe.
And you saw them walking towards the courts. Did you see them play any racquetball?
No.
Do you know, subsequently, from your own experience and what you saw, if they played racquetball?
No foundation. From what you saw is overruled.
Can you repeat that?
It was kind of a confusing question. Did you ever see them at any point playing racquetball that day?
No.
Did you see the defendant's daughter, Jessica, come into the gym that day?
I did.
And did she come at the same time frame as her mom?
Yes.
What did you see her do?
She was signing up for a membership again. And I asked her, are you signing up for a membership again? And that's what she told me.
She told you she was?
Yes.
So had you known her previously to be a member of the gym?
At first, I think she had a membership. Yeah, she had to have a membership.
Okay. Now, you testified that you saw the defendant come in, you saw Baker come in. Did you ever see Jessica enter the gym?
Yeah, she was at the front in the gym.
Did you see her enter with anybody? Do you know how she came in?
No.
Okay. But it was the same time frame as both Baker and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. That day then, did you ever observe any injuries? And again, this is January 23rd around noon. Did you ever observe any injuries as to Robert Baker?
No.
Specifically his hands. Did you ever see any injuries?
No.
Do you know how long, let's start with the defendant. Do you know how long she stayed at the gym?
I can't recall how long she stayed.
If I may mark as People's 60, Exhibit 60, defendant, it's a photograph, appears to be a still shot. Defendant, son of Tilly and daughter Jessica, exiting LA Fitness.
So marked.
This view of this, is this a still shot of security footage that you have at LA Fitness?
Yes.
There's some doors that we see. Where does that lead to?
That's the exit.
At 12:43:21, I'm not going to hold you to the exact second, but does that seem consistent with about the time that the defendant and her daughter left the gym?
I believe so.
That route where, do you see the defendant in that circle photograph?
Yes.
Can you see her daughter in it?
Yes. To the left.
Okay, to the left of her. There's two people. So the taller one is the defendant, and left of her is her daughter.
Correct.
Is there any swipe out that you do to leave the gym, or do you just walk out the door?
You just walk out.
And people 61, if I may mark it, another still shot of a video camera
Very well.
with the individual Robert Baker, that states excellent LA fitness. 124307, do you recognize that individual who's in this green circle?
Yes.
Who's that?
Rob Baker.
And 124307 being the timestamp, is that consistent when Baker left the gym?
Yes.
Did you see them actually leave together?
I didn't visibly see them leave together.
Around that time, though, you just noticed that they weren't there anymore.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever get any reports of any injuries that happened to either the defendant or Baker that day?
No.
What's the protocol if somebody were to get injured, either on the equipment or playing racquetball or something of the nature within the gym? What's the protocol?
Still a rule.
They would make a report.
Was there any report, to your knowledge, made of any injuries?
No.
Sustained.
Did you, in your personal experience, ever look for any report of any injuries from the day of January 23rd, 2017?
No, I didn't.
So you have no idea.
No.
Now, on the date of, you were sitting at the gym, how long was that day?
I probably left at 5 or 6, I think, when I usually leave.
If you recall that day, did you have any more or any communication with Baker or the defendant after they left the gym?
No.
While they were in the gym, did you have any communication with either one of them?
No.
So at some point, you
I
found
understand,
out
Haley
that
Mouse. Have a
the
good time.
murder Of the defendant's husband, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you find that out?
The next day, my client, Faye, called me. She texted me about it, and then I called her and spoke to her about it.
And is that the same Faye you identified earlier?
Correct.
What did she, well, she gave you some information and you talked about it. What did you do next, if anything?
After I talked to Faye,
Yes.
I left to Las Vegas.
Okay, so on the 24th, she let you know,
Yeah.
or you got information that had happened. Did you text or call the defendant?
No.
Did you text or call Baker?
No.
On the 25th, then, where did you go?
I came back to work for LA Fitness.
You just testified you went to Las Vegas. What day did you go there?
It was an overnight trip, so I flew there and then came back.
Did you go to Vegas for anything related to work?
Yeah, my girlfriend's birthday.
Oh, that's not work.
Oh, no, not related to
Okay,
work.
you went, okay.
Yes, sorry.
So you went to there for her birthday and then you just went overnight and you got back on, do you know what day you got back?
I think it was Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, the 25th?
Yes.
All right. Did you end up then hearing about a memorial or a wake or something like that in relation to recognizing or remembering the defendant's husband?
I didn't hear about it at all.
Did you end up going to the defendant's house the next day on the 26th?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
I saw Rob at the gym, and when I first met him, he told me he was in law enforcement. So when I saw Rob, I thought maybe he can know something since he was in law enforcement before. And I went up to him and he told me, I asked him, did you know anything? And he said, no, he's listening to the news like everybody else. And then that's when he told me he was going up to him and another couple was going up to the house to pay condolences for Monica.
Do you know who the other couple was?
Sheila, and I forgot her husband's name.
Sheila and her husband?
Yes.
Were they regulars at the gym as well?
Yes, they played in the racquetball league.
Did you ever see those two playing racquetball with the defendant?
No.
Did you see them playing racquetball with Rob Baker?
Yes, because they were in the league.
Okay. If they were in the league, then is that fair to say they were in the league with the defendant as well?
Yes.
Okay. So did Rob Baker what was his demeanor when you're talking to him on the 26th?
I don't know if his demeanor was different, but I always see Rob in, like you saw, basketball shorts and a t-shirt, and he had a button-up shirt, denim, and a leather jacket on.
And at what point is he wearing this? Are you at the gym or are you somewhere else?
Just at the gym.
At the gym he was wearing it?
Yes.
What time is this?
Evening, maybe 5, 6.
Is this your normal work hours?
Yes.
Was it Rob Baker's normal work hours?
Yes.
Sure.
So at that point, you had a conversation about something, and did he ask you something to go with him?
Yeah. He said we were going. He said we're going to pay condolences, and I told him I would follow him up there, and he told me no, I don't want to drive up there. I'll just ride with you.
At this point, you knew where she lived because you'd been to the house before.
Correct.
Okay, so did you go in the car then with Rob Baker?
Yes.
Did anybody else go in the car with you?
No.
The other couple, let me mark this people 62,
Move it, please.
photograph of a female individual with the title Sheila
Very well.
Salahian. Is that the Sheila that you were talking about earlier as being a member of the Rockefeller League?
Yes.
And if I may mark this people 63, a photo of a male individual with the title Ricardo Cabrera.
Yes.
Do you recognize him?
Yes.
And who is he?
Sheila's husband.
Did they go up to the house?
Yes.
The San Antonio house?
We met at Starbucks, and they followed us up there.
And
Why bring Starbucks into this?
on the way up, and what happened when you got
Why are you bringing Starbucks into this?
We were waiting for them at Starbucks, and he still
Poor
told me, like, he didn't know anything.
Starbucks. I feel
And then we
sorry
got
for
to the
them.
house, and family members were there. There was a lot of food on the table, and we sat at the fireplace where he just got killed.
Okay. During this time, did you notice anything unusual?
Well, they said it was a robbery, and I looked at the living room in the house, and I didn't notice anything was messed up. And by where he just got killed, I didn't notice any blood on the floor.
Now, are you, to the best of your knowledge, sitting in the very area where Fabio, had been killed?
Correct.
Did that make you uncomfortable?
Yes.
Was there any memorabilia or anything of that nature set up for Fabio?
Cigar on the table, cigar and shot of tequila or a drink of tequila, and then his picture on the chair he was sitting.
Did you ever see anybody sit in that chair?
No,
What did you do next?
I sat there
And how long did you stay?
maybe 20, 25 minutes, maybe.
Were there a lot of people there?
There was a good amount.
And what about from the gym? Who was there from the gym?
Sheila and her husband, and I think that's all I can remember. That was from
Did Faye and or Elise, who you identified earlier, were they at this memorial?
No,
Did you communicate with them about going to it at all?
I don't believe so.
Did you see the defendant at the memorial?
Yes.
Well, what was she doing?
She was crying, sitting on the chair.
I'm sorry?
Crying, sitting on the chair.
Okay, did you see tears?
I can't say if I did or didn't.
You don't remember?
No.
Okay. And what was Baker doing there?
He was sitting down on a chair.
Did you see the defendant and Baker together?
No.
Now, at this moment, did you still suspect that the defendant and Baker had some form of relationship?
I believe I did.
Oh,
After about 20, 30 minutes, you said you left.
Yeah.
Why did you leave so, for lack of better words, quickly?
I don't do well with death, so I didn't want to be there.
Did you know a lot of people there?
I met her sister, Monica Samatili's sister, and the other couple, Sheila and her husband,
Okay.
and Rob.
After this memorial, then, did you see the defendant in the next few months back at the gym?
Yes.
When did you next see her come back to the gym?
I can't say the exact time, but she came in to cancel her membership, and then maybe a month or shortly after, she came in with Rob to renew her membership, and then they would come in and work out.
So came in, canceled, about a month later came back with Rob Baker and renewed it, and then they would come in together and work out?
Yes.
That month after, when she canceled and you did not see the defendant, was Rob Baker coming into the gym?
Repeat that?
Did Rob Baker come into the gym that month after the murder?
No, not that I know.
Do you know if he ever quit his job at LA Fitness following the murder?
I don't know if he quit, but I didn't know if he actually was employed or he just volunteered and ran the racquetball league.
Do you know somebody else that took over that racquetball league?
Somebody took over, but I can't recall.
Okay. Now, after the murder, then the behavior, how often did you see the defendant and Rob Baker coming to the gym together?
Maybe a couple times.
And did they work out together then?
A couple times they were playing racquetball, and then one time I remember he was essentially training her, like giving her a workout.
Did you have a renewed suspicion that there was something going on between the two at this time, 1 month after the murder?
That's overruled on that ground.
Can you repeat that?
Did you have a renewed suspicion that something was going on, some form of intimate relationship between the defendant and Baker now that it's like 1 month after the murder?
Yes.
It's overruled on that ground as well. So you can go through the entire evidence, but it's not going to work. You may ask.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that based on?
Just seeing them together often.
And aside from just seeing them together, can you put into words, was there touching you saw, flirting you saw, anything that you could describe that gave you that impression?
Nothing that I visibly saw.
So what gave you that impression?
Just they were coming to the gym together.
Okay.
When he normally wouldn't come to the gym.
So prior to that, they didn't come together for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
How many Marcus People 64, a photograph of the back of it's two photographs, the back of a black Mustang.
Very well.
At some point, did the defendant show you this car?
Yes.
When did that happen?
After the murder.
Do you know how long after the murder?
I can't recall how long. Shortly after, she said she had a new car and it was a brand new Mustang.
When she told you that she had a new car, brand new Mustang, where did that conversation happen?
I believe over text.
Okay, and then how did you end up seeing the car?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay, so she brought it to the gym, and then how did you actually see it, lay eyes on it?
I think she told me to come outside and check out my new car.
Okay, did she seem excited about it?
Yes.
Now, and I just have a couple more. You know, earlier I was asking you some questions about, let me ask you this, sorry, one thing. I was asking you some questions about how or why you believed that she wanted more from you. This is prior to the murder when you had been training her at the gym and she asked you to go for drinks, right? Now, did you testify at a grand jury in August of 2017?
Yes.
You remember doing that?
Yes.
And you were asked the question if she was interested in having sexual relations with you.
Yes.
Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And you answered yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is that based on? Was it based on any statements or something else that she said to you?
I could just tell that she wanted more.
That's for him, stay.
Did you have an opinion based on something that the defendant was doing that she wanted, or saying to you that she wanted more than to just be friends with you?
Yes. And my other client told me she was interested in having more.
Okay. Faye told you that?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
So you knew that, and then did you combine that with the fact that she had
Did
asked
he
you to
overrule it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some
Wow.
point in October of 2015, do you have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Okay. In October of 2015, was that Facebook account active?
Yes.
Was it a public account, meaning anybody could access it?
Yes.
And you're a personal trainer at this point, right?
Correct.
Did you post some photos of yourself on your own Facebook account?
Yes.
If I may mark as people 65, it appears to be a screenshot of an email showing an individual's torso.
Very well.
65. Is that a photo that you posted around the time frame of October 2015 on your Facebook account?
Yes.
If I mark as people 66, another photograph of an individual holding a phone up, photo of Matthew Nurse found. If I may mark that as people 66.
Yes.
And this photograph, is that you again in the photo? First of all, that's my first question.
Yes.
And did you post that onto your Facebook account?
Yes.
Along with the photo that I just showed you, 65, was that you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know that the defendant had downloaded those photographs of you?
No.
Stay.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about your photographs on Facebook?
She did because she was showing her. She told me she was showing her neighbor.
How did that conversation go? Come up.
I believe she asked if this was me, and I said yes, and I asked her how she got that, and she said I found it, and I was showing my neighbor.
When she said to you, "Is this you?" What is she showing you?
These photos.
The photos, but did she show you an email or did she show you just the photos?
Just the photos.
Could you tell that it was a screenshot of your Facebook?
I think so.
Did she tell you why she was showing her neighbor?
I think she told me to see if it was actually me.
Okay. Did you ask her why do you have a picture on your phone of me and my ads?
No, I don't think I asked.
Did you think that was strange that she's showing you that photo and telling you that she's showing her neighbor?
I don't think it was strange, but that's, I think, when I came to realize that she might be interested more than training.
At this time frame then, was this a little bit earlier than around 2016, the one that's up on the screen right there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. One picture on Mr. Nurse. Can you tell us the reason why you posted that on your Facebook?
Felt good about myself.
Okay, and you look good there.
Hey,
too.
Rachel.
Right? You can say so.
Yes.
Okay. You wanted other people to see that photograph,
Correct.
to see how well you look. Correct?
Yes.
And
His
you're,
body is his
at that time, you
advertisement.
were a trainer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I assume you were hoping that people might want you to train them so they could end up looking like that.
Yep.
Okay. So the fact that it was downloaded by Monica, it didn't bother you in any way, did it?
No, it didn't bother me.
And you were her trainer at the at LA Fitness, is that right?
Correct.
So if she was showing that photo to other people to show what a good trainer you were and how good you looked, that wouldn't bother you, would it?
No.
I assume you know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well, correct?
It's overall.
Can you repeat that question?
I assume you believe or know that other customers of yours have posted your Facebook photo as well. Is that right?
My clients at LA Fitness, no.
Your clients at LA Fitness are not allowed to post your photograph?
I thought you asked if I knew that other clients were posting my pictures.
Okay, then I'll rephrase that. Have any other clients of yours indicated that they saw that photograph?
No.
Anyone indicate they saw that photograph?
Are you asking at LA Fitness or?
Anywhere.
I mean, it's public, so people probably saw it.
Okay. You don't know who all saw it, right?
Correct.
It wasn't a secret or private.
No.
Again, it was designed to show off how well you looked as a trainer to anyone who could or would access your Facebook account, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the first time that you had met Monica Simontilli was early in 2016, is that right?
Yes.
So that was about a year before the killing of Fabio Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
And she was a customer or a client at LA Fitness, a member?
Yes.
And that's how you met her?
Correct.
And you became her trainer, is that right?
Yes.
And how often did you train her?
Once a week.
Okay, and how long did that last?
Contract was what, 6 months?
Okay, and did it last the full 6 months?
Yes.
So that would take us still into towards the end of 2016, is that right?
Yes.
Now, at the same time, you knew that she was also playing racquetball at LA Fitness?
Yes.
And you said there was a racquetball league there, is that right?
Yes.
Were you part of that league?
Occasionally.
And what does that mean occasionally? Do you have to join the league? You just play when you want or what?
Since I worked there and I knew Rob, when I was able to play, he could fit me in. But when I had clients, I wouldn't play.
And when you say fit me in, does that mean have you joined one of the games?
He would put me on the schedule to play.
On the what?
On the schedule to play.
Okay. And educate me a little bit. Racquetball, 2-person, 1-person, play it at each time, each game? How many people participate? 2 against 2 or 1 against 1 or what?
You can do both.
Okay. And was this league one or the other or a combination?
I think it was solo, but they might have had a 2-on-2.
Okay. And when you say a league, was it a formal league where you keep standings and you play a certain number of games? Someone would get a trophy or anything like that?
It was a semi-formal league, but I don't recall if anybody getting a trophy.
Did you have to pay extra to join the league?
I think there was a fee to play.
And about how many people would be members of the league at any one time, if you know?
30 plus.
And among these people were Monica Simontilli, correct?
Yes.
And Rob Baker was running the league, is that right?
Correct.
Is he the only one who was running the league? Was there anyone else or just him?
To my knowledge, just him.
And was it a morning league, afternoon, evening league, or all times?
Evening.
And how often would you see Monica playing in the league?
Maybe once a week.
During the day?
Evening.
Okay. And how often would Baker be there? Would he be there all day or just morning or afternoon or what?
Evening.
Evening? Now, at some point, you said that Monica in some way flirted with you or said something to you that caused you to believe that she might be interested in you in some way?
Yes.
Did you ever make a bet with anybody that you could get Monica to have lunch with you?
Not lunch.
Not what?
Not lunch.
What?
I think we made a bet, and then she would have to bring lunch to the gym.
Okay, and who was the bet with?
Monica.
So you made a bet with Monica that, and if she lost, she would bring you lunch, correct?
Yes.
And that was spaghetti and meatballs, remember?
Yes.
Was it good?
I didn't eat any.
What was the bet? What did you have to do to win the bet and get the spaghetti and meatballs?
We played racquetball.
I see. And where did you have that lunch?
She brought it to the gym.
Okay. Was that the only time you had lunch with her?
No, we had lunch outside of the gym.
You had lunch with her one other time, correct?
Yeah.
And nothing came of that other than the lunch, is that right?
Yeah.
And there was no romantic or sexual activity taking place between you and her at the time, correct?
No, the lunch, she explained to me the lunch was to talk about training outside the gym.
And did she talk with you about training outside the gym?
Yes.
Again, was this is before the murder of Fabio Cimatelli, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And one of the things she asked you about is whether or not you would train her at home as opposed to at the gym. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you agreed.
Yes.
And that lasted again. Well, first, about how many times did you train her at her house?
I think it was 5 sessions.
And were they weekly, or could you remember how often?
Maybe once a week, probably.
All right, once a week.
Maybe twice.
I'm sorry.
Maybe once or twice a week.
For 5 weeks or 5 sessions?
Yeah.
If you remember.
I say yes.
Yes to what?
It was.
You're not being clear,
I
dude.
think it was 5
Let's
weeks.
get a little clear, honey.
Okay.
So whenever I had time and she contacted me, I would train her.
Okay. Were you still working at the gym though at the same time?
Yes.
And was she still at the gym as well?
Yes.
Playing racquetball?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And you saw her with Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
Because he was running the league, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Now, when you had training sessions at her house, did you bring a massage board or some kind of? I guess I got the wrong thing here. There was no massage going on; it was just training. Is that right?
I brought some kettlebells and maybe resistant bands.
Okay, so you did bring some kind of equipment,
Yes.
and you used that with her on the training session.
By the way, everybody, if you're not
You said that her
aware,
daughter or daughters were home at.
just FYI, the Crumbly mom, what is her name? Is it Jennifer Crumbly? I think that's her name. Crumbly mom. I'm looking. Oh, Jennifer Crumbly's motion was denied for a new trial. Just FYI. I know some of y'all were wanting to know.
Is that correct? Was somebody there for every one of the sessions?
Jennifer Crumbly's motion was denied for new trial.
Okay. And do you remember?
Am I
which daughter,
surprised?
Or
Nah.
daughters were there during any of these sessions?
Jessica was there.
Okay. So she knew that this was going on. You were having a training session.
Yeah, we did.
With her mother. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was this during the week or on a weekend?
During the week.
I got to blow out that candle. It's getting a little pungent in here.
And what time about? Was it regular time? Every time?
Between 12 and 4.
And how long would each session last?
40 minutes.
Okay. And was there any particular way that you knew if it was going to be 12 or 4? Was that scheduled in advance or weekly or what?
It was scheduled maybe a couple days prior.
Okay. And did you ever meet Mr. Cimatelli, Fabio?
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
I met him at the gym when I was training Monica.
Get me some dark
Meet him at the-
chocolate
You met him at the gym. Did she
covered
introduce you to
coffee
him?
bean.
Yes.
And could you tell whether he was there to just meet the people at the gym or to work out or what?
I assumed he was there to work out.
She wanted him to work out? Do you recall?
I don't
Did
know.
you see him working out at the gym?
I didn't visibly see him though.
Okay. Did she ask you
If he
you would
wasn't
train
paying
him?
for his services, he's not going to pay attention to
When
who's
did
in
that
the
occur,
gym.
If I can ask you, if you recall, and I'm sorry, we're always relating it to the day of the time of the murder. Can you recall how long before then that he came to the gym?
I can't recall, but
Was it a month, 2 months, 6 months?
Yeah, we knew that was going to be denied.
I can't recall.
Not anything new on our end.
And it was just 2 times that you saw him?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Baker at those times? Do you recall?
No clue.
Now, after the one lunch that you had, there was no other times that you or she went out, was it?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Well, can you repeat that?
Other than that one time at lunch, by the way, do you remember where that lunch was?
Some Italian restaurant in close to Woodland Hills.
Okay. And that was a different time than the spaghetti and meatballs? Or the same time?
The spaghetti and meatballs were brought to the gym.
Okay. Was this before or after the spaghetti and meatballs?
This was after.
Okay. And how did that occur? Did you ask if she wanted to have lunch? Did she ask if you wanted to have lunch?
Like I stated, she reached out and said she wanted to have lunch to talk about training outside of the gym.
Okay. And during that lunch, you did talk about training outside of the gym, which ended up being these training sessions at her house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And nothing sexual or romantic happened at that time, correct?
No.
And nothing ever happened between you and her. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you became aware that she was unhappy in some ways with her marriage. Is that right?
Yes.
And then didn't she tell you that he was constantly away from home?
She told me he was working a lot. He works a lot.
Works a lot. And because he worked a lot and wasn't at home a lot, she was concerned that he might be having an affair. Is that right?
I don't know if she thought that.
Pardon?
I don't know if she thought that.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
No. Okay. So at some point, when she was talking about him always working and be away from home, you asked her, why don't you just get
Only eat a
divorce?
couple of
Is that
those
right?
things, Joe.
And she said, why throw away 20 years? Is that right?
Yes.
If I could have 1 minute more.
What is this guy's name again, y'all?
Thank you, Mr. Nurse. You're excused.
What was that guy's name?
May I call your next witness?
He wasn't one of the ones that helped unalive. I don't know. I'm getting a little brain cramped with this case. I'll be honest with you. As it be's honest with you. This case is starting to cramp my brain. It's that time of the day where your brain just goes to mush, and I had some chocolate covered coffee beans, so that's probably going to up my make me go a little zingy. By the way, the families of the victims in the plane crash visited the site today.
Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Sure. It's Elise, Elyse, Blue L, B as in boy, Leuel. Blue L.
Oh, she's so nervous, poor baby.
Good, good.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the years 2016 and 17. Starting with, did you at that time work out at LA Fitness in Woodland Hills?
I did, yes.
And were you in a racquetball league there?
Yes, I was.
Who were you in the league with?
Well, with the defendant, Monica and Faye and Paula. We were on the D Leagues, we weren't very good. And then my boyfriend was on the B League because he was really good. And am I supposed to name like everybody that was on the thing?
That's good. So let me ask you a couple of questions. You said the defendant. Do you see who you referred to the defendant in court?
Yep.
Can you please describe where that person's sitting and what that person's wearing?
Sure. She is sitting at the table there.
With a little smirk on her
Wearing a
face.
Black blazer and a blue coat. Blue shirt.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. And then Robert Baker, did you know him?
I did, yeah.
He said at 57, 30th Mark. Do you recognize him?
Yep. Yes.
Was he part of the racquetball league?
Yeah, he was the guy that orchestrated it, kept it organized, did the schedules, and told us where court to play in, and kept it running.
Was he also the coach?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I didn't really know he had a coach. He was more like head of the racquetball league.
Okay. Did he play with you?
No, but he did teach.
Okay. And then who else was in this league? You said your friend Faye?
Yep.
Okay.
She was worse than me.
Exhibit 55, she was the worst player.
She was the worst.
Okay, so Faye.
I love this girl.
It is.
Did you know Sheila Soleil?
She's going to spill the tea.
62, is that Sheila?
It is, yes.
And what about her husband, Ricardo?
Yep. Oh,
Recognize
yeah,
him?
I do.
Now, all of you guys in the same league?
Yes, at the gym. I mean, there was A, B, C, D.
Okay, who did you normally play with?
Faye and Monica. She got better fast. And then Paula. And then anyone who would take pity because I was really bad at it.
Oh, Shay. Anybody who take pity on her, they'd play,
Pity to play with me.
It was more of a pity to play with him.
Paula McCollum. And Sean ended up taking over the league.
Oh, that's sad to say that about
But
yourself.
she was really fun and kind.
Funny Mark estimate at 64, is that right? 67. Okay, 67. Photo of a female individual labeled Paula.
Yeah.
Is that Paula?
Yes. 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 Yep.
So she was in the league with you as well.
Yes.
And if I may mark this equals 68, an individual labeled Sean McCollum.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yes.
You recognize him?
I do.
All right. You said that all of those photos I just showed you was everybody friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
How often did you play with them? All of them?
Our league met, I want to say it was Thursdays every week. I want to say Thursday.
Now, do you know when you first met Monica?
Yeah, it was the beginning. So it was really bad. And so I didn't even qualify for the D League for like 2 sessions. And then I finally qualified, I think it was January, which is why I remember. And then Matt brought Faye and Monica down, and they had no experience. So we quickly, became friends and laughed and were silly because we were really bad.
You said Matt. Did you see Matt today?
As I was walking down the hallway.
So did you see him walk out of the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, that's Matt. Do you know his last name?
Nope.
Okay. So what was his role at the gym?
I know that he was a trainer.
Did he ever play in the league with you guys?
No.
Okay. So were you already friends with Faye when you met the defendant? Or did you
No,
guys
it was
meet?
all same night. It was like the beginning.
Okay. So how did you become friends with the defendant then?
it was the three of us. You know, it was like a weekly thing, and you get there and you warm up, and then Robert would say, okay, so and so and so and so in court 1, so and so and so and so in court 2, and there were 4 courts. And then you'd sit on the benches and wait. And then when it was your turn, then you'd go in, and then you come out and you'd like cheer. You'd watch some of the people and like, you know, cheer for them, and then we joke around with whoever was sitting waiting their turn.
Did you form then a friendship between you, the defendant?
This sounds like
Yes.
high
Okay, was that the
school adulting.
That's my new question. Did you
What do I
call
call it?
yourself something?
High school,
Yeah, well,
but in
because we were
adult
like the Three
form.
Musketeers, because we were really jokey, and it felt very like fun high school.
There we go.
You know, it's
High
after
school.
work, it's night, and it was just fun. It was just fun, and we were laughing a lot and joking around.
So did you socialize then with the defendant outside of LA Fitness?
Yes.
What did you guys do?
Usually it was like after a workout, and we would go to Monica's house. She had this outdoor fire pit, and we drank wine and smoked cigarettes. And I mostly complained about my boyfriend, and kind of had girl talk. It was just fun.
During those talks, did she ever complain about her husband, Monica Cementilli's husband?
She didn't really complain around there. I mean, I did a lot of the complaining. So
She did a lot of what? Oh,
I think
complaining.
there was like agreement, you know, like, oh, you know, when he does this, and she'd be like, yeah, but, you know, wasn't extensive complaining on her side there.
Do you remember anything in particular that she said about her husband?
Do you mean at the fire pit or just whenever?
Well, let's start with the fire pit.
Okay. Oof. Well, not sure. Like, we would ask each other questions, like, you know, and I'm not sure how to, can you ask me that question again or differently?
Okay, so you're out sitting around a fire pit.
Yep.
Were you with Faye?
Yep.
And Monica?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
so
did we talk about?
you're having some girl talk. We don't
Right.
need to know all the details. But at some point, do you recall anything specific she said about her marriage or her husband?
Yeah, I think there was a time where he had I feel bad. There was a time where when she was pregnant and had a miscarriage, and he had cheated on her. And I mean, there were fun girl talks, but that happened. You know, there was a lot of, I mean,
What about the current state of her marriage? Her daughters were teens now, right? 15?
oh, well, at the gym, there was a lot of talk about, you know, how he was never there, and how other people's spouses would come and he wouldn't, and how she had to rush home early before the whole thing was over after she played a time or two. And she's like, I have to go. I'm like, no. You know, and then she's like, I have to go do the dishes because no one will do anything, and I do everything, and I made them dinner, you know. And so it's like that kind of, you know, I have to go do it because no one else will, kind of thing. And she seemed hurt that he didn't come, and because we would have playoffs, and he didn't really come, and it made her sad.
Now, do you recall ever telling any of the law enforcement about the cheating story and the miscarriage, or is that something new that you remembered?
That was, I mean, they interviewed me a long time ago, and I don't know when I remembered that. I just do. I think it felt like one of those like quiet girl secrets, you know, that like hurt. So I don't even think it was something I don't know.
Did she ever tell you that she was unhappy in her marriage or wanted out of her marriage?
I don't know if y'all saw that, but I had a big blackout here for a second. That's unusual. Yep,
No,
you did.
she was like, I'm so lucky.
How come that looks like
Sometimes she
that?
was like, a lot of my friends are really jealous because they get to go on all these trips. And she's like, but you know, life is just, you know,
Okay.
it's, you know, people are jealous. And she didn't complain about her marriage a lot. She didn't talk a lot about it, and we would try to get her to talk because I did a lot of
Why?
So she didn't talk a lot about her marriage. She did, well, I don't, like it wasn't around the fire pit. I'm hesitating a lot because I'm trying to
It's
like,
okay. I'll ask you some questions.
okay.
Okay. Had you met Fabio?
Yes.
And when did you meet
Oh,
I
yeah.
met him once. I was hanging out in the late afternoon and he came home and we were kind of like chilling by the fire. Well, no, I think we're in the kitchen. Anyway, he came in and it was like, as the girlfriend was like, oh, playtime's over. Like she had stuff to do. And then the other time I met him was at the New Year's, of January 17. That New Year's Eve night.
Okay, and so let's talk about the New Year's. What happened on New Year's?
Okay. So the first part of the evening, we were over at Sheila and Ricky's. They threw really great parties, and my boyfriend wanted to be there. But Monica had invited us to hers, which was kind of exciting because she is known to throw really great parties. And she had promised that she makes pasta after midnight. So really wanted to go. They also do like a rotisserie, pig on a whatever. And my boyfriend was Jewish, so he was not excited about being there. So we did Ricky and Sheila's first, and then we went over to Monica's, I don't know, around 11-ish. And more.
Yeah, and then you met Fabio.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, everyone was gathered and walking around. We'd missed the pig, so that was fine. And then we were going to sit around the fire and we were talking about what we wanted to have happen, the next year. And I'd been fighting with my boyfriend. And so I was very frustrated, but I said that I wanted to take classes and be a yoga instructor. And my boyfriend rudely laughed and it hurt my feelings. And Fabio was like, no, I think that's really great. And it just meant a lot.
So you like Fabio?
I did.
If I may reference people 69, a photograph of 3 individuals, 3 female individuals. Those 3. Is that you in that photograph?
It is, with the pink tutu.
And who else in the photograph?
Monica and Faye.
Now, is that from the New Year's Eve?
Yeah. It was a sequin shirt.
You'd mentioned before that you had gone out with them on various occasions, correct?
Yes.
Aside from this, earlier, let's go back in the year 2016, knowing that the murder occurred in January of 2017.
Right.
I don't know why we're glitching today, but we're glitching.
Same female individuals, 2 photographs side by side.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah, I do.
Let's talk about the left photograph. Where were you guys there?
Well, okay, so I totally remember the right one. The left one. Where did we go? I have to tell you, I'm not confident in where we were.
That's okay. Do these pictures then depict the relationship that you 3 had, going out,
Yeah.
lunches, things of that nature?
Yeah, well, we didn't go to lunches a lot. Monica would say that, she really wanted friends, and Faye worked. And so we wanted to build a friendship. So, but it was really hard to schedule anything. Like we'd schedule something and Monica was like, I can't. And she'd back out, or it was just really hard to schedule stuff. So we didn't go out that often, which is why there aren't that many pictures. So, I mean, we went out a couple of times. The one on the right with the yellow sign was for Faye's birthday.
How long do you think the time spent from when you met Monica, approximately when? Like
the 6th, like what, that January? Yeah, I don't know.
Prior to the murder, how long have you been friends with her?
I mean, a solid year. I'm
That's
not
fine.
confident if it was 15 or 16. I don't know. I'm getting nervous.
So at least a year.
Yeah.
And did you see her weekly, would you say?
I mean, we saw each other weekly at the gym. But yeah, so we saw each other weekly at the gym, and then we would go to her house. It was easiest to do it after the gym because, you know, and it was maybe like, we'd try to do it at least once a month.
At the gym, then, you guys were in the same league you testified to. If I may, Mark, as people send you on a photograph of the 3 female individuals at LA Fitness.
Be careful what you tell your girlfriends, because if you want to live your husband, they're going to share it all.
I got thinner. Yep.
And had
They
dreadlocks.
were wary of me because I had the dreadlocks, and they liked me anyway.
So that's a picture of you guys.
That's I'm with the dreadlocks. Monica's in the
She
middle.
doesn't want to see how bad she looks now.
Left corner right there.
Yeah, that's Sheila and Ricky.
Okay. And they played in your league too?
Yes.
All right. Now, outside of the gym, did you start, we touched on this, on a regular basis, going to the defendant's house then?
Yep.
How often would you go there?
Yeah, I would say approximately like once a month. And, you know, it might have been like twice in a month, and then we don't do it for a month. It was like that.
And when you went there, what did you do?
We would sit around the fire pit and drink wine and smoke cigarettes and
get drunk.
Complain about my boyfriend. And Faye was, you know, single, and Monica had been married forever. And so, you know, just girl talk, really.
People's 57. You recognize that, right?
I do.
Who's that?
Robert.
Robert, do you know his last name?
Baker.
Did he ever come to the defendant's house when you were there with Faye and the defendant?
Yes.
How many times would you say he came?
I would say maybe twice.
You remember 2 times? And this is prior to the murder of Fabio.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure.
Now, when he came, was it just the 4 of you?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that Faye was like, and let's invite Matt, and then Matt couldn't go. So we're just trying to like make it more of like in my head, we were trying to make it more of like a fun group thing. And
do you know who invited Rob?
Well, it wasn't me. I want to say, because Faye kind of had a crush on him, and I don't remember if it was Monica or Faye, or if we did it as a group. We might have done it as a group one of the times.
Well, I don't know if we did it, but so-and-so had a crush on him. Oh my God, this sounds like high school girls trying to figure out what they did 5 years ago.
Times that you recall that Robert Baker came to the house while you and Faye and the defendant were there, was Fabio home?
No.
Did you ever see Baker drink?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him drunk?
No.
Or passing out?
No.
Anything of that nature?
No.
Did any of you guys, you, Faye, Baker, in your presence, ever like spend the night there at the defendant's house after drinking too much?
No, that was not the vibe. It was very like responsible, and she had kids, and they had dance, and they had school in the morning. And Robert had a girlfriend down in Southern California that he would leave first. He's like, I have to do this drive down to Southern California where my girlfriend is. And we're like, oh no, don't go. And then
do you know if he actually had a girlfriend?
No, well, I didn't at the time. I mean, I just assumed he was telling the truth. But later, Monica was like, don't tell Faye, but he's just saying that because he's not interested in her. And I was like, oh.
Okay. So after that, when you were there then, did you ever spend time, the 4 of you, at your house or Faye's house?
We went to my house for sure for my birthday party. And it was a poker tournament. And, oh, yes.
Okay.
Now I remember.
Yes. Yep.
So the 4 of you were together at your house?
I mean, it was a big group. It's my birthday party.
Okay. Did you ever notice anything unusual?
I mean, like really, we had like 150 there. It was like my birthday. Like,
no.
Did she ever tell you when you talked about Faye having a crush that something was going on between her and Baker?
No.
Did you have any idea?
You wish you would have.
Did you consider yourself during this time frame to be good friends with the defendant?
Yeah.
I wish you would have told me, man. That would have been good tea.
Or looks between them or anything of that nature?
Mm-mm.
And that's a no?
Man, she had me
What
fooled.
about now? You said at Faye's house, you got together at your house. When you were at, well, let me back up. At your house, did Fabio come?
No.
Did Fabio ever socialize with you girls and Baker when you guys were all together?
No, no.
Do you know where he was?
I mean, I was just about to say, I think he was probably out of town. He traveled a lot, so he wasn't there a lot.
Is that what Monica, the defendant, told you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Did you see her kids at the house?
When?
Any of the times
Ever?
you went over there?
I mean, yeah. Yes.
Did you know her kids?
Yes, I did. Yes.
And what are their names?
Jessica and Isabella.
And how did you know them?
Well, they would come to the gym, and I was really friendly with Jessica. We took some yoga classes together, and when I'd pop over to Monica's house,
It was
they'd
just
hang
so
out
special,
and
we just had all kind of
about,
fun.
if they
Like,
were
really?
some school thing they were in.
Yeah.
And their schedule was busy, but yeah, we saw each other a lot at the gym. Well, a lot. A lot. I say that because I like to think that I go to the gym more than I do, but I was going to the gym more then.
Now, during this time frame, you were friends with Elite. I'm sorry, not yourself. You're friends with Faye and Monica. Were you
Yeah.
equally good friends with both of them?
Yeah, I was.
And
I mean,
then what about Baker?
okay. So no, he was like the cool camp counselor is kind of how I felt about him, because like I said, at racquetball, it felt like, it was the Three Musketeers and we were joking around, and it just felt like camp. It was just fun. And he really kind of kept everything together. So I felt like he was like the cool camp counselor guy. In my head, that's really how it was. So like if there was an event or
So
something,
are you
want him
are
to
you a
be invited.
13-year-old caught in a 45, 50-year-old body?
Time frame prior to the murder.
Thing
Anything
keeps
about the background
slouching.
of Robert Baker?
Eventually.
When you say eventually, I'm talking about before the murder. Did you find
Yeah.
out some things about him that caused you concern?
Gossip. I mean, it was gossipy. Like, one morning my boyfriend had said that he had found a sex video with Robert. And so, I mean, it was kind of juicy. And then there were the whispers about it, like, oh, did you know he did a sex thing? And, did you watch it? And, I mean, it's just gossipy kind of stuff. So, I mean, I wasn't in a world of concern. It was just kind of, again, I just felt like a big kid playing. And I just.
When you found out.
Oh, girl, honey, child. Are you raising children? This is concerning. Are you raising any children? Because this is scaring me. Boo, really?
100%.
You haven't grown up yet?
Juicy gossip.
And what did you tell her?
That Robert was in a sex video.
And what was her reaction?
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna go with shocked. I mean, it felt satisfying. I mean, I don't remember exactly what her reaction was, but
You have sex. You have X video and satisfying in the same context.
Did it change any of her actions around?
Oh my gosh.
Baker?
No, I don't remember our actions being changed.
At this time, prior to the murder, did you know that he was a 296 registrant?
I'm trying to remember when. I don't think I knew that until after.
After the murder?
Yeah. Yes.
I want to talk about.
Oh. I'm a little.
Can we keep going? I just realized.
Y'all are awfully quiet for all of y'all. I mean, we're getting to the good juicy part.
January 23rd,
Look at her. She's having fun now.
Say the date
The
again.
day
sorry.
of the murder, January 23rd, 2017.
Yep.
Do you remember that day?
Monday.
Remember
Yes,
that
I
day?
do.
Did you get notified then that something had happened at the cemetery house?
Yes.
What happened?
So I was just pulling into I remember this very scary.
Very well. I can tell. I love this.
For my boy.
Oh, shit.
Actions around.
Y'all, I remember this. Okay. I don't have to go back through the fuzzies of my brain between the events and all the alcohol and all I tried in high school, and now me trying to adult with this messed up brain of mine. I don't know. Oh my God. Oh my God. Driving me crazy.
A sex thing. You talking about porn?
Yes.
Did you ever tell the defendant about any of this?
100%.
Why'd you tell her that?
Because it was juicy gossip.
And what did you tell her?
That Robert was in a sex video.
And what was her reaction?
He was in an X video.
I'm going to go with
X
shocked. I mean,
video.
it felt satisfying. I mean, I don't remember exactly what her reaction was, but it felt appropriate to someone sharing gossip with you. Like she was like,
I know, Rachel, you're working, but I mean, how can you work with this testifying? With this testimony? Oh my gosh, with this testimony? Girl.
I don't remember our actions being.
And then look what comes up on my well,
At this time,
this comes up
did you know that he was a 296 registrant?
on my Facebook.
I'm trying to remember when I don't think I knew that until after.
I'm like,
The murder?
Yeah.
hello.
I want to talk about the.
There, it's boosted 100%. It can get a little bit
I just realized.
echoey.
Not quite 3.
Is that good, Rachel?
Okay, the day of January 23rd, 2017. Do you remember that day?
Say the date
The
again.
day
sorry.
of the murder, January
Oh, yeah.
23rd,
Mhm.
2017.
Yep.
Do you remember that day?
Monday.
Remember
Yes,
that
I
day?
do.
Did you get notified then that something had happened at the cemetery house?
Yes.
What happened?
So I was just pulling into I remember this very. was pulling
I
into
got
the
this. I
garage
got you,
parking lot
boo.
'cause
I
needed
got
to
you.
get
I got
my
this.
boyfriend for tomorrow was a thing. And I got a text message from Monica saying, please come over, I need you. And so.
Do you know what time that was about?
Yeah, about around 4:23, I remember. I don't know why I remember
4:23?
the 3. I don't remember why I remember the 3, but that's what I remember.
Could have been later, after 5 sometime.
I mean, I don't know why. Yeah. It's before I went in to get the creamer.
So let me ask you this.
And it was in the 20s. It was 4, was it 5? Was it 4? Was it?
Okay, here's the problem. The more I increase this, the less I can hear. But it let me know, Rachel, if it gets a little reverby because I'm pushing it beyond what it should be. Just saying. So if it gets distorted, that's the word. If it gets distorted, let me know.
Well, at any rate, what happened on
Just let me know.
I'm sorry, that text.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I
she's
said,
loving this.
Come over, I need you.
Did you respond?
Yes.
Why, boo?
I don't remember exactly what I texted, but something along the lines of, I'm coming, I'll be there. I don't know.
No. If it's good for you, it's good for me. That's good.
I texted I called my boyfriend and told him that I was going to do that.
If it's not distorting, I'll keep it there.
Sorry. Or did I
You just need to tell me if it distorts.
It's okay. Take a breath.
Yep.
Okay. You did state before the objection that you were shocked that she'd reached out. Why were
I
you
was
shocked?
shocked that
Hold
she
on.
reached.
Yeah, 1 second. Okay. Why were you shocked that she texted you, I need you?
It's overruled.
I will tell you that morning. So I'm really not great at looking at Instagram a lot, but I was trying to get better at it. And that morning I went on and I saw that Monica had a party that I had not been invited to. And I was frustrated with the friendship because I felt like Faye and I were reaching out a lot and we were getting turned down.
Why did you ignore me? I thought we were BFF.
Invited, and I'm like, I don't know why I'm trying to put this much energy into this friendship. I was really offended and hurt. And so that morning I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to try in this friendship anymore. So when she texted me that afternoon, I was like, oh, and I was like, because those are kind of like magic words. I need you is like a thing. So that's why I was surprised.
So you testified that she had been reaching out, or you had been reaching out a lot. What do you mean by that? Prior to this text?
Yeah, well, we were trying to make dates to like go hang out and go get a glass of wine and spend some time together.
And would she go with you and Faye?
No, it would usually get either it got too complicated to schedule or it would get it would get canceled.
Did she tell you what she was doing during the times when she turned you down?
I mean, there were always, the mom things, I've got to do something with the kids. It's not going to work right now. I'm really busy. Like mom stuff.
Did she ever tell you that the times when she's telling you no, that she was hanging out with Robert Baker?
Did she tell me that? No.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No.
All right. So you get this text, and then what happened when you got that text? You answered.
I answered and said, I'm on my way.
Did you ask her what's going on?
Well, not immediately. I called my boyfriend and said, hey, I'm going to be late because I'm going to drive to Monica's because she said this. And he was like, well, you should call her and make sure. Sorry.
Explain this witness as substantive conduct. It's overruled.
Go ahead.
So he was like, you should call her.
Go ahead.
Everything's like, cool. And so I called her and there was no answer. So I was just like, screw it. And I'll just go.
How long would you say once you got that text from her, it took you to get to the Cementilli house?
It took about, it was in the 20s and I got there at about the 50s. So half hour.
Okay.
Traffic, Woodland Hills.
Going back, can you describe then the scene when you got there? You pulled up on the street and what happened?
So there was a fire truck. Okay, so her house is on the left side and I pulled to the right and there was a fire truck a little ahead. And they came over to my car and they're like, can we help you? Why are you here? And I was like, well, my friend, and I pulled out my text. I said, my friend lives here and she asked me to come over. And I showed him the text and like, okay. And then a lady came out of the house and I later learned was Deborah. I think that's her name. And she was like, can I help you? And I was like, yeah, my friend Monica lives there. And I showed her the text and like, she asked me to come over.
Do you have
Take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Y'all, she acts like she's never grown up. Honey boo, we need to grow you up a little bit. You got your feelings hurt because you weren't invited to a party. You thought that you guys were much closer. High school drama is a nightmare. I just can't. I'm having a hard time listening to her, in all honesty. It is just a little too valley and too, like, high school and, like, my generation, and, like, I really don't like it that. I'm just so over that generation. And I'm sounding negative, but, like she like she never knew that that she was dating this guy and married to Fabio. Like, she didn't have any idea that he was stepping out, and she didn't know that the guy had X videos. Oh, yeah. I bet she went and looked at everyone she could find. She's too happy about all this. You're right, Sunny. Oh, sunny day. She is too happy. I'm so happy. Da, da, da. I mean, I get these songs in my head and I just can't get them out. So, yeah, not having it, not liking it. It feels ooky. So some people are starting to think the Adelson family was set up. What are your thoughts on them? Why are we having... I'm trying to see if we have anything on the baby Evelyn trial. We've missed so much. I mean, they've had nothing but jury selections today, but I don't want to miss a thing. I don't want to miss anything. No. 1 day ago, No updates? Come on now, y'all. Where are the updates? Oh, channel 6. I need channel 5. There we go. And see if I can get into the channel 5 updates and see if we can find out what's going on. But they have a great thing about Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton held a fireside chat at Belmont University because they're doing a they's doing a Broadway show about Miss Dolly, and Dolly had to be a part of it, and help them. And she had to learn. I mean, it's a cute view. Nothing on the trial for tomorrow, so we'll just keep an eye out. So tomorrow, I might as well get that set up. Tomorrow, because I've got to leave here in about 45 minutes. Tomorrow, and I'll leave the stream up because I'm going to go to where I teach the class, and then we'll end the stream. Get set up. So tomorrow we're going to continue with the Griffith trial because they still have to finish that. We are going to have closing arguments, and then we're going to be in verdict watch. It's hard to type and talk at the same time and not get messed up. Oh, no, I don't want to leave my StreamYard. I got too many windows. Hi, kitty, kitty. You bite me, and there's going to be hell to pay. The cat is being very lovey-dovey, which means she will bite me. Don't you hate it when cats come up and they're all sweet and lovey-dovey and nice? And then all of a sudden, Joan. And it's like, really? Yep, there goes the claws. She scratched the hell out of me the other day. My son tried to hand her to me. And scratched the hell out of my face. I was not a happy woman. So let's see if they start at, I'm going to put 8 o'clock my time. And hopefully they start a little later tomorrow morning. It was early this morning. Early this morning. Okay, so let me go. I've got the thumbnail for the other one. So what we'll probably end up doing is a dual live. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and set up the live for Collin right now. Okay, it's done. So what we'll do is we'll have the Griffith trial verdict watch, and then I'll put a new, if we go live tomorrow, if there is a court tomorrow and they're not just still picking a jury in the baby Evelyn trial, then I'll go live in the baby Evelyn trial. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will, I don't know. I'm going to find out. I'm going to listen to what I saw. But I'm going to, let me try this. So we'll have this Collin Griffith trial up and running, and then we'll have it also the other trial on as well. Can y'all hear can you hear this sound? I don't know if y'all heard that. I have been trying to get that soundboard set up, and it is not working for me, but I don't know if y'all heard that. Just my voice. Dang it. What about this time? I'm just trying each different setting until y'all can hear it. I don't know. Sorta air blowing? No. Listen again, it was music. I need somebody who knows anything about Stream Deck because it used to work. It used to work, and all of a sudden, it doesn't work anymore. I have some of the coolest sounds programmed into this Stream Deck, y'all. I got all kind of cool stuff in here. I even got my emojis do work. I do know that. See, today I had this and this for lunch. Well, maybe. Maybe if I click here, I had this and this for lunch, and I have felt like this and this and this today, and I just need a good laugh. See, now my emojis work. I have certain emojis programmed into my Stream Deck. But I don't have the sound. It won't go through. What I want is this, and I'm not gonna get it. Yes. So I need somebody who's really good with this. I need somebody good. I need somebody who knows what they're doing. Can help me with this. Because I am really having a hard time getting this. It's up to date, so I checked about that. I've made everything appropriate. I did, and it's telling me to do what I've already done. And that's what's frustrating about it. It's doing what I've already told it to do. I've looked for hours. I have spent hours on this, guys. I have spent hours. I've gone through each. See, it says output Rodecaster Pro 2 main stereo default. Then I just tried. Well, let me do this. I'm just going to try every single one of these settings. See if you tell me. When you hear music, let me know. Let me see. I don't know how to give access to the screen. If you hear music, let me know because I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it or feeling it, I should say. I can see it's playing, but I don't feel it. Yeah, and I've tried everything I can think of, and it's really starting to drive me nuts. I've tried calling them, and I get, like, on hold for over an hour, and it's like, "I got lives to do. I got lives to do, honey." It's called Stream Deck, and it tells you to go in your output and put it in the default, which is I can hear it, I can see it's going through. It is going through my soundboard, but it's not getting to you guys. And that's the problem. And I'm in the program default devices, Stream Deck, device orientation, standard, never sleep, fireware. advanced. Uh, no, no screensaver. Don't have to worry about that. Accounts. Open YouTube. It is in the right account. It's going to the right Ada. So we're good. Let me try it again. It's very loud. I can feel it like banging me. My head's like, it feels like hammers on my eardrum. It's opening. I know. If you can hear court, you should be able to hear this. Rachel, my streaming device is actually StreamYard, and I have had it on sound here before. I don't know why it no longer have sound. I'm in StreamYard settings, audio. Mic coming in's working. The main stereo out is working. General. Everything's correct. It's just I'm just so frustrated. I mean, these are expensive, y'all. This stuff is not cheap. Sound deck is definitely up to date. Everything I have is up to date, y'all. Everything is up to date, so that's frustrating. Hi, 80s music, man. We are fighting with my StreamYard. Dang it, the cat finally bit. No, there's no mute button. Hi, June. Thank you so much for asking. I love the picture of the dog. You want to explain that photo? That's awesome. I use StreamYard. What did she have to say?
Litigation in New York federal court because it seems that that's where all these cases are going to end up. I break it all down tomorrow on Quick Bits. We delay.
So, yep. And do you know what was going to suck? Is if I sit here and erase all this. Let me see if I can start a new profile. Add a mobile device? No, I don't want to do that. Why don't we do a new profile? Oh, God, this is going to be a pain in the butt. But why don't I just do this? I'm going to do a new profile, and I'm going to try and just put one. Okay, where's my folder? Can y'all hear this? God, I hope you can. One more time. Please let me know if you heard a noise. No? See? It is a very loud. It's an air horn. You did? Why is it so quiet? Let me put another sound in there.
Present, all council present, jury, and officers are present. Moments ago, I just received a notification. As some of you may know, there are some protests going on, and they may continue to be going on. We don't know. The only thing that the notification said is, as far as coming and going and getting the parking act accordingly. In other words, plan
I
ahead.
have a service dog.
Be here early. I looked out the window.
I have a service dog, and her name is Sensei, and I have a picture that looks just like that from a veterans convention. And that big convention invited, it was here in Texas and San Antonio, and they invited us to come and help raise money for the organization that I got it from. So, yep.
See nothing. But I don't know how long this is going to go on for the rest of the week or not. But you're warned. My kid got here over the weekend, and we didn't talk much about that. My kid's a judge.
Uh-oh, did you hear that music?
And got caught in the building for a couple hours. You know, everything's okay. Just don't be concerned.
Did y'all hear that music?
On your oath, and you may continue with your direct.
All right. So we were talking about
Take a quick pause. One more time. Intro joyful music. Let me know if you heard that.
arrive at the Cementelli residence. Okay.
Yep.
So you got there. So you were greeted outside by someone that you know by the name of Deborah now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know her before?
No.
Okay. So at some point, then were you allowed into the house?
Yes.
And where was the defendant?
She was in a chair in the dining room in a line with her 3 daughters.
Okay.
Or 2 daughters, sorry.
Now, were you allowed to go up to her and stay with her?
Yeah.
So at some point, then, were you removed by law enforcement from the house?
Yes, at some point they asked us to leave the residence and go sit outside.
And who was that then? It was you, the defendant, her daughters,
Mm-hmm.
and was there anybody else?
Well, there was Deborah.
And Deborah.
Yeah.
So where did you go?
We sat on the curb.
And what happened out there? Anything?
I think everyone was processing everything. Monica was hysterical, and I just was like a human teddy bear person. Yeah, so it was.
You may have seen us there, babe. No, I didn't have her
When you
back
say she
then.
was
But
hysterical, I want to ask you a specific question. Did you see any tears?
No, I mean, I wasn't. I mean, I was. I don't. It was a lot of like that.
Okay. Did you see any tears?
no tears up there.
I don't. I would.
Nothing that you recall.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
So that night.
Well, thank you for your service. I'm a retiree's daughter. I didn't join the military, but I'm the daughter of one.
Until about 11ish.
Okay, and then
I want to
you-
say could be 10ish. I think it's 11ish. I was there for a really long time.
And then at some point you went home?
Yes.
And do you know where the defendant and the girls went?
I believe they were going to go spend the night at Deborah's.
So when's the next time then that you went back to the Cementelli residence?
The next day.
Okay, and how often did you go back after that?
Every day that week.
Was anyone else there when you went back every day that next week?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Let's see. I mean, Deborah was there, and I can't say if her husband. There were a lot of people. There were Fabio's best friend from work and his Slavic girlfriend, because we talked a lot. And I think there were some other people from his work, and her mother was there at one point. It felt, that's all that I recall mostly, but it was like a group. It was a lot of people, same people every day. Some came, some left.
Now,
and come
during
back.
those next 4 or 5 days when you went
Yeah.
regularly. And the question just is, do you recall seeing any tears during that week, like tears coming down the face?
June, you got my utmost respect.
Okay,
Utmost respect.
did you
Navy's
attend
hard.
the wake or the memorial that was held in the backyard by the fire pit where Fabio was killed?
That night? No, I went to no, I didn't go to that.
Did you then go to another memorial a few days later on January 29th?
The Sunday morning. I think it was a Sunday morning. The one at the
At a funeral home?
yes,
Did
I
you
went
go
to
to
that.
that
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After that, then, subsequent to the murder, did you reach out to the defendant in the next couple months, checking on her, seeing how she was, things of that nature?
Yeah, 100%.
Did you see her on a regular basis? Let's talk about the month following the murder. Did you see her pretty regularly?
No,
Did you talk to her regularly?
I tried, but no, it was more texting.
Okay, now during that like next month or two, when you were going to the house at that first week as well as texting, did she ever voice any fear to you about living in the home where her husband was murdered?
No,
Did she ever voice any fear to you about her girls not being safe in the home where their dad was murdered?
no. Hey, can I ask a question?
That's loaded. I don't know. What do you want to ask?
Well, I just wanted to go back for a minute with if I talked to her
Okay.
regularly. And I said, no, I just texted. I just wanted to expound on that if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Because I wanted to talk to her a lot. But it felt weird. Because I felt like, sorry, this is weird. I felt like she was associating me with what happened. And I really wanted to be a really good friend. And so my goal was to call her at least once a week. Oh, is it? Oh, I thought I was responding. I'm sorry.
It's okay, man. Just
All right.
So I tried, but I just texted because it was easier.
Okay. So during that time, she never expressed to you any fear for her or her daughters
No.
as far as being in the house?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about leaving the house and going to stay somewhere else during that time frame?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about getting new security cameras or safety for the house?
No, she didn't.
During the next couple of months, did she ever talk to you about who could have killed Fabio?
No.
Never brought that up?
No.
What was she talking to you about?
Was like why she wasn't getting the insurance, why it was taking so long. She didn't understand why she couldn't have her phone back. She was really worried about money.
So when she was worried about money, specifically with insurance, what was she telling you about that?
She didn't understand why it was taking so long. And she was frustrated about it taking so long.
Prior to this, had she ever talked to you about any of the finances within their marriage?
No.
Did she ever call the insurance companies in your presence?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I recall we were supposed to go out that evening and I got into a fight with my boyfriend. And so I wanted some, sorry, it was a Saturday. And I wanted to hang out with a girlfriend. So I said, can I just come over earlier? So it was, I don't know, but around noonish. Apparently not good with time. But yeah, so I showed up and she was like, sorry, I need to make this call. And she was on the phone with the insurance company. And I was trying to not listen. And then there was some talk, I want to say with the detective.
Did y'all hear that?
The police, because she wanted the phone and she didn't understand why things were taking so long. And she was stressed about how she was going to pay for things and why is this, she was very stressed.
Would you say that out of, since the murder occurred, the main topic that you shared with her, was it about insurance money?
Yeah.
So overruled.
That was the main topic?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you aware that she bought a new Mustang?
Yes.
Was this during the same time frame that she was complaining about not having any money?
Yes. Yes.
When she bought that Mustang, did she show it to you?
Yes.
Did she seem happy about it?
Sure. Yes.
What'd she tell you about that Mustang?
That Fabio would have wanted her to have it.
Okay. Did she do anything to make the car look better?
The windows were tinted.
Did she tell you that she went and took the car to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
So she was talking about sprucing up her new car to you.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay.
She was really excited about the car.
She was excited about the car.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during this time frame too, as far as, did you start seeing, okay, and we're talking now the next couple months.
Wow, but police is pretty dangerous there, Haley.
Did you see a change in the
Did y'all hear any of that sound?
you thought you knew?
I did.
What was that?
It was that Saturday when I went over there. After the phone calls and
That's
stuff,
going to be the new
when I
Fabio sound if you can hear it. Could you hear it?
with my boyfriend. And the girls came down. We were sitting outside and they were like, Mom, we're hungry. And, you know, before she was like, you know, always whatever, you know, getting everything. That was her thing. And she was like, yeah, you know, you're going to have to figure it out. You know what to do. And then they're like, yeah, no, I think we're going to go out. And then she said, grain of salt. She said, they're just going to have to learn how to do things themselves now. Things are changing.
All right, I'm about ready to throw this thing through a freaking window.
To me.
Had she ever talked about her girls that way to you before?
I'm done.
No, that was the whole thing at racquetball. She's like, I do everything for them. I have to go home and do the dishes. And it was like, she took pride in that. And it was completely different.
When you say, you were saying Saturday, do you know the murder occurred January 27th, 2017. Are we talking February, March?
March.
Okay. So anywhere from what? I don't know what I said, but if the
Said
murder
January
occurred
27th?
January 23rd, 2017.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, dude, you better get it right, honey, boo boo.
Early March, late March, if you know.
I would say closer to mid.
Okay.
I want to say it's like the 12th, but
Somewhere between around
Around.
7 weeks after the murder.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Other than that, you saw the change with her and her daughters.
The cable that it comes with it, Haley Mounds, I have no idea.
In her that you noticed.
I'll call them.
Honestly, I didn't see her much after that.
Okay. Did you ever go out with her?
No.
You never went out with her again?
No.
Did she talk to you about going out?
It's one cable that it came with that it plugs directly into the computer.
Talk to me about going out.
Did she ever talk to you about going out to a bar and getting dressed up, anything like that?
It's a US. It's a It's a C.
I think Faye told me.
C.
Okay. Did she tell you what her plans were for going forward?
The USB-C is all it got.
Did she tell you what any of her plans were?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
It was that Saturday, and she was saying how her and the girls had Fabio's what do you call it when he invented?
I don't know what happened.
His
That's what happens.
But
You hear it
when
once and then it goes
something
away.
And they have no one else can do it. Anyway, they had that for some hair tools that he had developed, and her and the girls were going to do a business in his name. And then her and Robert, she wanted to get the girls set up in like a place, like a condo. And then she was going to travel and Robert was going to give her a job and they were going to work together and she was going to travel. And then when she came back, she could stay at the girls' place because she really wasn't sure where she
I don't remember if I said it already or not. So my B, if I did.
Want to say that she, I can't say it exactly, so I'm not going to.
So when she's telling you these plans about working with Robert, and that's Robert Baker, Did she tell you that she was going to travel with him?
She said they were going to travel.
Okay. Did she tell you who they were?
Her and, well, in the context, it was clearly her and Robert.
At this point now, and we're at, is this still mid-March?
Yes.
Somewhere around 7 weeks after her husband was murdered. Did she ever, she's talking about plans to travel with Robert. Did she tell you that she was involved with him romantically now at this point?
No, she was like, he's so great. He's going to give me a job. And she was really enthusiastic about it.
Did she seem happy?
Yeah. Well, she was stressed about the money, but she was excited about her new ventures. She seemed really excited about that.
Was she, during those months since Fabio was killed, was she ever talking about Fabio?
No. No.
Was she talking about missing him?
No.
Would you say, like, would you say from your perspective as one of her good friends now, by a month or two after, did she appear to be grieving the death of her husband?
Did she appear to be grieving?
Yes, the death of her husband.
No.
What I saw on Instagram, but not personally.
Okay, so let's talk about Instagram. You were on Instagram and Facebook during that time frame.
Yeah, again, I was trying to get better at it. Yep.
Were you able to view the postings that the defendant made during the timing of from when her Fabio was murdered in the next few months? Were you able to see those Instagrams?
Yes.
And what did you see on those Instagrams? What types of posts was she doing?
Oh my gosh, they were heart-wrenching. I felt so sad. It was like the love of my life. Love is saying goodbye. I mean, it was just like her heart was aching on those posts.
On the posts they were aching, when you spoke to her directly, did she reiterate anything that she was posting?
No, it was a lot of, stress about the insurance and the money and what she was going to do.
So when you saw those posts, did you find that unusual? When you saw those posts about missing her husband, again, just to confirm, those were not anything of the topics of what she was talking to you as her good friend about.
Correct.
One moment.
Y'all, on YouTube, it just popped up a day in the life of a teacher, 1998. I graduated in 89 and I'm looking like this and it looks so grainy and so yellow and so horrible. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm old.
A few months passed. Did the defendant?
Y'all welcome. I get to use 5 a month. I've used them. I didn't know that.
Tell you that she was involved with Robert Baker?
No, she did not.
Would you characterize the defendant, Monica Cementelli, as a liar?
At that time?
One moment.
Now.
No, one
Now,
moment.
yes.
Ma'am, hold on a second. What's the objection?
Relevance, argument.
Sustain on both.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bluell.
Good afternoon.
Is Elise the way you pronounce your first name?
It is, thank you.
Okay. Is it okay if I refer to you by Elise?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, let's see how this gets.
Object to that.
Hello, hi.
Let's keep it formal.
Of course, Your Honor. Ms. Bluell, am I correct that if Fabio was killed in January
Hello,
of
it's a Brit.
2017, that the first time the police ever spoke to you about this case was over 3.5
Somebody used the
years ago?
Heidi.
The police never interviewed you,
They
correct?
did not. Correct.
During that time, even though you were with Monica that first night when Fabio was killed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And am I right? It's been, if that was July of 2020, it's been almost 5 years since that interview occurred. Is that correct? And would it be fair to say, Ms. Bluell, that your memory about what you observed, what you saw, what you heard would have been much better back in July of 2020 than it would be closer to the events than it would be now?
Are you asking me if my memory was better in 2020 than it would be today?
Yeah, so of events you had observed in 2017.
I think in the scope, there were things that I wouldn't remember today that I would remember then, but there are things that I remembered then that I very much remember today.
Okay. And Miss Bluell, is it also true that when you were first interviewed by the police, Miss Simontilli had already been accused and arrested for allegedly being involved in the killing of her husband?
I believe that all of the interviews were after she was arrested.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. Miss Bluell, you met Monica for the first time at LA Fitness, correct?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And you were already playing racquetball at the time. You had started when Monica joined the league, when she started playing racquetball and you first met her.
What I was doing, I hadn't made the D list until the night she came. I was playing very badly. And so I needed the pre thing for 2 terms before I could make the D list. So, but I met her the day that the D list, that it all started.
Okay.
In January.
And Monica joined, I understand from what you said, and she didn't know how to play. She was being taught how to play.
No,
correct?
that's not true. She was just on the D League. And then later she was practicing and taking lessons.
Okay. And who was she taking lessons from?
My understanding was Robert.
Okay. You saw Robert playing with her frequently?
I didn't go to the gym during the day, so I wasn't there when they were doing it, but I was told, I think she even mentioned it and other people said it.
Okay. And I think, Ms. Bluell, you also said that Monica got much better very quickly.
Yeah, she was a monster.
Okay. She learned and she improved.
Yes.
Okay. And from her playing and from her playing you and your girlfriend, Faye, that's Faye Fariba?
Yeah.
Okay. You all became fast friends.
Yeah. That was,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And you referred to the 3 of you as the 3 Musketeers.
Yeah.
Okay. And you
Would they
and
agree with you on that?
Monica, saw each other mostly at the gym, not outside the gym. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
More often at the gym, and then yeah. So that was more.
And that was in January of 2016. Is that correct?
That's when it started. Yeah.
Okay. And it was over that next year that you're talking about.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And you told us, I think, that you would only see her outside of the gym maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Is that fair?
That's when we would see each other. We would try, but it would take that while.
Okay.
Long.
And I think you said she was hard to nail down about dates to get together.
Yes.
And she was always asked that it be at her home where you get together. She wanted it at her house.
Yeah, it was the easiest.
Okay.
Those were the after the gym ones. Yeah, it was
Okay,
just easier at her house.
Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, guys, I'm going to keep this playing. I'm going to come off of this camera. I'll see you in a minute on the backup camera. But I do have to go get ready for my class. So it'll keep playing. I'm in the background. We're all good.
But
We're
you
going
did
remote.
mention 1 or 2 times you went to an establishment or a restaurant or something, but mostly when you got together outside of the gym, these once every 3 or 4 weeks, it would
The
be at
hangout
Monica's
ones.
home.
Yeah, the hangout ones were at her house.
All
and
right.
If we went out, it was usually for a thing.
Okay. And you got to observe Monica. You got to see her, right? You got to
Yes.
really know her.
Yeah, I thought so.
And you previously, I think you told the police that what you observed was that Monica was the kind of person you saw could put together a dinner party for 20 in an hour, I think you said?
Yeah, well, in 2 hours, she could put together a big dinner party. Yeah, yes.
So you saw that she enjoyed cooking and preparing meals, and I think you said she hosted dinners in that light?
Yes.
Okay. And you also saw her as a mom around her girls.
Yeah,
You got to know Jessica,
I did.
and you got to see how she interacted with the girls, how she cared for the
Yeah,
girls.
she was a good Italian mom.
Good Italian mom.
Yep.
And when she talked about her husband, Fabio, and when you saw her with Fabio, they were affectionate. And I think you described at one point the one time or one or two times you saw them, she was actually sitting with him on his chair. Is that right?
That was on the New Year's Eve thing when we were around the fire. That was the only time. I didn't, other than that, they weren't really affectionate. Like he had come in from work, she was doing something. So the only time that was around the fire circle at New Year's Eve.
Okay, I think you said earlier that you'd
See you in the car.
together twice. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And once you described you all were in the kitchen, the girls were in the kitchen, and Fabio came home. And then another time you're describing is
the New Year's Eve.
And that was, when you say New Year's Eve, Miss Bluell, that was December 31st, 2016, right?
17. It was right before he was killed.
Okay. So that would be the day before January 1, which would be December 31st, 2016. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
Okay.
And you all were sitting around the fire pit on the patio of their home, correct?
For New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were with your boyfriend,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And everybody was gathered around that fire pit area by the pool?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said at the time that Monica was sitting with Fabio on the arm of his chair.
Yeah.
Throughout-
Besides the hostessing, but when she was there, she was, on
Okay.
the arm of his chair.
Okay. And when you were interviewed back in July of 2020, you were specifically asked by a detective, did Monica ever complain about Fabio? And you said, that's the thing, never. Her marriage was so great. Were you telling the truth at that time?
I mean, I don't ever lie on purpose.
Okay.
So that was probably my takeaway then.
Okay.
I have had time to think about stuff.
Okay. And you've heard about this case, right, in the media?
I have heard about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've actually participated in media television show interviews?
Yep.
Okay. Ms. Bluell, during that year where you all were the Three Musketeers and you were, it's fair to say you were friends with Monica, correct?
That was my interpretation of our relationship. Yeah.
Okay. You heard from Monica that Fabio traveled a lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And you heard that on a number of occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see Fabio every time you were over the house, correct?
Yeah.
You only saw him once or twice?
Correct.
Okay. And you mostly saw Monica once a week playing racquetball?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you talked about before Robert Baker and his role in the racquetball league, correct?
Yes.
And you told us that Robert Baker was the one who orchestrated the racquetball, correct?
Could you explain to me what you mean by orchestrated?
It was a word you used,
Oh.
so I'm just asking.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're quoting me, the way I interpret it, like I said earlier, was that he kind of ran it.
Okay.
So,
And I think you've previously said that Rob Baker was like a teacher, like the cool teacher.
Yeah, or
And
a camp counselor kind of vibe. Yeah.
Okay, he was very much in charge of
Like
the
he was
league.
yeah.
I think you described him as very much an authority figure.
Yeah. I mean that but not like a cool camp counselor or a cool teacher, where they've got stuff to do, but they were fun while they were doing it.
Okay.
Is how I felt about it.
Okay. And you also described
Can you let me know if you can see the live feed, because I
the
cannot.
games he was teaching.
He's very efficient.
Okay. And you also described him as having some kind of sexuality, masculinity when you talked about what you observed of
Yes,
him.
he did. He was very muscular, and he was wearing the shorts. And yeah, he was. Yeah.
Tell me what you meant when you said there was a sexual thing about Rob Baker.
How to describe that? I mean, so you want me to describe how I thought he was sexual or sensual or
Yes.
hot?
Yes.
I mean,
What? Sounds like you wish you could have dated him.
good in his clothes, and
You're going to make me blush.
have this confidence about him, I guess.
In control.
Confidence. I didn't get in control. I mean, I hear it, but I got that he was confident and he was doing what he needed to do, and that was kind of hot.
That's fine. You thought it was hot.
Well, I mean, I wasn't attracted to him, but you could admire.
Oh, honey boo boo, don't you lie. You were drooling all over him.
Military.
Yep.
No nonsense.
He had that kind of, when it was time to, I mean, there was some nonsense, but because he would laugh at a joke, right? And so it was fun to play, but it was like, you got to get on the court, but he was nice about it. Yes, he was efficient, and he had that kind of military thing going on, and he was muscly, and yeah, I mean, you could tell that he knew how to keep things going, which I appreciated.
I think you described him at the time as very
Girl.
Yes.
You had the hots for the dude.
He was very alpha. He was very.
Council's, that's good. Objection. What that is, objection. Little untimely.
Ms. Buell, you also described earlier your relationship with someone named Paula McCullum.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do. Well, yeah, I remember Paula.
And Paula McCullum also played basketball with the league.
She did.
Show me what's been marked as people's 67. This is Paula McCullum.
Yeah.
And you thought Paula McCullum, I think you said she was fun.
She was so sweet because she started at the D League, but she was better than me. And then she quickly went up to the next one, but she was always really sweet.
And what was her relationship, if you knew, with Robert Baker?
Yeah, I know that he had also trained her a little bit.
How did you know that?
I think she had said it when we were, playing, because she was like, encouraging me. She's like, "Don't feel bad. I've been practicing and something along those lines." I want to say.
If you previously told the police that that Baker was BFFs with Paula, would that have been true? What your observation was at the time?
Could you say that question again for me?
If you previously told the police that Robert Baker was BFFs with Sean and Paula McCullum, that they were BFFs with Baker.
Okay.
Was that what you observed?
That is not what I observed. That's what I learned after they were arrested, because I was really shocked and sad about Monica, and she called me and she was really shocked about Robert, and we both were kind of commiserating about how duped we felt and how shocked we were. And it was interesting that I didn't realize that her and Sean had such a relationship with Robert. And she knew I was really, I thought, close with Monica. And so when they were arrested, we were like, what? So that was how she explained it.
I knew that's how she was going to do it.
And when you had this conversation with Paula McCullum, had she told you that she had had an affair with
No,
Robert Baker?
She did not.
She did not.
No.
And had she told you at the time she had this conversation about Mr. Baker's arrest that she had actually rented a car for Mr. Baker, which he used in the commission of this killing? Did she tell you that?
You're saying all this is assuming facts on the facts.
Sustain on the second ground.
Ms. Bluell, you told us about coming to Monica's home the night Fabio was killed earlier, correct? And you had said that you received a text asking you to please come over, correct?
Yes.
Do you still have that text?
No.
What, did you delete that text? What happened to the text?
No, I ended up, well, I didn't know it was, no, I ended up getting another phone, and I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you're not sure the exact words in the text
Oh,
that
no,
were
I
sent.
feel like that's like the one thing I do know.
Okay. So you think the text said, I need you, please come over?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the I need you thing is a thing for me.
Understood, understood. And I think you said, although you were upset that you had learned that Monica had had a birthday party, that I guess earlier in the month that you had not been invited to, you went right over.
Yes, my feelings were really hurt that morning. I was really annoyed, and my feelings were hurt. But when she said she needed me, it was like, yeah, of course.
And when you went over that night, you were really the person that spent the most time throughout the whole evening with Monica, correct?
That's very true.
I think you said you got there even before the police had arrived?
Yeah, there was just one fire truck.
Okay.
And Deborah.
And you went into the dining room where Monica and the girls and Deborah Obad were?
Well, Deborah was around, but Monica and the girls were like, their chairs were lined up like this, and they were just sitting in a row. It was, yeah.
Okay. And you got there at those earliest moments, and you were with Monica. I think you said, or tell me if this is true, that throughout the night you were hugging her. You were, I think you described yourself as the consoler in chief.
Yeah, well, I was the human teddy bear. Like, I was just consoling, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, you all were asked to leave the home outside of the dining room and go outside, correct?
Yes.
And you had to sit on the curb for a while?
Yeah.
Was it a while?
Yes.
Okay. And it was cold?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, you were taken over to a neighbor's house, is that correct?
Yeah, across the street.
Okay, and that's where you spent the rest of the evening?
Yes.
With Monica and the girls?
Yes.
And Deborah Obad was there for parts of it, not parts of it?
She was doing a lot of the phone calls, and she wasn't really around. She was managing, letting people know, was my understanding.
Okay.
Our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. As usual, as the admonition, I'll discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or the former expressing an opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. As well, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock as well. Thanks.
Wow. Okay, y'all. I didn't expect it to end like that. Oh my gosh. Let's see if I don't lose you. Hey, I'm here. Hold on, y'all. Get your butt over here.
Teresa Printing, what, you had a new one added on, but another one canceled off, that's why.
Wonder who canceled and why.
It says right at the top, Teresa talked to him.
All right, thanks.
Oh.
Okay, dealing with my class. Okay, we had one person cancel. It happens. Okay, guys, so tomorrow, 9 their time, which is 8 o'clock my time, and this is the most horrible angle. There we go. We'll be live. I already have it set up. So thank y'all so much for everything. We'll see you later. Bye. Have a good day.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.